Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Courtney. The air in the vestibule is thick with the scent of 1,000 white lilies and old money. It's a heady, suffocating perfume, the official fragrance of victory, my victory. I stand perfectly still, a statue carved from ivory, silk, and ambition. The train of my Vera Wang gown pooled around my feet like liquid moonlight. Every detail has been calculated, from the priceless heirloom veil gifted by the Dawson matriarch to the subtle star-shaped beauty mark my makeup artist accentuated above my right eyebrow. My best friend and campaign manager, Lena, makes a final, unnecessary adjustment to my veil. Her short, magenta-dyed hair is a slash of vibrant rebellion against the cathedral's staid elegance. "You look like a goddamn queen about to execute a corporate takeover," she murmurs, her eyes scanning me with the same critical intensity she applies to polling data. "You sure you don't want me to hide a shiv in your bouquet?" The Dawsons look like the type to appreciate a woman who comes prepared. I let out a soft, controlled laugh. The only thing getting gutted today is my single woman tax deduction. Hilarious. She doesn't smile. Just, be careful, Court. This family plays for keeps. So do I say, and the steel in my own voice is absolute. Lena nods, her expression softening for just a second. She squeezes my arm before stepping back as my father appears at the doorway, resplendent in his tailored tux. "Control the narrative, Courtney. Always." My father's mantra echoes in my head, the same words he whispered before my first debate, before my LSATs, before I accepted Jonathan's proposal. Today is the culmination of that control. Today I acquire the final piece of the puzzle. Marrying Jonathan Dawson isn't just a wedding. It's a political merger, a strategic masterstroke that secures my path to the mayor's office and solidifies my place in a dynasty that has run this city for a century. My father's smile doesn't quite reach his eyes. They're doing that thing they always do before a big win, scanning for threats, calculating odds. They say a bride's wedding day is the happiest day of her life, he says, his voice a low rumble. I offer him the smile I've perfected for fundraisers and hostile city council meetings. Calm, confident, unbreachable. Happiness is a fleeting metric. Victory is quantifiable. He chuckles, a low, proud sound, and squeezes my hand. His skin is warm, a familiar anchor in the dizzying swirl of the moment. "That's my girl. Your mother would have..." He trails off, the name a ghost between us. My mother would have hated this. She would have seen the parallels to her own life, another ambitious woman married off to secure a legacy. A marriage that looked perfect on paper and was a hollow, gilded cage in private. Her memory is a cautionary tale, the very reason I'm walking into this with my eyes wide open. My stomach is a knot of something colder, tighter. It isn't doubt. Doubt is an indulgence, a luxury I've never been able to afford. It's anticipation. The final, exhilarating moment before the checkmate. I think of Jonathan waiting for me at the altar. Charming, handsome, impeccably pedigreed Jonathan. He's not the love of my life. I'm not even sure I believe in that particular fantasy. Love is chaos. Love is a variable you can't control. My parents' quiet, bitter war, fought in the silent spaces of our pristine home, taught me that. I'm not making their mistake. Jonathan is a good man, a kind man, and he understands the game. We will be a formidable team, a power couple the likes of which this city has never seen, a partnership. It's more than my parents had. It's more than enough. My thumbnail finds its familiar place, tapping a slow, deliberate rhythm against my front tooth. Tap, tap, tap. A final review of the board. The key donors are in the front pews. The governor is in attendance. Every major news outlet has a camera crew positioned in the back, ready to broadcast the coronation. My rival, Councilman Miller, is probably choking on his canapes at whatever sad little fundraiser he's at today, watching my ascent on his phone. Screw you, Miller. The thought is a satisfying, sharp little spike in the perfumed air. From beyond the ancient oak doors, the organ music softens, shifting into the majestic, sweeping notes of the processional. This is it, the signal. My heart gives a single hard thump against my ribs. My father gives my hand one last squeeze and offers me his arm. "Showtime," he murmurs. The heavy doors groan as the ushers begin to pull them open. A sliver of brilliant light cuts through the dim vestibule, widening into a breathtaking vista. The sanctuary of St. James Cathedral is a masterpiece of Gothic architecture. Its vaulted ceilings soaring into the heavens, its stained glass windows throwing jewel-toned light across a sea of faces. Hundreds of them, the city's elite, all turned in their seats, their gazes fixed on me. I lift my chin, my public smile locking into place. The walk down the aisle is a calculated performance. Each step is perfectly paced, my gaze fixed on Jonathan. He looks every bit the handsome prince, a reassuring smile on his face. I reach him. My father places my hand in his, and we turn to face the bishop. The deal is almost sealed. The bishop's voice, deep and sonorous, fills the cathedral. He speaks of unions, of devotion, of two becoming one. I keep the soft, beatific smile on my face, my mind a million miles away, already planning the press release, the talking points, the victory tour. Then comes the moment, the final hurdle. If anyone can show just cause why they may not lawfully be joined together, the bishop intones, his voice echoing in the cavernous space, let them speak now or forever hold their peace. A profound, sacred silence falls over the congregation. 1 second, 2, 3. I allow myself the smallest, most private exhale of relief. It's done. Checkmate. A voice from the back of the cathedral shatters the silence. "Stop the wedding!" The words are a raw, desperate tear in the sacred air. A collective gasp, a tsunami of whispers. The sound of hundreds of heads swiveling in unison. A figure is stumbling down the main aisle now, a mess of rumpled clothes and wild, panicked eyes. He is a stain on the perfect canvas of my wedding day. My blood turns icy. Every phone in the cathedral is out. 100 tiny glass eyes turning from me to him, recording the exact moment my life implodes. He points a trembling finger at Jonathan, his voice cracking with a ragged sob that is audible to every single person in the room. He's already married to me.
Chapter 2. Isaac. For a trauma surgeon, chaos has a rhythm. It's the controlled pandemonium of the ER, the staccato beep of a failing heart monitor, the sharp metallic smell of blood. It's a language I understand, a beast I know how to tame. This, however, is a different species of mess entirely. The collective gasp of 500 of the city's elite sucks the air from the cathedral. It's followed by a sound I know all too well. The vulture's cry. Not the shriek of a bird, but the rapid-fire click-click-click of phone cameras and the rising sibilant murmur of gossip that spreads like a contagion. My cousin Jonathan, the groom, stands at the altar, his face the color of bleached bone. He doesn't look at the man in the aisle. He doesn't look at his bride. He does what he always does. He runs, not a dignified retreat, a full-on tail between his legs bolt through a side door, leaving a stunned bishop and a $500,000 floral arrangement in his wake. Pathetic. I take a slow sip of the lukewarm water from the glass in my pew, the taste as bland and disappointing as my cousin's character. My gaze shifts to Courtney Barkley. From my seat in the third row, a placement of familial obligation, not desire, I have a perfect view of her. I've seen her on the news, read her policy papers, admired her ruthless efficiency in city council meetings from afar. She is a political scalpel, sharp and precise. And right now she's frozen at the head of the aisle, a statue of ivory and public humiliation. But she isn't crying. She isn't collapsing. Her spine is ramrod straight, her chin is up, and her eyes are drilling holes into the space where her fiancé just vanished. It's not the look of a heartbroken bride. It's the look of a general whose entire flank has just been decimated by an act of spectacular incompetence. A grim, unwilling flicker of respect cuts through my cynicism. The cathedral erupts. People are standing, shouting, filming. Reporters who were relegated to the back are swarming forward, a tide of cheap suits and expensive lenses. My family, the Dawsons, are huddled in the front pew like startled quail. My mother looks faint. My father's jaw is a block of granite. And my uncle Charles Dawson, the patriarch, the kingmaker, the architect of this entire disaster, is already moving. His eyes, cold and dark as a tomb, scan the chaos. They aren't panicked. They're assessing, calculating. They land on me. Oh, hell no. This is my cue. I have fulfilled my duty. I showed up. I wore the monkey suit. I witnessed the implosion. I have a 24-hour shift starting in 3 hours, and I'd rather deal with a multi-car pileup than one more second of this nonsense. I stand up, intending to slip out through the same side door Jonathan used for his great escape. Isaac. The voice is quiet, but it cuts through the din like a scalpel through flesh. Charles is standing at the end of the pew, blocking my exit. He is a bull of a man, immaculate in his custom tuxedo, his silver hair perfectly coiffed. He looks like he's going to chair a board meeting, not watch his family name get dragged through the sewer on live television. Uncle, I say, my tone flat. Spectacular show. The catering for the reception better be an open bar. We're all going to need it. He ignores my sarcasm. His gaze is fixed on Courtney, who is now being shielded by her father as security tries to forge a path through the media sharks. This is a catastrophe. Catastrophe is a bus full of nuns hitting a tanker truck, Charles. This is just bad PR. And frankly, it's Jonathan's mess. Let him clean it up. I make to step around him. His arm shoots out, his hand clamping onto my bicep with the strong force of a vice. Jonathan is gone. He is no longer a factor. The alliance, however, is not. I stop, turning to face him fully. The low, dangerous hum in his voice is one I know well. It's the sound he uses before he financially obliterates a business rival. The alliance? You cannot be serious. The woman was just humiliated in front of the entire goddamn world by your hand-picked heir. I think the alliance is officially DOA. The alliance is with the next mayor of this city. He grits out, his eyes boring into mine. That has not changed. The optics, however, have. We need to control the narrative. We need to spin this. I laugh, a short, humorless bark. Spin this? How? Groom flees wedding to run off with husband, bride bravely carries on? There's no spinning this, Charles. It's an unmitigated disaster. Not if she doesn't leave this church a jilted bride, he says, his voice dropping even lower. His eyes are gleaming with a terrifying, predatory brilliance. Not if she leaves as a Dawson. Ice floods my veins. A cold, sickening premonition washes over me. I try to pull my arm away, but his grip is iron. What the hell are you talking about? He leans in, his expensive cologne making my stomach turn. He doesn't look at me. He looks past me, back at Courtney Barkley, who stands like a queen surveying the ruins of her kingdom. Jonathan was the plan, but he was always a liability. You, however, are not. You are a renowned surgeon, a hero according to the hospital's last gala program. You're single. You're a Dawson, and you must fix this. The air escapes my lungs in a sharp hiss. My mind, trained to diagnose and find solutions in seconds, can't process the insane, monstrous logic of what he's implying. Fix it? What I'm going to do is get in my car and drive to the hospital. You can handle your own goddamn crisis. This is not a request, Isaac, Charles says, his voice now a blade of pure, cold steel. He finally looks at me, and there is no family warmth in his eyes. There is only a command. The deal was for Dawson to marry Courtney Barkley today in this church, to secure our interests. Dawson will marry her. He releases my arm, the sudden absence of pressure leaving my skin cold. He smooths the front of his jacket, once again the picture of calm control. You are going to walk up that aisle, he says, as if he's ordering me to pass the salt. And you have to marry her. Right now.
Chapter 3. Courtney. The world is a smear of fractured light and sound. Camera flashes strobe against my eyelids like lightning. The roar of shouted questions. Courtney, who is he? Did you know? Is your career over? Is a physical wave of noise trying to knock me off my feet. My father, Marcus, is a solid wall at my side, his arm a steel band around me, while our security detail plows a path through the piranhas. Silence. The heavy oak door of the sacristy clicks shut, and the world goes quiet. The silence is so absolute, so sudden. It's more deafening than the chaos we just left. The room smells of old incense, lemon polish, and dust. Motes dance in the jewel-toned light, filtering through a stained glass window, depicting some grim-looking saint. It's a tomb. A quiet, suffocating tomb where my career has been brought to die. My breath shudders out of me. The first sound in the vacuum. My knees feel like they might give way. The magnificent Vera Wang dress suddenly feels like a shroud. There are 4 of us in this tomb. My father, his face a mask of cold, controlled fury. Me, the public spectacle. Charles Dawson, the patriarch, looking as unruffled as if he's just concluded a business lunch. And him. Isaac Dawson leans against a heavy wooden wardrobe, his arms crossed over his chest. He still has that glass of water from the pew, forgotten in one hand. He looks completely out of place in his tailored suit, like a caged wolf forced to attend a tea party. His dark hair is a mess, his jaw is tight, and his blue eyes, tired, intelligent, and utterly cynical, are fixed on his uncle. Not me. He hasn't looked at me once. It's a small mercy I cling to. What? My father begins, his voice a low, dangerous growl aimed at Charles. In the absolute hell was that? Charles doesn't flinch. He carefully removes a piece of lint from his lapel. That was my nephew making a regrettable and deeply public error in judgment. Error in judgment? Marcus takes a step forward, his fists clenching. He humiliated my daughter. He turned our families into a laughingstock. He torpedoed her campaign before it's even begun. Precisely, Charles says, his voice smooth as poison. The damage is catastrophic. The narrative is currently jilted bride's political career ends in scandal. Unacceptable. We need a new narrative. He finally turns his gaze on me. It's like being assessed by a predator. There is no sympathy in his eyes, only calculation. We need to give them a different story, a better one. I find my voice. It comes out scraped and raw, a stranger's voice. There is no story that fixes this. It's over. Not yet, Charles says. He looks past me, past my father. He looks at Isaac. The story isn't that Jonathan was a liar. The story is that you discovered the truth, and at the last moment, you made a different choice. A better one. You chose the better man. My father laughs, a harsh, disbelieving sound. What are you talking about? She's not choosing anyone. We're leaving. Are you? Charles raises a silver eyebrow. And going where, Marcus? Back to a city that sees your daughter as a fool, a victim. Power is not given to victims. She has one chance to get in front of this, and that chance is in this room right now. My mind is finally starting to reboot. The fog of shock clearing to make way for a cold, sharp-edged fury. My thumbnail begins a frantic, silent drumming against my front tooth. Get in front of what? By doing what exactly? Charles's gaze slides from Isaac back to me. By getting married. The silence that follows is so profound I can hear the blood roaring in my ears. My father looks like he is about to have a stroke. You are insane, I whisper. The words are hollow. I am pragmatic, Charles corrects. The alliance was between the Barkley name and the Dawson name. Jonathan was merely the vessel. The vessel is broken. We will simply replace it. Isaac pushes himself off the wardrobe. The movement is sudden, violent. The water in his glass sloshes over the rim. This is beyond insane, Charles. It's grotesque. You can't be serious. His voice is a low rasp, gravel and fury. It's the first time he's spoken, and the sound of it draws my eyes to him against my will. He's looking at his uncle, but I can feel the radiating heat of his anger. I'm perfectly serious, Charles says calmly. Isaac will take Jonathan's place. The wedding will proceed. My father steps in front of me, a protective gesture that feels about 10 years too late. My daughter is not a piece of property to be traded between your nephews. This conversation is over. Is it? Charles asks, his voice dangerously soft. Think, Marcus. Think about the headlines tomorrow. Think about Councilman Miller. He will feast on this. He will use the word duped. He will call her judgment into question. He will paint her as incompetent. Every dollar we have poured into her campaign, every alliance we have built, gone, reduced to a punchline. Every word is a hammer blow, striking the nails of my political coffin. He's right. He's absolutely, horrifyingly right. My career isn't just damaged, it's annihilated. My life's work, the years of sacrifice, of being twice as good to get half as far, all of it erased in a single humiliating moment. The frantic tapping of my thumbnail slows. The panic recedes, replaced by the icy, familiar chill of calculation. I look at Isaac, really look at him. He's staring back at me now, and there's nothing but grim, resentful honesty in his eyes. He is just as much a pawn in this as I am. A different kind of pawn, but a pawn nonetheless. She would be marrying a stranger, my father grits out, his voice strained. He's not a stranger. He's a Dawson, Charles counters. And a far better one than his cousin, a brilliant surgeon, a man of substance. The press will eat it up. The woman who found out the truth and upgraded. It's a story of strength, not victimhood. It's the only story that saves you, Courtney. He's using my own ambition as a weapon against me, and it's working. The part of me that is a politician, the part that has clawed its way to the top, is listening. It's analyzing. It's seeing the brutal, ugly logic in this madness. Everyone is looking at me. My father, his face a war of paternal instinct and political pragmatism. Charles, his expression confident, like a chess master who sees the inevitable checkmate. And Isaac, his jaw set, his eyes holding mine in a silent, shared acknowledgement of the abyss we're both being pushed toward. I take a breath, the scent of lilies and dust filling my lungs. I can walk out that door. I can concede. I can let them win. I can let Jonathan and the Dawsons and Miller and everyone who ever underestimated me have the last laugh. Or I can play the only card I have left. I drop my gaze from Isaac's and look at Charles. My voice is steady now, cold, the voice of a woman making a deal, not a bride on her wedding day. If I do this, I say, the words feeling like shards of glass in my mouth, the alliance stands. Your full financial and political backing for my mayoral campaign is unconditional and ironclad, no escape clauses. A flicker of respect in Charles's eyes. Of course. And Jonathan, I continue, my voice dropping lower. I want him handled. Financially, legally, I want him erased from my life so completely it's like he never existed. Charles allows himself a small, triumphant smile. Consider it done. No, Isaac says. The word a flat, hard command. It cuts through the negotiation, sharp and final. He takes a step forward. Courtney, Ms. Barkley, you don't have to do this. This is their mess. Don't let them trap you in it. For the first time, he's speaking directly to me, and there's a surprising, unwanted flicker of something. Concern. It doesn't matter. He's offering me an out I can't afford to take. Yes, I say, my eyes still locked on Charles. I do. I finally turn to face Isaac fully. And so do you. A muscle feathers in his jaw. He looks at his uncle's implacable face, then back at me, trapped in my ridiculous white dress. A look of profound, weary resignation settles over his features. He gives a single sharp nod. Charles is already on his phone. I have a justice of the peace 5 minutes away. We'll use the bishop's private study. Marcus, you and I will be the witnesses. The next few minutes are a surreal, out-of-body experience. We are led to a small wood-paneled room. There are no flowers, no music, no guests. Just the 4 of us and a small, nervous-looking man in a suit who keeps glancing at my magnificent, ridiculous wedding dress as if it might spontaneously combust. I stand opposite Isaac. He doesn't look at me. He stares at a point over my shoulder. His hand is cold when I take it, his fingers stiff and unyielding. The sheer absurdity of the moment is a bubble of hysteria in my chest. An hour ago, I was about to marry his cousin. The justice of the peace clears his throat and begins to speak. The words are a meaningless drone. I don't hear them. I am focused on the pattern of the Persian rug, on the steady, damning rhythm of my own heart. I say I do when I'm prompted. The sound is hollow, a stranger's voice in a stranger's life. Isaac's I do is a clipped, barely audible rasp, the sound of a man signing a death warrant. We sign the license on a heavy mahogany desk. My signature is a flawless, steady script, the signature of Councilwoman Courtney Barkley. His is a sharp, angry slash of ink. The justice of the peace smiles weakly, clearly eager to be anywhere else. By the power vested in me by the state, you're now husband and wife. You may now kiss the bride.
Chapter 4. Isaac. The justice of the peace practically sprints out of the room, leaving a vacuum in his wake. For a beat, nobody moves. We are 4 statues in a suffocatingly quiet wood-paneled room. Charles, the triumphant king. Marcus Barkley, the checkmated one. Courtney, the captured queen. And me, the disposable rook, sacrificed in a game I never wanted to play. Charles is the first to break the tableau. He claps his hands together once, a sound like a gavel falling. Excellent. The narrative is secured. My driver is waiting at the east entrance. You 2 will leave together. A united front. He says you 2 like we're a single entity. A product he just acquired. I look at Courtney, at my wife, and the word feels foreign, absurd. Up close, the woman from the news clips resolves into stunning, high-definition detail. Her skin, a rich, flawless mahogany, is a stark contrast to the blinding white of the dress. She has the kind of sharp, intelligent features, high cheekbones, a determined jaw, that project power even in ruin. Her face is a flawless, unreadable mask, but it's the kind I see on family members in the ER, right before they completely shatter. Her father steps toward her, murmuring something I can't hear, but she gives a small, sharp shake of her head. She's all business. My admiration for her composure is a bitter pill. The walk to the car is a masterclass in public deception. Charles and Marcus flank us, a phalanx of security clearing the way through a back corridor. We emerge into the harsh light of day, and the press, having anticipated this move, descends like vultures. Dr. Dawson, is this a surprise to you? Councilwoman, what does this mean for your campaign? Is it true Jonathan fled the country? We say nothing. I put a hand on the small of her back, a gesture that feels both proprietary and like a complete lie. The fabric of her ridiculous multi-thousand-dollar dress is cool and smooth beneath my palm. She doesn't flinch. She doesn't lean in. She just moves forward, her spine ramrod straight, her chin high. A queen indeed. The door of the black Bentley closes, encasing us in a tomb of quilted leather and funereal silence. My uncle taps on the window, gives me a nod of grim satisfaction, and then we are pulling away from the curb, leaving the circus behind. The silence inside the car is louder than the chaos outside. It's a thick, suffocating thing, heavy with everything that hasn't been said. I stare out the window, watching the city slide by. A blur of brick and glass and people living normal, unimploded lives. My pager is silent in my pocket, a minor miracle. The last thing I need is a multi-car pileup on the interstate to make this day even more surreal. She sits perfectly still on her side of the car, her hands folded in her lap over a bouquet of dead white flowers. She hasn't looked at me once since we signed that godforsaken piece of paper. The scent of lilies from the bouquet is cloying, and I crack the window, letting the city's exhaust fumes and the distant wail of a siren cut through the perfume. We're halfway to my penthouse before she finally speaks. Why? The word is quiet, but it lands like a punch. I turn to look at her. Her face is angled toward me, and for the very first time, the mask has a crack in it. Not sadness, not anger, just a raw, unflinching curiosity, the look of a strategist trying to understand her opponent's move. I scrub a hand over my jaw, the rasp of stubble loud in the quiet car. I could lie. I could invent some story about admiring her from afar, about doing the noble thing. It would be nonsense, and a woman like her would smell it a mile away. Because it was going to be someone eventually, I say, my voice flat. And my family, Charles specifically, was never going to let me choose for myself. Her brow furrows slightly. She's listening. For the past 2 years, I continue, looking back out the window, my uncle has been parading a series of suitable women in front of me. Daughters of senators, shipping magnates, tech billionaires. All perfectly bred, perfectly boring, and all part of some larger strategic alliance he's cooked up in his head. Marrying one of them was my future, whether I liked it or not. I drag a hand through my hair, the familiar gesture doing nothing to ease the knot of tension in my neck. It was a constant low-grade war, dinners, charity events, surprise introductions, a siege. I finally turned back to her. This arrangement ends the siege. It gets him off my back. He got what he wanted. A Dawson married to a Barkley. Now he'll leave me the hell alone to do my job. In a messed up backward way. This is the cleanest path to getting my life back. She processes this, her dark eyes analytical. She isn't offended that my reasoning has absolutely nothing to do with her. If anything, she seems to appreciate the honesty. So this is a transaction for you, she states. Not a question. Isn't it for you? I counter. A flicker of something, acknowledgement maybe, crosses her face. My career was just publicly executed. This was the only deal on the table to resuscitate the corpse. The gallows humor in her tone is unexpected, and for some reason it makes the corner of my mouth twitch. The car pulls into the private garage beneath my building. The silence descends again as the elevator whisks us upward in hermetically sealed quiet. The doors open directly into my penthouse, and the view hits you first. A floor-to-ceiling panoramic vista of the city skyline. The space is exactly like my life before she entered it. Minimalist, clean, expensive, and empty. A charcoal gray sofa, a glass coffee table, a a single bottle of bourbon on the bar. It's a place designed for solitude, not for a wife. Especially not a wife in a wedding dress. She looks like a beautiful, out-of-place ghost in my sterile world. She walks toward the window, the train of her dress whispering against the polished concrete floor. So what now? Now we set the terms of the transaction, I say, shrugging out of my suit jacket and tossing it on a chair. I head to the bar and pour 2 glasses of bourbon, neat. I hand one to her. She takes it, her fingers brushing mine. A spark of static, of heat, zings up my arm. I yank my hand back like I've been burned. Do not engage. It's the surgeon in me, identifying a complication before it becomes a crisis. I lean against the bar, putting a safe distance between us. This is a business arrangement. A contract. We will present a united front in public. In private, we live separate lives. There are 2 master suites in this apartment. You can take the one at the east end. It has a better view of the sunrise. Okay, she says, her voice quiet as she sips the bourbon. She doesn't even flinch at the strength of it. We need an end date, I continue, pressing my advantage, needing to nail down the coffin of this arrangement before that spark of heat can catch fire. An exit strategy. This isn't a life sentence. She turns from the window to face me, her expression unreadable. What do you propose? You want to be mayor? That's the prize you were trying to secure today. So, we stay married until you win. We give it 3 years. Enough time to build a solid public narrative, win the election, and get you securely into your first term. After that, we file for a quiet, amicable divorce. Irreconcilable differences. No drama. No press. Just a clean break. I watch her, expecting a negotiation. A counteroffer. Another woman might have cried. Another woman might have screamed about the injustice of it all. Courtney Barkley does neither. She takes another sip of her drink, her intelligent eyes holding mine over the rim of the glass. She gives a single, decisive nod. 3 years, she agrees, her voice as crisp and cool as the ice I should have put in the damn drinks. It's a deal. She places the half-empty glass on the bar, the click of it against the marble surface echoing in the cavernous room. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go take a shower and get out of this ridiculous dress. She turns and walks toward the hallway I indicated, her posture perfect, her resolve absolute. I watch her go, the train of her wedding dress trailing behind her like the ghost of a life that will never happen. My admiration for her is no longer grudging. It's a sharp, painful, and deeply inconvenient thing. And it feels like the most dangerous complication of all.
Chapter 5. Courtney. I wake up to the unfamiliar sight of a gray, misty sunrise over the city skyline. For a single, blissful second, I don't know where I am. The sheets are cool and ridiculously soft against my skin. The air smells of nothing at all. A sterile, filtered emptiness. And the silence is absolute. My eyes land on the wedding dress. It's a crumpled ivory ghost slumped over a minimalist black leather armchair in the corner. $1 million casualty. And the memories of the last 12 hours crash down on me like a physical blow. The cathedral. A man's desperate, life-destroying shout. The cold, suffocating sacristy. The grim, silent ceremony in the bishop's study. The stranger's hand in mine. My husband. A wave of nausea rolls through me, hot and acidic. I press the heels of my hands into my eyes, trying to block out the image of Isaac Dawson's resentful, resigned face. This isn't real. It can't be. This is a nightmare from which I will momentarily wake, but the sheets are still cool. The silence is still absolute, and the dress is still there. My phone lies on the nightstand, a sleek black rectangle of impending doom. I've been avoiding it. I know what's waiting for me on that screen, a digital crucifixion, but avoiding it is a luxury I can't afford. Information is ammunition, and right now, I'm walking onto a battlefield completely unarmed. I take a big breath, swing my legs out of bed. I'm wearing a ridiculously large, soft gray t-shirt that I assume belongs to Isaac, a fact I refuse to dwell on, and pick up the phone. The screen illuminates, and the world explodes. 347 text messages, 112 missed calls, a tidal wave of notifications from every news app known to man. My thumb hovers, then taps on the first news alert. The Daily Chronicle, Barkley, wedding bombshell, councilwoman jilted at altar in shocking scandal. I swipe to the next one. City Gazette. Who's that guy? Jonathan Dawson's secret husband crashes society wedding of the year. The next. Politics. Today, is this the end of Courtney Barkley? Political rival circle. As his career implodes, my stomach plummets. A sickening lurch that leaves me hollow. They're using the word duped. They're calling me a victim. Charles Dawson's words echo in my head, a prophecy already come true. I feel a frantic, helpless rage building in my chest, and my thumbnail starts a rapid-fire drumming against my front tooth. I force myself to stop. Control the narrative, Courtney. Control it, or it will swallow you whole. A sharp, insistent knocking sound echoes from the front of the penthouse. I freeze, my heart hammering. Is it the press? How did they get up here? I hear movement from the other side of the apartment. Then Isaac's low, annoyed voice. I've got it. The sound of the heavy front door opening is followed by a voice I'd recognize anywhere, laced with pure fury. You have 60 seconds to tell me where she is before I start screaming bloody murder and give the reporters downstairs a brand new headline. Lena. Relief washes through me, so potent it makes me dizzy. I walk out of the bedroom and into the vast minimalist living room just as Lena storms past Isaac. She's holding a tray with 2 large coffees in one hand and a black garment bag in the other. Her magenta hair looks like a slash of rebellion against the apartment's muted gray tones. She stops dead when she sees me, her sharp eyes raking over me from the borrowed t-shirt to my bare feet on the cold concrete floor. Isaac closes the door behind her, a silent, brooding presence. Jesus, Court, Lena breathes, setting the coffees down on the glass table. Are you okay? You better be. I have to talk to someone I'd rather not mention his name to get in this place because you've been unreachable. I'm fine, I lie. The word tastes like ash. Nonsense, she snaps. Her loyalty, a beautiful, terrible thing. I've already fielded calls from your father, the DNC chair, and that scumbag Miller's office, undoubtedly calling to gloat. The entire world is on fire. You are not fine. She shoves a coffee into my hands. It's black, scalding, and perfect. I brought you clothes, your favorite power suit. Figured you didn't want to do our first crisis meeting in a man's t-shirt. She shoots a venomous look at Isaac. Talk to me, she demands. What the hell happened after they dragged you out of there? I give her the condensed version. The sacristy, Charles's insane, brutally logical proposal. The deal, the swift, silent ceremony. Lena listens without interrupting, her expression shifting from outrage to horrified disbelief. When I finish, she just stares at me, her mouth slightly agape. So you married him, she says flatly, gesturing with her coffee cup toward Isaac, who is now leaning against the bar, watching us with a guarded expression. The other one, the bad boy surgeon. It was the only move I had left, I say, my voice hard. Victim or victor, I chose. We need to talk, Isaac says, his voice a low, gravelly rasp. He's not looking at Lena. His eyes are on me. No, Lena mutters, pulling her tablet from her oversized bag. The internet seems to think so too. She taps the screen, and a news report from this morning fills the air. My face, frozen in shock at the altar, is plastered across the screen. I can't watch it. I turn away, my stomach clenching. Turn it off. We can't turn it off, Courtney. That's the whole point. Lena's voice is sharp with urgency. This is the narrative. We need to counter it now. She's right, Isaac says, pouring himself a mug of coffee. He leans against the counter, cradling the mug in his hands, a surgeon's hands, steady and precise. So what's the new story? What are we telling them? I look at him, surprised by his directness. He's not hiding. He's treating this like a diagnosis, a problem to be solved. The politician in me takes over. The familiar armor of strategy sliding into place. The story is the one your uncle wrote. I discovered the truth about Jonathan's deception. I couldn't go through with it. You and we've had a private connection for a while now. When the truth came out, you were there. I made the stronger choice. Lena is typing furiously on her tablet. It's thin, Court. Private connection? They'll dig into every second of your lives for the last 5 years. They'll find nothing. They don't have to find anything, Isaac says, and we both turn to look at him. They just have to believe it's plausible. We don't give them details. We give them a feeling. He takes a sip of his coffee, his eyes on me. We say we met at a charity event months ago. We had a conversation that stuck with both of us, and we became friends. There was an undeniable spark, but the timing was wrong. You were with my cousin. We kept it respectful. Then yesterday, when the world fell apart, that spark was the only thing that made sense. Lena and I are both silent, staring at him. It's good. It's really good. Vague enough to be unprovable, but specific enough to sound authentic. My thumbnail taps slowly against my tooth. It's a solid framework, I admit. We'll need more, Lena insists. We need to leak a story about Jonathan's financial problems, frame him as a con artist, discredit him completely. And we need to get you two out in public, looking in love. She says the last 2 words like they taste like poison. Agreed, I say, my mind racing. A quiet dinner somewhere this week? A candid-looking photo? We need to control the images. We spend the next hour like that. A bizarre crisis management team. It's tense, but it's also effective. We work well together. The thought is deeply unsettling. Lena stands up, gathering her things. Okay, I'll start spinning, and I'll have movers bring over the essentials from your condo tomorrow. Guess you live here now. The words hover in the air, a stark reminder of the new reality. Just as she says it, Isaac's phone buzzes on the counter. He glances at the screen, and the cynical mask he wears slips for a second. A look of pure annoyance crosses his face. He answers, his voice clipped. Charles? My blood runs cold. He listens, his back to us. No, I understand the urgency. Another pause. Yes, she's here. He turns, his tired blue eyes finding mine. He holds the phone out to me. It's for you, he says. Your father-in-law. He's booked us an exclusive interview. Live. My heart stops. When Isaac's expression is grim. Tomorrow morning on Good Morning America.
Chapter 6. Isaac. The green room at the Good Morning America studio smells like hairspray, stale coffee, and desperation. It's a scent I'm intimately familiar with from the family waiting areas in the ICU. The only difference is the lighting is better here. Lena is pacing a trench in the plush carpet, firing last-minute talking points at us like a general before a beach landing. Remember, you're a team. You finish each other's sentences. You touch. On the hand, on the knee. Nothing overtly sexual, just comfortable intimacy. Dr. Dawson, for the love of God, try not to look like you're about to perform a root canal on the host. I ignore her, focusing on the monitor showing a segment about a golden retriever that can surf. It feels more grounded in reality than anything happening in this room. Courtney, on the other hand, is an island of preternatural calm. She's in a sharp, cobalt blue dress that Lena brought yesterday, a power suit in dress form. She sits perfectly still in the makeup chair as a woman dabs powder on her face. Her hands are resting in her lap. Her posture is perfect. If she's nervous, she's hiding it better than any patient I've ever prepped for open-heart surgery. My own stomach is a knot of cold dread. I've faced down reporters before, usually after some high-profile trauma case. But this is different. This isn't about medicine. It's about selling a lie. A lie. Our lie. A producer with a headset and an unnervingly cheerful smile pops her head in. 5 minutes, folks. So, you guys look great. America is going to love you. Lena looks like she's about to vomit. I feel the same. Courtney opens her eyes. She meets my gaze in the mirror, her dark eyes clear and steady. Ready for your close-up, doctor? There's no humor in her voice. It's a question about my competence. Can you do this? Can you hold up your end of the bargain? Just tell me which lies we're telling, I say, my voice flat. A flicker of something, not a smile, but an acknowledgement, crosses her face. The ones that save us. We're led onto the set. It's a blinding assault of bright lights, plasma screens, and the saccharine sweet smile of the host, a famously empathetic journalist named Sarah Jenkins. We sit on a plush white sofa that feels designed to swallow you whole. I instinctively put some distance between us, and Courtney, without looking at me, subtly closes the gap, her knee brushing against mine. A jolt, hot and electric, shoots up my leg. A reminder. We're a team. The countdown ends. The floor manager points, and Sarah Jenkins turns her 1,000-watt smile on us. We are back with Councilwoman Courtney Barkley and, in a surprise to the whole country, her new husband, the renowned trauma surgeon Dr. Isaac Dawson. Thank you both for being here on such short notice. Thank you for having us, Sarah, Courtney says, her voice as smooth and warm as honey. The transformation is instantaneous. The tense, strategic woman from the green room is gone. In her place is a radiant, confident public figure. She's a goddamn supernova. Sarah leans forward, her expression a perfect blend of sympathy and journalistic curiosity. Courtney, the whole world saw the events that unfolded at your wedding the other day. It was a shocking, and I have to imagine, deeply painful moment. Can you tell us what was going on through your mind? Here we go. The spin. Courtney's expression turns somber but not victimized. She looks directly into the camera. It was, without a doubt, one of the most disorienting moments of my life, she says, her voice imbued with a raw honesty that is completely fabricated. To find out that the person you thought you knew, the future you thought you had, was all based on a profound deception, it's a difficult thing to process. She pauses, letting the weight of the words land, a masterclass in timing. But in that chaos, she continues, turning to look at me, her eyes soft and full of a warmth that absolutely was not there 5 minutes ago. There was also a moment of absolute clarity. Sarah turns to me, her eyes alight with the thrill of a new, even better story. Dr. Dawson, the whole country is asking the same question. Your family. You were at the wedding. What made you step into such a public and complicated situation? This is it. My turn on the tightrope. I can feel the weight of 1 million viewers' judgment. Don't mess this up. I take Courtney's hand, lacing my fingers with hers. It's a calculated move, but the jolt it sends through me is dangerously real. It is complicated, I begin, looking at Sarah. And it's something we've kept private for a long time for obvious reasons. I look at Courtney, forcing a soft, fond smile. The truth is, I've admired Courtney for a long time. We met at a hospital fundraiser a few months ago, and we just clicked. We became friends. A real friendship, one I valued more than I can say. I can see the flicker of surprise in Courtney's eyes, but she is a consummate professional. Her hand squeezes mine, playing her part. But a friendship can be a complicated thing, I continue, letting a note of vulnerability seep into my voice. Especially when you start to realize your feelings are becoming something more. I had to respect her relationship with my cousin, so I kept my distance. I told myself that her being happy was all that mattered, even if it wasn't with me. I take a deep, slow breath as if I'm really feeling my words. When the truth came out in that church, I say, my voice low, and I saw her standing there, enduring that humiliation. It wasn't a choice. There was no calculation. It was just an imperative. The woman I cared about was in trouble, and I couldn't stand by and do nothing. The world might have seen a scandal, but all I saw was a chance to finally be there for her in the way I'd always wanted to be. The studio is silent. Sarah looks utterly captivated. She turns her gaze, now full of a new romantic understanding, to Courtney. Courtney, this is an incredible revelation. Did you have any idea about his feelings? Courtney looks at me, and for a second, I see the real woman behind the mask, shocked, maybe even impressed by the audacity of my performance. Then the politician returns, but her performance is different now. It's softer. I knew I had a good friend in Isaac, she says, her voice thick with manufactured emotion. He was someone I could have a real conversation with, someone who challenged me. She gives a small, watery laugh. He was also the most stubborn, cynical man I had ever met. The studio audience chuckles. I was so focused on the future I was building, she continues, her gaze unwavering on mine, that I think I refused to see what was right in front of me. When everything fell apart, it was terrifying. But then I looked across that room and I saw Isaac, and it was the only thing in the world that felt solid. The only thing that felt true. And I realized my friendship with him. My admiration for him. That was real. And maybe it was time to choose what was real instead of what was planned. It's brilliant. A perfect volley. She didn't just play along, she elevated the entire narrative. Sarah Jenkins looks like she's about to cry. Well, what started as a story of heartbreak has clearly become a story of unexpected triumph. Councilwoman Courtney Barclay Dawson. The new name hangs in the air, heavy and strange. And Dr. Isaac Dawson, thank you for sharing your incredible and very brave story with us. And cut! A voice yells. The spell is broken. The bright lights dim slightly. Courtney's hand pulls away from mine, the warmth vanishing, leaving a cold spot in its place. We are back to being two strangers who just committed perjury on national television. As we stand up, a producer rushes over, gushing. Lena is already striding toward us, her face a mixture of relief and disbelief. You two are terrifyingly good at that. We survived, Courtney says, her voice back to its cool, businesslike tone. We walk off the set, the applause of the small studio audience fading behind us. As we turn into the quiet, blessedly dim hallway, our hands accidentally brush. It's a tiny, insignificant contact, but it feels like a lightning strike. She pulls her hand back as quickly as I do, her eyes meeting mine for a fraction of a second. There's a new awareness there, a silent acknowledgement of the lie we just told, and how dangerously close to the truth it felt. Lena is already tapping at her phone. Okay, that was phase 1. Charles is ecstatic, by the way. She looks up from her screen, her expression suddenly grim. But that interview just triggered phase 2. We have a new problem. My stomach tightens. What is it? Courtney is already there, her political instincts firing on all cylinders. Miller. Lena shakes her head. Worse. She turns her phone so we can both see the screen. It's an alert from a credible news source. The headline reads, Federal agent seen entering law offices of Dawson family patriarch, Charles Dawson. Source cites connection to Jonathan Dawson's finances and the Barclay mayoral campaign. The words linger in the air, a death sentence. Damn, Lena breathes. I look at Courtney. The mask is back, but I can see the frantic calculation in her eyes. The fire we thought we were putting out has just jumped the firewall. And now, it's a wildfire.
Got 30 minutes? Then, baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. Get your heart broken, and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing the Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 7. Courtney. The world narrows to the glowing screen of Lena's phone. The words are stark, black and white, a digital guillotine poised to drop. Federal agents seen entering law offices of Dawson family patriarch Charles Dawson. Source cites connection to Jonathan Dawson's finances. In the Barkley mayoral campaign. My blood runs cold. Not a slow chill, but a sudden, violent plunge in temperature, as if my veins have been flash frozen. The calculated triumph of the interview, the fragile hope that we could actually spin this disaster, all of it evaporates in the face of this new, infinitely more dangerous reality. The political scandal was a wildfire. This is the asteroid. Damn, Lena breathes. The word a small lost sound in the sterile hallway. I look at Isaac. The detached, cynical mask he wears so well is gone. In its place, a grim, focused intensity I haven't seen before. The look of a surgeon assessing a catastrophic, multi-system trauma. He's not looking at the headline anymore. He's looking at me. "We need to go," he says, his voice low and clipped. "Now?" The ride back to the apartment is a masterclass in controlled chaos. Lena is in the front passenger seat of the Bentley, her phone pressed to her ear, her voice a low, urgent murmur as she talks to our legal team. I'm in the back with Isaac. The wide leather seat between us feels like a mile-wide chasm of ice. The adrenaline from the interview has been replaced by a deep, vibrating dread. My nail finds my tooth, a frantic, desperate tap I can't seem to stop. Tap, 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 tap. He's not answering, Lena says, ending a call with a frustrated sigh. Charles. His office isn't picking up. He's lawyered up and gone to ground. She immediately hits another number on her screen. And I just spoke to your father. He's spinning out, already talking about holding a press conference. I told him what Isaac said. No statements. Stand down until we have a real lawyer in the room. I don't think he liked taking orders, but he agreed to wait. Of course, Charles has gone to ground. The patriarch protecting the king, even if it means sacrificing the queen he just acquired. So we're on our own, I state. It's not a question. For now, Lena says, her eyes meeting mine in the rearview mirror. But our legal team is already on it. We need to get ahead of this. No, Isaac cuts in, his voice startlingly firm. We both look at him. No statements, not until we know exactly what we're dealing with. A statement right now is like screaming in the dark. It just tells the predators where you are. He's right. His cold, clinical logic cuts through my political instinct to spin. This isn't a narrative anymore. It's a federal case. When we get back to the penthouse, the stunning view of the city feels different. Before it was a symbol of power, of conquest. Now, the floor-to-ceiling windows just make me feel exposed, a specimen in a glass box for the entire world to watch squirm. Lena starts pacing, firing off texts. Okay, first things first, we need to understand your exposure. Every document you ever signed with Jonathan, every joint account, every investment. The sharp, insistent buzz of the intercom cuts her off. We all freeze. My heart gives a single hard thump against my ribs. Isaac crosses the room and presses the button, his voice a low growl. Yes? The doorman's voice, tinny and professional, crackles through the speaker. Dr. Dawson, my apologies for the intrusion. There are 2 gentlemen here to see Councilwoman Barkley. They say it's a federal matter. Ice floods my veins. The air leaves my body in a sharp, soundless hiss. It's happening. Right here. Right now. Isaac's eyes find mine across the room. There's a question in them. I give a single, almost imperceptible nod. My hand clenches into a fist at my side, my nails digging into my palm. Send them up, Isaac says, his voice devoid of any emotion. The next 60 seconds are the longest of my life. Lena looks pale, her bravado gone. I walk to the bar and pour myself a glass of water, my hand shockingly steady. I need to be in control. I need to be Councilwoman Barkley, not the terrified woman whose life is burning down around her. The elevator dings softly, announcing their arrival. Isaac opens the door. 2 men in dark conservative suits step inside. They are a study in contrast. The older one is tall and stooped, with a world-weary face and sad hound dog eyes. The younger one is shorter, built like a fire hydrant, with a sharp, intelligent face and eyes that don't miss a thing. They radiate a quiet, unassailable authority. The older one flashes a badge. Agent Thompson, FBI. This is Agent Rossi. Councilwoman Barkley. I'm Courtney Barkley, I say, my voice cool and even. I gesture to the sofa. Please? They don't sit. They stand in the room, turning the cavernous space into a small, claustrophobic interrogation box. Lena and Isaac stand off to the side, silent, wary sentinels. We appreciate you seeing us on such short notice, Agent Thompson says, his voice a gravelly monotone. We just have a few questions for you regarding your former fiancé, Mr. Jonathan Dawson. I'll answer what I can, I say, keeping my tone cooperative, neutral. Agent Rossi, the younger one, speaks for the first time. His voice is sharper, more direct. Councilwoman, were you aware of Mr. Dawson's business dealings, specifically a series of shell corporations registered offshore? My relationship with Jonathan was personal, not professional. I say, the lie smooth and practiced. I was not privy to the details of his business. Is that your signature? Rossi asks, holding up a tablet. On the screen is a document, a company charter, and there at the bottom is my name, my perfect, flawless signature, clear as day, appointing me as a board member of a company I have never heard of. My blood turns to static in my veins. My mouth goes dry. I have no memory of signing that. You were a board member of 3 such companies, Rossi continues, his eyes boring into me, all of which we have discovered were used to launder several $1 million. Some of that money, it appears, was funneled directly into your primary mayoral campaign fund as an anonymous donation. The room starts to tilt. This is a nightmare, a carefully constructed, inescapable nightmare. Jonathan didn't just use my name. He tied a goddamn anchor around my neck. We understand this is a lot to take in, Agent Thompson says, his tone softening with what feels like practiced sympathy. Which is why, at this time, you are not under arrest. The relief is so sudden and sharp it almost makes my knees buckle. However, Rossi adds, the word a steel blade. Given your name's appearance on these documents and the direct financial link to your campaign, we are officially informing you that you are a person of interest in an ongoing federal investigation into conspiracy, tax fraud, and money laundering. Person of interest. The words hang suspended in the air, radioactive. It's the death knell. In politics, the accusation is the conviction. My career, the one I just performed a shocking act of public theater to save, is over. This time for good. They ask a few more questions, which I deflect with the practiced skill of a politician, all while my world is dissolving into chaos behind my eyes. Finally, they turn to leave. "We'll be in touch, Councilwoman," Agent Thompson says at the door. Rossi adds the final nail in the coffin. "A word of advice? Don't leave town." The door clicks shut behind them, the sound echoing in the sudden, crushing silence. Lena is whispering my name, but I can't hear her. I'm staring at the door, at the spot where they just stood. My entire life, every calculated move, every sacrifice, has led me to this room, to this moment of absolute ruin. The carefully constructed dam of my composure finally breaks. A single ragged breath shudders out of me, and my carefully steady hand starts to shake. The glass of water trembles, the water sloshing over the rim, cold and sharp against my skin. Before I can drop it, another hand closes over mine, strong, steady, and warm. Isaac. He takes the glass from my trembling fingers and sets it on the bar without a sound. He doesn't say, "It's going to be okay." He doesn't offer any empty platitudes. He just stands there, his presence a solid, unmoving wall in the wreckage of my life, his eyes holding mine. And in them I don't see pity. I see something else. Something like a promise.
Chapter 8. Isaac. The door closes, and the sound is like a hammer blow in the sudden, crushing silence of the penthouse. My hand is still covering hers, my fingers wrapped around the cold, trembling fist she's made. For a second, I forget how to breathe. I'm back in the OR after a 20-hour surgery, the moment after you finally stop the bleeding and the patient is stable. But the room is a war zone of blood and discarded instruments. It's that same feeling. The crisis is over, but the damage is absolute. Lena is the first to move. "Damn," she whispers, her voice a ghost in the cavernous room. "Courtney? Cord, say something." But Courtney isn't saying anything. She's staring at the door, her beautiful face a mask of shattered porcelain. Her breathing is shallow, her dark eyes wide and unfocused. I've seen this look 100 times. Shock. The body's final defense mechanism before it completely shuts down. Something inside me snaps. It's a hot, violent, and completely unfamiliar feeling. A possessive, white-hot rage that has little to do with my family's reputation or the sanctity of our nonsense deal. This is something else. Something primal. Jonathan didn't just ruin her wedding. He didn't just scam my family. He did this. He took this brilliant, powerful, infuriatingly resilient woman and broke her. You stood by and let it happen. The thought is a scalpel in my gut. This whole mess started with the Dawson, and it's my name she's wearing now. My responsibility, that's what this is. A surgeon's instinct to fix what's broken. It has very little to do with the warmth of her skin under my hand, or the sudden, savage need to hunt my cousin down and personally rearrange his pretty face. Nothing at all. I gently pry the water glass from her fingers before she crushes it and set it on the bar. My voice, when I speak, is the same one I use in the ER calm, commanding, devoid of emotion. "Lena," I say, not taking my eyes off Courtney, "get her some water." Lena, to her credit, just nods and moves, her usual sarcastic fire banked by the gravity of the moment. I turn my full attention to Courtney. "Courtney, look at me." Her eyes slowly focus on mine. They're vast and dark and full of a terror she's trying so hard to conceal. "This is not over," I say, the words a flat, hard promise. "This is a diagnosis. It's a bad one, but it's not a death sentence. Now we treat it." A single tear escapes and tracks a silent path down her cheek. She wipes it away with a sharp, angry gesture, as if infuriated by the weakness. "Treat it with what?" she whispers, her voice raw. They have my signature. They have my campaign. They have me. My life is over. They have a forgery and they have a fight on their hands, I say. I pull out my phone, my mind already running through a Rolodex of names, of favors owed, of desperate people I've pulled back from the brink. My influence isn't in my family's money, it's in the currency of saved lives. It's time to make a withdrawal. I turn my back to them, walking toward the window and punching in the first number. It's the personal cell of a man whose son I spent 12 hours reconstructing after a motorcycle accident. A man who happens to be the most connected private investigator in the city. Milo, I say when he answers. It's Isaac Dawson. Yes, he's doing great. Listen, I need something. I need everything you can find on my cousin, Jonathan Dawson, and a man named Marco Valentin. I hang up and dial the next number. The recipient is a federal judge whose wife I performed an emergency aortic dissection on 2 years ago. No one on call was skilled enough to do the surgery. They pulled me from my bed after a 20-hour operation. Judge Miller, it's Isaac Dawson. I need a name. The best, most ruthless white-collar criminal defense attorney in this city. Someone who eats federal prosecutors for breakfast. He doesn't hesitate. Amelia Vance. They call her the Shark. Getting her is the hard part. I'll make a call. You'll owe me. I already do, I say and hang up. I can feel Courtney's and Lena's eyes on my back. I don't care. I'm in my element. This is triage. Stop the bleeding. Stabilize the patient. Attack the injury. I make 2 more calls, leveraging a saved CEO for his forensic accounting team and a grateful city official for a quiet look into agents Thompson and Rossi. I dial the last number, Amelia Vance's direct line. A woman with a voice like polished steel answers on the first ring. Vance? This is Dr. Isaac Dawson. Judge Miller suggested I call. I have a client for you. I choose my clients, doctor, she says, her tone unimpressed. My wife is Councilwoman Courtney Barkley, I say, the word wife feeling both foreign and fiercely correct on my tongue. This morning she was named a person of interest in a federal fraud and money laundering case. The evidence is fabricated, and the situation is complex. You'll find it's exactly the kind of challenge you enjoy. There's a pause on the other end of the line. I can almost hear the gears turning in her mind, the shark smelling blood in the water. The penthouse at the Olympian Tower, I say. I'll be there in an hour, she replies after a beat of silence. The line goes dead. I finally turn around. Lena is staring at me, her mouth hanging open. Courtney is standing by the bar, her arms wrapped around herself, watching me with a look of stunned, wary disbelief. The terror in her eyes has been replaced by something else. Confusion. I scrub a hand through my hair, the stress of the last hour finally hitting me. This wasn't part of the deal, I say, voice rough. Being your public-facing husband is one thing. Letting my family's nonsense land you in a federal prison is another. I walk over to the bar and pour myself a bourbon, the one I should have had this morning. I toss it back, the burn a welcome, clarifying fire in my chest. I look at her, at this stranger who is my wife, at this woman who is currently the epicenter of my entire world, whether I like it or not. I've hired you a lawyer, I state, the words a simple fact. Her name is Amelia Vance. She's the best there is. She'll be here in an hour to start building our defense. She just stares at me, her beautiful, intelligent face a canvas of conflicting emotions. The politician in her is likely screaming that this is a power play, another move by a Dawson to control her. But the woman, the terrified, exhausted woman underneath, looks at me with a raw vulnerability that hits me harder than any bourbon. Why? She asks, her voice barely a whisper. Because, I say, meeting her gaze and giving her the only truth I have left. I'm the doctor on call, and you're the patient. And I'll be damned if I lose my patience.
Chapter 9. Courtney. The penthouse has transformed from a sterile bachelor pad into a war room. For the past 4 days, I've existed on stale coffee, adrenaline, and approximately 6 hours of sleep. Half-eaten takeout containers litter the massive marble island. Legal documents are stacked in precarious towers on the coffee table. A massive whiteboard, commandeered from my campaign headquarters, is covered in a spider web of names, timelines, and financial connections, all mapping the vast, intricate fraud Jonathan created. It's a monument to betrayal, sketched out in red and black dry erase marker. This has been my life. A relentless, exhausting cycle of interviews with our new lawyer, Amelia Vance, forensic accountants, and the private investigator Isaac hired. Amelia is a shark in a $4,000 suit. Her mind is sharp and merciless as a scalpel. She's the best, and she knows it. We are a 4-person siege unit. Me, the politician fighting for her life, Lena, the loyal and ferocious chief of staff, Amelia, the legal mastermind, and Isaac. Isaac has been a revelation. His pager, usually a constant source of interruption, has been silent on the kitchen counter for 4 days. His phone doesn't ring with urgent calls from the ER. He's just here. Lena had asked him about it yesterday, her voice laced with suspicion as she watched him pour me a coffee I hadn't asked for, but desperately needed. Don't you have people to save, doctor? Or does the hospital run itself when you're not around? He hadn't even looked up from what he was doing. I have years of vacation time saved up. The hospital's chief of staff was shocked when I finally decided to use some of it. I believe his exact words were, "It's a goddamn miracle." He'd said it so casually, as if taking a leave of absence was the most normal thing in the world, but I knew what it meant. I'd seen the profiles written about him, the brilliant workaholic surgeon who lived at the hospital more than he lived anywhere else. A man who defines himself by his work had walked away from it, without hesitation. For me, the weight of that knowledge is a constant, unnerving pressure in my mind. "It's time," Amelia says now, snapping a file shut with a sound that makes us all jump. She stands before the whiteboard, her arms crossed. "We've done enough defense. We have a plausible counter-narrative and enough evidence of forgery to cast serious doubt on the prosecution's case. Now, we go on offense." Lena looks up from her laptop. "What are you suggesting?" "A press conference," Amelia says, her eyes on me. "Today. You can't hide in this tower forever, Councilwoman. The narrative out there is that you're in a bunker, guilty as sin. You need to get in front of the cameras and change that narrative yourself." Ice floods my veins, but it's a familiar, almost welcome sensation. This is my arena. "I agree," I say, my voice steady. "What's our angle?" "You are the victim of a sophisticated con artist," Amelia says, her voice crisp. "A man who not only betrayed you personally, but used your good name and reputation to commit federal crimes. You are cooperating fully with the investigation to bring him to justice. You have nothing to hide. You are strong. You are defiant. And you are not dropping out of the mayoral race." Isaac, who has been quietly observing from a chair in the corner, speaks. "And what about the Dawson connection? They'll try to tie her to Charles?" "We meet it head on," Amelia says. "Dr. Dawson will be right there by your side, a picture of solidarity. His presence says more than words. It says that the good Dawson, the one who saves lives, stands with his wife against the crimes of the bad Dawson. It's a solid strategy, a high-risk, high-reward gambit. An hour later, I'm standing in front of the mirror in my bedroom, dressed in a charcoal gray suit that screams authority. My hair is pulled back in a severe, elegant bun. My makeup is flawless. I am the image of unbreakable composure. It's a complete and total lie. My heart is slamming against my ribs, and my hands have a fine tremor I can't seem to control. A soft knock sounds at the door. Courtney, it's Isaac. Come in, I say, voice a little too tight. He steps inside, holding 2 cups of coffee. He's wearing a dark, perfectly tailored suit that makes him look less like a surgeon and more like the powerful man he is. He looks at me, his gaze taking in my suit, my hair, the rigid set of my shoulders. You look like you're about to face a firing squad, he says, his voice quiet. Isn't that what this is? I reply, attempting a lightness I don't feel. He walks over and hands me a coffee. Our fingers brush, and that same infuriating spark of electricity arcs between us. I quickly pull my hand back, my carefully constructed composure threatening to crack. No, he says, his blue eyes serious. This is you taking back your power. I've seen you work for the last 4 days. You're the smartest person in that room, including the high-priced lawyer. You know the facts better than anyone. Just go out there and be you. He pauses, a faint, almost smile touching his lips. The terrifyingly competent, take no prisoners version. That's the one they're not ready for. His confidence in me is a strange, unnerving thing. It feels more real than any of the pretty lies Jonathan ever whispered in my ear. The press conference is held in a ballroom at the Olympian. The walk from the elevator to the podium is the longest 50 yards of my life. The moment the doors open, we're hit by a wall of sound and light, the cacophony of 100 reporters shouting my name, the blinding, relentless flash of cameras. It's a physical assault, designed to intimidate, to overwhelm. I falter for a split second, the sheer force of their hostility threatening to swallow me whole. I feel a hand on the small of my back. Isaac. His touch is firm, steady, a solid point of heat in the cold chaos. It's not a gesture for the cameras. We're not in their line of sight yet. It's just for me, a silent message. I'm here. You're not alone. I take a deep breath, straighten my shoulders, and walk forward. I step up to the podium. The shouting dies down to a low, hungry rumble. I look out at the sea of faces, the cameras, the microphones, the sharks waiting for a single drop of blood in the water. The fear is still there, a cold knot in my stomach, but something else is there too. A flicker of something I haven't felt in days. Hope. With Isaac a solid presence just behind my right shoulder, I grip the sides of the podium, lean into the microphone, and begin to fight back. And for the very first time, I think we might actually survive this.
Chapter 10. Isaac. The press conference was a tactical victory, a temporary tourniquet on a hemorrhaging public image. According to Lena, the polling numbers stabilized. The narrative in the press shifted from scandal-plagued victim to resilient fighter. We won the news cycle, but winning the news cycle doesn't mean anything to a federal prosecutor with a stack of forged documents. Public opinion can't stop a grand jury indictment. So the battlefront changed. We moved from the court of public opinion to the only one that actually matters. And the fight for Courtney's freedom has consumed every waking second for the last 14 days. For 2 weeks, my pristine, minimalist penthouse has been a war room. The stunning view of the city is obscured by a massive whiteboard covered in Amelia Vance's sharp, aggressive handwriting. Stacks of legal documents and financial reports have replaced the art books on my coffee table. The air, once sterile and silent, now carries the constant scent of stale coffee and the low murmur of hushed, strategic phone calls. My life has been reduced to this single high-stakes battle, and I've never felt less in control. I watch her now, leaning over the dining table that's buried under files. It's almost 2 a.m. Her hair is piled in a messy bun, and she's wearing a pair of soft-looking gray sweats and a t-shirt from some law school charity run. She's arguing a fine point of corporate liability law with Amelia, her voice low and focused, her finger tracing a line in a dense legal text. But the precedent set in United States v. O'Malley implies that intent can be disproven if the defendant can demonstrate a pattern of deliberate exclusion from financial oversight, she says, not looking up. Jonathan made sure I never saw a single financial statement. He called it protecting me from the boring stuff. It was a pattern of deliberate exclusion. Amelia, our shark of a lawyer, actually looks impressed. That's a good angle. Aggressive. I like it. I just listen, nursing a glass of bourbon. In the last 14 days, I've learned more about corporate shell companies and tax law than I ever thought possible. But mostly I've learned about Courtney Barkley. I've seen the politician from the TV, but I've also seen the brilliant legal mind that got her there. She's not just playing defense, she's building a case. She's relentless, she's sharp as hell, and my grudging respect has morphed into a full-blown, deeply inconvenient admiration. I'm also becoming her damn caterer. The realization hit me 3 nights ago, staring at a mountain of greasy takeout boxes that represented our 4th consecutive meal from a place called Walk This Way. Courtney was so buried in paperwork, she was just mechanically eating cold lo mein, her eyes not even leaving the page. Something in me snapped. She's fighting for her life. The least she can have is a decent meal. So I did something I haven't done in years. I went into my own kitchen, a sleek, state-of-the-art monstrosity I've used exactly twice. Once to find a corkscrew and once to get a glass for water. I propped my laptop on the counter, pulled up a YouTube video titled Simple Lemon Herb Roast Chicken for Beginners, and got to work. To my profound surprise, I don't suck at it. My surgeon's hands, trained for precision and steady work, take to dicing onions and mincing garlic with an unnerving competence. I follow the steps. I control the variables. It's like a calmer, less bloody form of surgery. And the result, an hour later, is a perfectly roasted chicken that actually smells incredible. I brought a plate to her at the table that night. The look on her face when she saw the real food, the surprise, the exhaustion, the flicker of genuine gratitude, hit me harder than any thank you I've ever gotten from a patient's family. It has become our new routine. I spend my days on calls with the PI and the forensic accountants I hired, and I spend my nights learning how to cook. Pan-seared salmon, a surprisingly not terrible risotto. Last night I even made pasta from scratch. I tell myself it's because I hate takeout. I tell myself it's because I've been wanting to learn a new skill. Lena and Amelia aren't buying my nonsense. I see the looks they exchange when I put a plate of food in front of Courtney, or when I refill her coffee without being asked. Lena's is a look of sharp, suspicious appraisal. Amelia's is one of dry, clinical curiosity. They know this is a marriage on paper. My actions don't compute. What the hell are you doing, Dawson? I ask myself for the 10th time tonight as I watch Courtney finally eat the pasta I left for her. I'm confused by my own behavior. This level of investment wasn't part of our 3-year contract, but then I see her in action, and I get a glimpse of the answer. Yesterday, the building's head janitor, a guy named George, stopped her in the lobby to wish her well. I was ready for her to give him a polite, political nod and move on. Instead, she stopped and asked him, by name, how his daughter was doing in her first semester at the state university. George beamed, telling her all about it. She listened, really listened, for 5 whole minutes. She has integrity, a heart. It's not a performance. It's who she is. And the thought of a con artist like my cousin or a political slimeball like Miller taking her down, it feels like a genuine injustice. The city deserves a mayor like her. Someone who doesn't just see people, but actually cares about them. My support, I tell myself, is a logical investment. I'm protecting a civic asset. It's a perfectly rational explanation. Okay, I'm calling it, Amelia says now, snapping her laptop shut. We're going in circles. We need the forensic team to find a direct link between Jonathan's accounts and the offshore corporations. Until then, we're stuck. Lena yawns. I'm seeing spreadsheets in my sleep. I'm out. They pack up, leaving the war room in a state of suspended chaos. The door shuts with a soft click, and suddenly, the penthouse is silent. It's just the 2 of us. Thank you for dinner, Courtney says, her voice soft. She's still at the table, looking at the plate of pasta I made her. It was the best thing I've eaten all week. You need to eat, I say, my voice gruffer than I intend. I start gathering the empty coffee cups, needing something to do with my hands. Isaac! I stop, turning to face her. You didn't have to do all this, she says, gesturing vaguely at the whiteboard, the files, the entire mess of her life that has colonized my apartment. The leave of absence from the hospital. The cooking. It wasn't in the contract. The federal investigation wasn't in the contract either, I counter. She gives me a small, tired smile. It's the first real, unguarded smile I've ever seen from her. It's not for a camera or a voter. It's just for me. And it hits me with the violent force of a defibrillator, a jolt that restarts things I thought were long dead. Still, she says, thank you. My carefully constructed walls, the ones built on cynicism and logic and the excuse of civic duty, crumble another few inches. I just nod, unable to form a coherent thought, and retreat to the safety of my kitchen with a stack of dirty dishes. This is fine. This is all perfectly logical. I'm a doctor helping his patient, a business partner protecting his investment. I'm a complete and utter liar, and I'm in serious trouble.
Chapter 11. Courtney. The fragile peace of the early morning, born from Isaac's tired smile and my own flicker of hope, shatters at precisely 9:17 a.m. The call comes from Amelia. Her voice is clipped, all business. They want to see you. Agents Thompson and Rossi. They're inviting you to the federal building for an informal conversation. There is no such thing as an informal conversation with the FBI. It's a psychological vivisection, designed to flay you open layer by layer until they find a nerve to press on. I know the procedure. I used to be on the other side of that table. When? I ask, my voice shockingly calm. I'm standing in the kitchen, a half-eaten piece of toast in my hand, toast that Isaac made for me, leaving it on a plate before he disappeared into his room. This afternoon, 2:00, Amelia says. I'll meet you there. We go in, we listen. We say as little as possible. Understood? Understood, I say, and hang up. The hours leading up to the meeting are a blur of tense preparation. Lena, Isaac, and I sit with Amelia on a conference call, drilling the strategy. Isaac is quiet, but his presence is a solid grounding weight in the room. He listens to the legal jargon, his expression grim, interrupting only once to ask a sharp, clarifying question about jurisdictional precedent that even gives Amelia pause. Suddenly, it's time. The ride downtown is silent. Amelia sits beside me in the back of the Bentley, her focus absolute. Isaac is in the front passenger seat, a stoic, unmoving silhouette against the city rushing by. He didn't have to come. Amelia made that clear. But when I walked out of my room, dressed in a navy blue suit that was my own personal suit of armor, he was there, waiting, dressed in a dark suit of his own. He just looked at me and said, "Let's go." The meeting is exactly what I expected. A bloodless, bureaucratic nightmare. We're in a small, windowless room that smells like stale air and weak coffee. Agent Thompson plays the part of the weary, reasonable veteran, while Rossi is the attack dog, his questions sharp, relentless, and designed to trip me up. They circle the same topics for 3 hours. The shell corporations, the forged signatures, the campaign donations. They show me bank transfers, email chains between Jonathan and unknown entities, all of it a monument to a life of deception I was apparently living right next to without a clue. I stick to the script. I am the victim of a sophisticated fraud. I had no knowledge. I am cooperating fully. I am Councilwoman Courtney Barkley, poised and in control. Internally, I am screaming. By the time we walk out of the federal building and back into the humid afternoon air, my composure is a paper-thin facade. Every muscle in my body is coiled tight. My jaw aches from clenching it, and a vicious pounding headache is starting to build behind my eyes. The ride back is another silent, tension-filled affair. Amelia is already on the phone debriefing her team. The moment the elevator doors open into the apartment, Lena is there, her face a tight mask of anxiety. "How did it go?" "It was brutal," Amelia says, striding past her. "But we held the line. They have nothing concrete tying her to the actual crimes, just the documents. For now, it's a waiting game." They immediately fall into a hushed, strategic conversation. I just stand there, the sound of their voices fading into a dull, distant roar. I can't listen to any more strategy. I can't analyze another legal precedent. I feel hollowed out, a beautifully dressed shell of a woman. "Courtney?" Isaac's voice is low. Cutting through the fog, I look at him. He's loosened his tie, his expression unreadable. "I need some air," I say, my voice sounding distant and strange. I walk away from them, through the cavernous living room, and out onto the sprawling balcony. The city stretches out below, a glittering, indifferent panorama. The city I want to lead is a witness to my public execution. The professional mask I've worn all day finally begins to crumble. The carefully constructed walls of my composure crack. A single ragged breath shudders out of me, followed by another. The headache behind my eyes is a full-blown assault now. A sharp, stabbing pain. My thumbnail finds my tooth, but there's no strategy left to think through. No problem to solve. It's just a frantic, jagged rhythm of pure panic. The world starts to tilt, the edges of my vision darkening until the glittering city is just a blur of broken light. I grip the cold metal railing of the balcony, my knuckles white. I will not fall apart. I will not break down. I will not give them the satisfaction. "Are you okay?" Isaac's voice right behind me. I didn't even hear him approach. It's a stupid question. The stupidest question in the world. Of course I'm not okay. My life is a 5-alarm fire. But the quiet, clinical way he asks it, like a doctor assessing a patient, is somehow the only thing that doesn't feel like an attack. "I'm fine," I lie, my voice a choked whisper. He doesn't call me on my nonsense. He just stands there for a moment. Then, "Stay here. Don't move." He disappears back inside. I'm left alone with the wail of a distant siren and the frantic beating of my own heart. I close my eyes, pressing my forehead against the cool glass of the railing, trying to just breathe. A few minutes later, I hear the soft clink of glass behind me. I turn. Isaac is standing there, holding a single perfect, impossibly cold-looking martini in a classic V-shaped glass. 2 green olives are sunk at the bottom, like little emeralds. He just holds it out to me. I stare at the glass, then at his face. "How did you know?" My voice is barely audible. "Know what?" "That I drink martinis, extra dry, 2 olives." A ghost of a smile touches his lips. "I saw you order one at that fundraiser, the one with the terrible Merlot." The memory is so insignificant, so completely buried under the mountain of the last couple of weeks, that the fact he remembered it feels like a physical shock. I take the glass, my trembling fingers brushing against his. The cold from the glass seeps into my skin, a welcome, steadying chill. His story about us isn't exactly a lie. We met during that fundraising, but never talked. Never became friends, though. I take a sip. The gin is bitingly cold, sharp, and clean. It's perfect. It slices through the fog of my panic, a single point of clarity in the chaos. I expect him to say something now, something like, "We'll get through this," or "Amelia is the best," the kind of empty, well-intentioned platitudes Jonathan would have offered before making a discreet phone call to his own lawyer to protect himself. But Isaac says nothing. He just leans against the railing a few feet away, nursing a bourbon I didn't see him grab, and looks out at the city with me. He doesn't crowd me. He doesn't offer advice. He just stays. He shares the silence, and the silence isn't empty. It isn't a void to be filled with meaningless words. It's a presence, a shared space where, for the first time in what feels like an eternity, I don't have to be a politician or a strategist or a suspect. I can just be a woman who is terrified and exhausted and so tired of fighting. We stand there for a long time as the sun begins to set, the sky turning a bruised purple and orange. The city lights begin to flicker on, a million tiny promises in the growing dark. The martini in my hand isn't a drink, it's a lifeline, a small, perfect act of understanding in a world that has ceased to make any sense. I look over at the stranger who is my husband, this cynical, resentful, pragmatic man who just performed an act of profound intuitive kindness without a single word, and a terrifying, undeniable thought breaks through the surface of my carefully controlled mind. That single silent gesture was the most comfort I've felt in my entire goddamn life.
Chapter 12. Isaac. The fragile truce we've built over the last few weeks is shattered by the arrival of the two men who orchestrated it. Charles and Marcus Barkley are standing in the middle of my living room, like two generals surveying a battlefield they command. They arrived unannounced an hour ago, their combined presence sucking all the oxygen out of the room. They're here to talk strategy. They're here to talk about optics. They're here to move their chess pieces around the board. And Courtney is their queen. "The Harrison Foundation Gala is tonight," Charles says, his voice leaving no room for argument. "It's the most important social event of the season. You will both be there." Courtney is standing by the window, her arms crossed, a shield against their assault. She looks exhausted. We've been buried in legal depositions and financial forensics, a grueling, soul-crushing process. The last thing she needs is a command performance. "We're not ready for a public event, Charles," she says, her voice tight. "Our story is still too fragile. We need to focus on the legal battle." Her father, Marcus, steps forward. He's adopted a tone of paternal concern that grates on my last nerve because it's so transparently nonsense. "Sweetheart, this is the legal battle. We need to project strength, confidence. The image of a united, powerful couple is our strongest weapon right now. People need to see you together. Happy." "Happy?" I can't help it. The word comes out like a dry, cynical bark. Both men turn to look at me, their expressions identical masks of mild annoyance, as if a piece of furniture has just spoken. "Yes, Doctor. Happy," Charles says, his voice dripping with condescension. "It's a simple enough concept. You smile. You hold her hand. You look at her like she's the center of your universe. It's not complex surgery. My wife is fighting a federal indictment based on my family's criminal incompetence," I say, my voice dangerously low. "Forgive me if Happy feels a little out of reach." Marcus ignores me, his focus entirely on his daughter. "Courtney, we've been taking a beating in the press about this investigation. We need to change the conversation. A stunning appearance tonight, you and Isaac. It reminds people who we are. It reminds them of the Barkley legacy, the Dawson power. Our image is paramount. And there it is. Our image. Not our well-being. Not the crushing weight of a potential prison sentence. The family brand. He's just as bad as Charles." I watch Courtney's shoulders tighten, a flicker of pain crossing her face before she masterfully conceals it. "That's it. I'm done." I push myself off the bar I was leaning against and walk toward them. "That's enough." Charles raises an eyebrow. "I beg your pardon." "The meeting is over," I say, stopping directly in front of Courtney, creating a physical barrier between her and the two patriarchs. "Courtney and I have a prior engagement we need to prepare for." Marcus sputters. "What could be more important than this?" "Anything," I say, my eyes locked on his. "You've said your piece. We'll be at the gala. Now, if you'll excuse us." I place a hand on Courtney's elbow. Her skin is warm and she doesn't pull away. My wife needs to get ready. The unspoken dismissal hangs in the air. For a second, I think Charles might actually argue, but then he sees the look on my face, the flat, cold look I give nurses in the OR right before I tell them to shut up and hand me the scalpel, and he gives a curt, angry nod. They see themselves out, leaving a trail of expensive cologne and simmering resentment in their wake. The door clicks, and the silence that descends is a profound relief. Courtney finally looks up at me, her dark eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and something else I can't quite read. You didn't have to do that. Yes, I did, I say. They were managing you like a stock portfolio, not a person. I let go of her elbow, the loss of contact leaving a strange void. Come on. I have something for you. I lead her not to her bedroom, but to mine. On the dresser, sitting on a black velvet box, is the reason I agreed to this ridiculous gala in the first place. You said you didn't have anything appropriate to wear for a black tie event, I say, gesturing to the box. I figured this might help. She looks at the box, then back at me, her expression wary. What is it? A strategic asset, I say, using their language, for our public image. She opens the box. Inside, nestled on the velvet, is a ring. It's not a massive, flashy diamond like the one Jonathan gave her. It's a vintage piece, an exquisite sapphire the color of a midnight sky, surrounded by a delicate halo of smaller, older-cut diamonds on a platinum band. Her breath catches. It's a small, sharp sound. Isaac. It's beautiful. It was my grandmother's, I say, voice rougher than I intend. She wasn't a Dawson by birth. She married into the family, and from what I hear, they gave her hell. She was too smart, too independent. She never quite fit their mold. I look at Courtney. Sound familiar? A slow, genuine smile spreads across her face, the kind that actually reaches her eyes. A little. I figured, if we're going to sell this story, we should at least have the right props, I say. This should have been your engagement ring. I take the ring from the box. Her hand is trembling slightly as she holds it out. I slide the ring onto her finger. It's a perfect fit. The deep blue of the stone is stunning against the rich, warm tones of her skin. The act is so intimate, so much more real than the sham ceremony we endured, that the air crackles with a tension that has absolutely nothing to do with federal agents or political scandals. Thank you, she whispers, her eyes locked on mine. You're welcome, I try to say, my throat suddenly tight. I clear it and step back, putting a safe distance between us. Now go get ready. We have a pack of wolves to entertain. 2 hours later, we step out of the Bentley and into the blinding flash of cameras. The Harrison Foundation Gala is in full swing. The air is thick with perfume, the sound of champagne glasses clinking, and the low hum of 1,000 false conversations. I hate every second of it. But Courtney is transformed. She's wearing a black, off-the-shoulder gown that is both elegant and lethal. Her hair is swept up, and the sapphire on her hand catches the light with every gesture. She's not just surviving in this shark tank, she's commanding it. My hand is on the small of her back, and this time the gesture feels less like a lie and more like an anchor. We're making the rounds, exchanging pleasantries with senators and CEOs, when a voice cuts through the din. Well, well. If it isn't the happy couple. I have to say, Barkley, I didn't think you had it in you. Trading up so quickly, it's almost ruthless. Councilman Miller. He's standing there with a smug reptilian smile, his eyes slithering over Courtney. Courtney's public smile doesn't falter, but I feel her stiffen beneath my hand. Miller, I'm surprised to see you here. I didn't think they catered to bottom feeders. His smile tightens. Just making sure the city's funds are going to a good cause. And speaking of funds, how is that federal investigation going? Must be hard to focus on your campaign when you're worried about picking out a new suit. I hear orange is the new black this season. That's it. The line. I move, stepping slightly in front of Courtney, my body shielding hers. I don't raise my voice. I don't cause a scene. I lean in, my voice a low, conversational murmur that only he can hear. You know, Miller, I say, my eyes holding his. I spend my days putting people back together. It gives you a very detailed understanding of human anatomy. You learn exactly where the weak points are. You learn how much pressure is needed to make something break. I let a small, cold smile touch my lips. You will not speak to my wife again. Not tonight. Not ever. If you do, you and I will have a very different, very private conversation about anatomy. Am I clear? The color drains from his face. His smug expression evaporates, replaced by a sheen of sweat on his upper lip. He looks from my face to Courtney's, then back again. He gives a jerky nod, turns, and practically flees into the crowd. I turn back to Courtney. The shock on her face is evident. She's staring at me, not as her fake husband or her business partner, but as something else entirely. As a man who just defended her with a quiet, vicious fury that was 100% real. "What did you say to him?" she asks, her voice a hushed whisper. "I just gave him some free medical advice," I say, taking her hand and placing it on my arm. Then I look around, saying, "Now if you'll excuse us, my wife and I were just about to get a drink."
Chapter 13. Courtney. The Harrison Foundation Gala was, by all public metrics, a resounding success. We smiled, we mingled, we looked deeply, convincingly in love. Lena was ecstatic. The morning after press was filled with glowing photos of us, the city's new power couple, looking unbreakable in the face of adversity. The sapphire on my hand, Isaac's grandmother's ring, was its own character in the drama, a symbol of his supposed devotion. We didn't just change the narrative, we hijacked it. But the real story of that night wasn't in the flash of the cameras. It was in the moment Isaac stepped in front of me, shielding me from Councilman Miller. I didn't hear what he said to him. His voice was a low, menacing murmur, meant only for Miller's ears. But I saw the effect. I saw the blood drain from Miller's face, the smugness replaced by a sheen of pure, unadulterated fear. I saw him practically flee into the crowd. It's been 3 days, and the memory of Isaac's expression in that moment has been replaying in my head. I've seen him as a cynical surgeon, a resentful pawn, and a masterful liar. But in that moment, I saw something else entirely. A man possessed of a cold, quiet fury that was utterly real. He wasn't playing a part. He was protecting me. And that terrifying, undeniable fact has unsettled me more than anything else in this entire godforsaken mess. The truce between us has shifted. The air in the penthouse is thicker now, charged with a new, unspoken awareness. We're still business partners, still two strangers bound by a contract, but a new, dangerous variable has been introduced into the equation. Intimacy. Not the staged kind for the cameras, but the real, unnerving kind that comes from seeing the man behind the mask. The legal battle, however, doesn't give a damn about our shifting dynamics. It's a relentless, soul-crushing grind. We're back in the war room, buried under an avalanche of financial data. The forensic accountants Isaac hired have been working around the clock, and the picture they're painting is grim. Jonathan was more than a con artist. He was a financial predator, and he used my name as his primary weapon. He commingled funds from the shell corporations with your campaign donation account so seamlessly, it's almost impossible to tell where one ends and the other begins, Amelia says, her voice tight with frustration. She points to a complex flowchart on the whiteboard. It's a masterclass in obfuscation. He made you a co-conspirator without you even knowing it. My head is pounding. I've been staring at spreadsheets on a laptop screen for 10 hours straight, The numbers are starting to blur together, a meaningless sea of black ink. A strange, shimmering aura begins to dance at the edge of my vision, like heat rising off asphalt. Oh no, not now. I know the signs. The relentless stress, the lack of sleep, the gallons of coffee. It's the perfect storm for one of my debilitating migraines. I need a break, I say, my voice sounding tight and distant. I push back from the table, the movement sending a fresh wave of pain lancing through my skull. Lena looks up, her expression concerned. You okay, Court? You look pale. I'm fine, I lie, forcing a smile that feels like it's cracking my face. Just need some water. I stand up, and the room gives a violent, sickening lurch. The bright lights of the penthouse feel like daggers in my eyes. The low hum of the air conditioning is a deafening roar in my ears. I put a hand on the back of a chair to steady myself, my breath catching in my throat. Isaac is on his feet instantly. Courtney? His voice is too loud. The concern in it is too much. I can't do this in front of them. I can't be weak. Not now. I'm fine, I repeat, gritting the words out through my teeth. I take a step toward the kitchen, but my leg feels disconnected. A clumsy appendage that doesn't belong to me. The shimmering aura at the edge of my vision explodes into a blinding web of white light. My stomach plummets. The last thing I hear before the world goes black is Isaac shouting my name. I come to in increments. The first thing I'm aware of is the feeling of being lifted. Strong arms are around my back and under my knees. The second is the scent of him, a clean, masculine scent of soap and coffee, and something that is just uniquely, unmistakably Isaac. The third is his voice, a low, calm murmur that is nothing like the annoyed, cynical man I know. It's the voice of a doctor. Systolic is probably low. Potential vasovagal syncope brought on by stress and dehydration. My eyes flutter open. The world is a confusing, blurry smear. Isaac's face is right above mine, his expression a mask of intense clinical focus. His jaw is tight, his brows are furrowed. He's carrying me, effortlessly, like I weigh nothing at all. We're moving through the penthouse, heading for the door. What are you doing? I manage to slur, my tongue feeling thick and clumsy. I'm taking you to the hospital, he says, his voice leaving no room for argument. Panic, sharp and cold, cuts through the fog. No hospital. The press. Someone will leak it. I don't give a damn about the press right now, he says, not breaking his stride. He hits the button for the private elevator with his elbow. You lost consciousness, Courtney. You need to be properly evaluated. I get migraines. I protest, trying to push against his chest, a pathetically weak gesture. It's just a migraine. The elevator doors open and he steps inside. He finally looks down at me, and the cool, professional mask slips for a second. I see a flicker of genuine, raw fear in his eyes, and it shocks me into silence. This is not a negotiation, he says, his voice low and firm, the voice of a man who is used to being obeyed in a crisis. You are not a politician right now. You are not a mayoral candidate. You are my patient, and you will do exactly as I say. The authority in his voice is absolute. It's the voice of a man who holds life and death in his hands on a daily basis. And against that, my own power, the political capital I've spent my entire life accumulating, is nothing. For the first time since this nightmare began, I am completely, terrifyingly out of control. I surrender. I let my head fall back against his shoulder, a silent admission of defeat. The elevator descends in a smooth, silent rush. The ride in the Bentley to the hospital is a blur. I'm bundled in the back, a blanket tucked around me that I don't remember grabbing. Isaac is in the driver's seat, his focus absolute, his hand steady on the wheel. He doesn't try to talk to me. He just drives, a silent, powerful presence in the dark. We bypass the main entrance of City General, pulling into the private restricted ambulance bay for the ER. The moment he puts the car in park, he's out and opening my door. "Can you walk?" he asks. I try to swing my legs out, but a fresh wave of dizziness and nausea washes over me. I shake my head, hating the weakness, hating the vulnerability. He doesn't hesitate. He scoops me up into his arms again, his movements sure and efficient. He kicks the car door shut and strides through the sliding glass doors of the emergency room. The sudden assault of the ER is overwhelming. The sterile, antiseptic smell, the frantic, hushed energy, the squeak of shoes on linoleum, the incessant, rhythmic beeping of a dozen different machines. This is his world. He barks an order at a nurse, and she scurries to obey, her eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and deference. He carries me into a small, curtained-off room and gently deposits me on a gurney. The paper sheet crinkles beneath me. The harsh fluorescent lights overhead are merciless. I am a specimen under a microscope, exposed, powerless. I am in his world now, a world where my political skills mean nothing, where my carefully constructed armor is gone, a world where he is the one with all the power. Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 14. Isaac. The moment we cross the threshold into the ER, the world shifts on its axis. The noise, the antiseptic smell, the controlled, thrumming chaos. It's not an assault to my senses. It's a symphony. This is my church, my sanctuary, and I am the one in charge here. Get me a gurney and a private exam room, stat! I bark at the charge nurse, my voice cutting through the usual ER din. Heads turn. Residents and nurses who know me snap to attention. Dr. Dawson. What's... Now, Miller, I say, my tone leaving no room for questions. I carry Courtney into the curtained-off room they provide and gently lower her onto the gurney. The paper sheet crinkles beneath her, a sound that is as familiar to me as my own heartbeat. She looks impossibly small and out of place in her tailored navy suit against the sterile white of the room. Her eyes are closed, her face pale, a fine sheen of sweat on her brow. The formidable councilwoman. Barkley has vanished. In her place is just a woman who is hurt and scared. My hands are already moving, my mind clicking into the familiar, precise rhythm of a diagnosis. I press 2 fingers to the side of her neck, feeling for her carotid. Her pulse is thready, a little fast. Pupils are equal and reactive, I murmur to myself, lifting her eyelids with a practiced gentleness. I run my hands down her arms and legs, checking for weakness, for any sign of neurological deficit. Courtney, I say, my voice softer now, the one I use on frightened patients. Can you hear me? Her eyes flutter open. Isaac, she whispers, her voice thin. This is a mistake. The only mistake would be me letting you collapse on my floor and not doing anything about it, I counter, grabbing a blood pressure cuff from the wall mount. Squeeze my fingers. Both hands. She does, and her grip is surprisingly strong. Good. No unilateral weakness. I wrap the cuff around her bicep, inflate it, and watch the gauge. BP is 100/60, a little low. When was the last time you had anything to drink besides coffee? She just looks at me, her eyes hazy with pain. That's what I thought, I mutter. A nurse appears at the curtain, her expression efficient and calm. It's Evelyn Reed. She's one of the best. Smart, fast, and never flustered. I've worked with her for years. Dr. Dawson, she says, her gaze taking in the scene. What do you need? I need a saline drip, wide open, I command, my focus entirely on the patient. Push 10 of Compazine and 25 of Benadryl IV for the migraine. And get a CBC, chem panel, and a tox screen. Right away, doctor, Evelyn says, her voice a smooth, professional calm. She moves with a quiet competence, preparing the IV line. Her efficiency is a relief. She's a known quantity, a safe pair of hands. As she works, I continue my assessment, asking Courtney a series of questions about the visual aura, the pain, her history with migraines. Her answers are clipped, monosyllabic. She's fighting this, hating every second of the vulnerability of being the patient instead of the person in charge. I see her thumbnail start a weak, frantic drumming against the gurney's railing, and I gently place my hand over hers. It's okay, I say, the words feeling foreign and inadequate in my mouth. Just let us take care of you. Her eyes meet mine, and in them, I see a raw, unguarded terror that has very little to do with the migraine. It's the terror of losing control. I know that look. I see it in my own reflection sometimes, in the dark hours after a 30-hour shift. In that moment, the chasm between Councilwoman Barkley and Dr. Dawson disappears. We are just two people who have built entire fortresses to hide the fact that, underneath it all, we are just as breakable as anyone else. My fascination with her, the grudging admiration, deepens into something else, something sharper, more protective. A fierce, unfamiliar possessiveness. Evelyn expertly slides the IV needle into a vein on the back of Courtney's hand. We're in, she says, her voice soft. She looks at me, her smile warm and deferential. You look exhausted, doctor. You've been working too hard. I'm fine, Evelyn, I say, my focus returning to Courtney as the medications begin to drip into her vein. Just keep an eye on her vitals. Of course, she says. Your wife is in good hands. The word hangs in the air. Wife. Evelyn says it with a practiced professional warmth, but it lands like a stone in my gut. Over the next half hour, the medications do their work. The harsh fluorescent lights are dimmed. The frantic energy of the ER fades to a muted background hum. The tense lines around Courtney's mouth soften. Her breathing deepens, evens out. The immediate crisis is passing. I pull a stool up to the side of the gurney, watching the steady drip of the IV bag, the rhythmic rise and fall of her chest. This is my world. I belong here. But seeing her in it, vulnerable and utterly dependent on my expertise, has irrevocably changed the landscape of our arrangement. She isn't a business partner anymore. She isn't a political asset. She's the woman I pulled from the wreckage. And a part of me I didn't know existed has already claimed her as mine. I'm so lost in this thought that it takes me a second to realize Evelyn is still there, standing just outside the curtain. She's not bustling around or checking on other patients. She's just standing there, watching us. Her expression is no longer one of professional warmth. The deferential smile is gone, replaced by a look of chilling reptilian stillness. Her gaze is fixed on my hand, which is still resting on Courtney's. Her eyes are not the eyes of a concerned nurse. They are the eyes of a predator who has just seen another animal move in on her territory. I jerk my hand back, a sudden, inexplicable chill running down my spine. Evelyn's professional mask slides instantly back into place. She gives me a bright, empty smile. Is there anything else you need, doctor? No, Evelyn, I say, my voice tight. We're fine. She nods and disappears into the chaos of the ER, leaving me alone with my sleeping wife and a profound, gut-deep sense of unease that is unrelated to medicine. The immediate feeling of danger has passed, but I have the feeling that a far greater one has just begun.
Chapter 15. Courtney. The last 48 hours have been a study in surreal domesticity. After discharging me from the hospital with strict orders to rest and hydrate, orders delivered with the unassailable authority of a surgeon, not a husband, Isaac has transformed into a reluctant, hyper-vigilant caretaker. The relentless pace of our legal battle has been forced into a temporary, simmering quiet. Amelia and Lena are still working, but from a distance, giving me a mandated 48-hour reprieve. I'm not a good patient. I'm a terrible one. I'm used to running on stress and caffeine, not chicken soup and 8 hours of sleep, but every time I try to open my laptop, Isaac is just there. He appears with a glass of water or a blanket, or takes my temperature with a clinical efficiency that is impossible to argue with. He's treating me like I'm made of glass, a fragile object, and the most infuriating, traitorous part of my soul absolutely loves it. No one has ever taken care of me like this. Not my father, who saw my strength as a political asset to be managed. Certainly not Jonathan, who saw me as a beautiful, useful accessory. Isaac's care is different. It's quiet, practical, and devoid of any sentimentality, which somehow makes it feel more real, more potent. I'm not an invalid, Isaac. I tell him now from my new command post on his ridiculously comfortable charcoal gray sofa. I'm buried under a cashmere blanket, my laptop open to a dense legal brief. Could have fooled me, he says without looking up from the kitchen island. He's cooking again. The scent of garlic and ginger fills the penthouse, a warm, savory aroma that has started to feel like home. The thought is so terrifying I immediately push it away. You passed out on the floor. You get to be an invalid for another 6 hours. Doctor's orders. I watch him, the way he moves in the kitchen. He's a natural. His surgeon's hands, which have probably stitched together hundreds of human lives, are just as precise dicing vegetables. He's focused, efficient, and completely in his element. He has a YouTube tutorial playing on a tablet propped up on the counter, and the dissonance of this brilliant, cynical man quietly learning to make a Thai green curry is almost more than my disoriented brain can handle. The silence between us is no longer the deafening, awkward void it was in the beginning. It's a comfortable, shared space. We've spent so much time together in this pressure cooker that our orbits have started to sync. I've learned the specific sound of his footsteps when he's tired. He knows I can't function without a coffee in the first 10 minutes of being awake. We are two strangers who know each other's secrets and habits with a startling intimacy. "What?" he asks. Finally looking over at me, he's caught me staring. A flush of heat creeps up my neck. I deflect with the ease of a politician. "Nothing. I was just wondering if you're planning on poisoning me. It would certainly solve your wife problem." The corner of his mouth quirks up in that faint, almost smile that does ridiculously stupid things to my insides. If I wanted to kill you, Barkley, I'd use a scalpel. It's far more efficient. The easy, dark banter is another new, dangerous development. Before I can come up with a retort, the sharp, insistent buzz of the intercom slashes through the quiet. We both freeze. Isaac's expression instantly hardens, the relaxed home cook replaced by the wary, cynical man I know. He wipes his hands on a towel and crosses the room. "You expecting anyone?" "No," I say, my heart starting a low, anxious thrum against my ribs. He presses the button. "Yes?" The doorman's voice crackles through the speaker, tinny and distant. "Dr. Dawson, my apologies. There's a man here who insists on seeing Councilwoman Barkley. He says his name is Marco Valentine." The name hits me with earth-shattering force. The air leaves my lungs in a sharp hiss. My world, which had just started to feel steady, tilts violently on its axis. Marco Valentine. The man who stood up in a cathedral and set my entire life on fire. Isaac's head whips around to look at me, his eyes blazing with a protective fury. "Tell him to go to hell," he snarls into the intercom. "Wait." The word is out of my mouth before I can think. It's pure instinct, the politician's instinct that says every crisis is also an opportunity. This man isn't just a ghost from the past. He's a loose thread, a thread that could unravel everything. Isaac is staring at me, his expression a mask of disbelief. "Courtney, are you insane? The man who publicly humiliated you, the man who is the linchpin of this entire disaster, is downstairs. And you want to—" "I want to know why he's here," I say, my voice regaining its strength. My mind is already racing, calculating angles, assessing threats and opportunities. He's not a reporter. He's not a federal agent. He's something else. A variable we don't understand. And I don't like variables I don't understand. He runs a hand through his hair, the familiar gesture a sign of his immense frustration. This is a spectacularly bad idea. Probably, I agree. But letting him walk away could be worse. I look at him, my gaze steady. "Let him up, Isaac." For a long, tense moment, we're locked in a silent battle of wills. His jaw is tight, every line of his body screaming resistance. But finally, with a low, frustrated curse, he turns back to the intercom. "Send him up." The 60-second elevator ride feels like an hour. Isaac stands by the door, his arms crossed, his body coiled like a spring. He looks like a man preparing to defend his territory from an invading army. I sit up on the sofa, pulling the cashmere blanket around me like a shield, my heart hammering a frantic, unsteady rhythm. The elevator dings. The door slides open. Marco Valentin looks even worse than he did at the wedding. He's thinner, his clothes are rumpled, and there are dark, bruised-looking circles under his eyes. He looks haunted. He looks like a man who has been running for his life. He takes one hesitant step into the penthouse, his eyes wide as he takes in the opulent space. Then his gaze lands on me, and then on Isaac, who is blocking his path like a granite wall. I'm so sorry to bother you," Marco stammers, his voice a raw, nervous whisper. "I didn't know where else to go." "You shouldn't have come here," Isaac says, his voice a low growl. "They're looking for me," Marco blurts out, his words tumbling over each other in a frantic rush. "The people Jonathan was involved with. They're not the kind of people who forgive a debt. They think I know where he is. They think I know where the money is." He takes a ragged breath, his eyes pleading with me. "I don't know anything. But they're going to kill me, Councilwoman. I know they are." "This isn't our problem," Isaac says, his voice like ice. "But I can make it your solution," Marco says, his gaze fixed on me. He takes another shaky step forward. "I know you're in trouble. I saw the news, the feds, the investigation. Jonathan did this to you. He used you. He used both of us." His desperation is a palpable thing in the room. "I can help you," he says, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. He was sloppy. He kept records, ledgers, account numbers, hidden servers. He was arrogant. He thought he was untouchable. Marco's eyes are shining with a feverish intensity. "I know where he kept them. I can give you everything, every transaction, every offshore account, every dirty secret Jonathan has. I'll give you the gun he used to shoot your career, and I'll show you where the fingerprints are." The air in the room crackles. This is it. This is the key. The weapon we've been desperately searching for, but very dangerous. "All I'm asking for," Marco finishes, his voice breaking, "is your protection." My mind is a whirlwind. The strategist in me is screaming to take the deal. This is the breakthrough Amelia said we needed. But the woman whose life this man so casually detonated, is recoiling in revulsion. "Get out," Isaac says, his voice flat and final. He takes a step toward Marco. "Now, before I call the police and have you arrested for trespassing." "Isaac, wait," I say, my voice sharp. He turns to me, his eyes blazing. "Courtney, no, it's too dangerous. We don't know who this guy is, who is after him. We are not getting involved in a goddamn mob war." He's right. It's logical. It's sensible. It's the safe move. But my entire life, I've never made the safe move. I've made the winning one. I look past Isaac's broad, protective shoulders to the terrified, desperate man who holds the key to my salvation in his hands. My thumbnail taps once, hard against my tooth. A decision made. "He stays," I say, voice quiet but absolute. "He stays."
Chapter 16. Isaac. The words "he stays" hang in the air, a declaration of war against every single one of my protective instincts. For a second, I just stare at her, at this woman wrapped in a blanket on my sofa, looking fragile as hell, but speaking with the unassailable authority of a 5-star general. My own carefully controlled fury, which had been simmering at a low boil, flashes over into a full-blown inferno. "The hell he is," I say in a dangerous growl. I turn to Marco Valentin, who looks like he's about to piss himself. "Get out." "Isaac," Courtney says, her voice sharp, a warning. I ignore her. I take a step toward Marco, and he flinches back. But before I can take another, Courtney is on her feet, the cashmere blanket falling to the floor. She moves with a speed that surprises me, closing the distance between us and planting herself directly in my path. "We're not having this conversation in front of him," she says, her eyes blazing. I grab her arm, not hard, but with an urgency that is non-negotiable. "Fine." I practically drag her down the hallway and into my bedroom, the one place in this apartment that hasn't been colonized by her legal battle. I kick the door shut behind us, the sound echoing in the tense silence. The room is dark, the only light coming from the city skyline through the massive window. We're standing in the center of the room, inches apart, close enough that I can feel the heat radiating off her skin, see the furious rise and fall of her chest. "Are you out of your goddamn mind?" I demand, my voice a harsh whisper. "You're inviting a man with a target on his back into my home. Our home. The one place I can be sure you're safe." "He's not a target, he's an asset," she shoots back, yanking her arm from my grip. "The only asset we have, in case you've forgotten the part where I'm facing a federal indictment that could put me in prison for the next 20 years. I haven't forgotten a single goddamn thing." I run a hand back and forth through my hair, the movement sharp and frustrated. "I am trying to keep you from getting killed, Courtney, and you're standing out there rolling out the welcome mat for the wolf." "This is my career, Isaac. My life," she says, taking a step toward me, her face a blazing mask of defiant fury. "A life that was systematically dismantled by your family. I don't have the luxury of playing it safe. I have to take the risk. This man is our only way out of this." "There are other ways," I argue, my voice rising. "Amelia is working on it. The PI is digging. It's not enough, and you know it. They need a smoking gun, and he just walked in and offered to hand it to us." We're standing chest to chest now, the air between us crackling with a terrifying high-voltage energy. This isn't about strategy anymore. This is raw. This is personal. This is about her unwavering, reckless ambition crashing head-on into my desperate, unfamiliar need to keep her safe. "Why do you even care so much?" she challenges, her voice dropping, her eyes searching mine in the dim light. "This isn't your fight. Our contract didn't say anything about protecting me from mobsters." "Because you're in my house!" I practically shout, the rationalization sounding weak and hollow even to my own ears. "Because my name is attached to this. Because I'm the one who will have to patch you up if you take a bullet. and I'd really rather not have to operate on my own goddamn wife! The word hangs between us. Wife. I said it in anger, but it lands with the weight of an oath. A promise. A confession. The fight seems to drain out of her all at once. Her shoulders slump and she looks away, the fire in her eyes banking into a low, weary ember. I have to do this, Isaac. I look at her, at the stubborn set of her jaw, at the sheer, unbreakable force of her will. She won't back down. She'd rather go down in flames fighting than die a slow death hiding in the shadows. And in that moment, my anger dissolves, replaced by a wave of profound, soul-deep resignation. I can't protect her from herself. All I can do is stand with her in the fire. Fine, I say, the word tasting like defeat. Fine. He stays, for now. I pin her with a look, my voice dropping to a deadly serious whisper. But he is my responsibility. He doesn't go anywhere. He doesn't talk to anyone without my say-so. We control the asset. Understood? She just nods, her gaze still fixed on the floor. And you, I continue, my voice softening without my permission, you will not put yourself in the line of fire. You let the professionals handle this. You let the feds handle this. Promise me. She finally looks up at me, her dark eyes shining in the dim light. I promise. We walk back into the living room, a silent, unspoken truce declared. Marco Valentine is perched on the edge of the sofa, looking like a nervous bird. We spend the next hour interrogating him. I'm the pragmatist, demanding specific, verifiable details. Courtney is the strategist, asking the broader questions, piecing together the narrative of Jonathan's crimes. We are a brutally effective team. An hour later, the intercom buzzes again. It's Amelia and Lena, and they're not alone. We brought company, Amelia says when I open the door. Agents Thompson and Rossi are standing behind her, their expressions grim. The next 30 minutes are a blur of official procedure. Amelia takes Marco's statement, a recorded confession that lays out Jonathan's entire criminal enterprise in excruciating detail. She has him sign an affidavit. Then the feds take him away, not in handcuffs, but as a material witness being placed in protective custody. The door closes and the four of us are left in the war room. Congratulations, Councilwoman, Amelia says, a rare, thin smile on her face. With Marco's testimony and the promise of his records, we can bury Jonathan and clear your name with the U.S. Attorney's Office. A wave of relief so powerful it almost makes me dizzy washes over me. I look at Courtney, and I see it on her face, too. A crack in the armor. A glimmer of light at the end of this long, dark tunnel. 3 days later, the bomb detonates. The first story breaks on a national news site, sourced from a highly placed federal informant. It's a bombshell. A sprawling expose detailing Jonathan's criminal network, implicating a city developer, a union boss, and a half-dozen other untouchable figures in a massive money laundering scheme. My cousin isn't just a con artist. He's a linchpin in a web of civic corruption. The news is a firestorm. My phone doesn't stop buzzing. Lena is fielding calls from every major news network, and in the middle of it all, Amelia gets the official call from the U.S. Attorney's Office. She walks into the living room where Courtney and I are watching the news, her expression calm. It's over, she says. They've officially dropped the investigation into you, Courtney. Your name is cleared. Courtney closes her eyes, a long, shuddering breath escaping her lips. The tension that has held her rigid for weeks finally releases, and she sags back against the sofa in relief. We did it. We actually did it. But as I watch the news, as they flash Jonathan's smiling, handsome face across the screen, with the words, "Nationwide Manhunt" underneath, a cold knot of dread settles in my stomach. Her name may be cleared, but the real monster is still out there, and he knows exactly who to blame for the implosion of his world. This isn't over. It's not even close.
Chapter 17. Courtney. The cool evening air is a balm against my frayed nerves. I walk, my hands shoved into the pockets of my trench coat, my head down, just another anonymous woman on a crowded city street. For a few blissful blocks, the weight on my chest actually lightens. I needed this walk after a few days of being stuck at home due to the frenzy of Jonathan's con expose. Eyes are on me, despite my name being cleared. I'm on the final stretch, the gleaming entrance to the Olympian Tower just 100 feet away. I see my security guard, Frank, standing discreetly near the entrance. Almost safe. That's when I hear it. The sudden, savage roar of an engine. I look up. A black sedan, sleek and featureless, is accelerating, fast. Its tires screech, aiming directly for me. My brain freezes. There's no time to scream, no time to run. My feet are rooted to the pavement. "Courtney!" A raw, desperate shout. Isaac's voice. Out of nowhere, a solid wall of muscle slams into me from the side. The world becomes a violent, tumbling blur. Strong arms are wrapped around me, shielding me, absorbing the brutal impact as we hit the ground. My head smacks against his shoulder, and stars explode behind my eyes. The sedan roars past and disappears. For a second, there is only the ringing in my ears and the frantic, hammering beat of my own heart. I'm lying on the cold, gritty sidewalk, tangled up with Isaac. His body is a dead weight on top of mine, shielding me, his breath coming in harsh, ragged gasps against my ear. "Are you okay?" he rasps, pushing himself up, his hands frantically checking me for injuries. "Are you hurt?" "No," I whisper. He helps me up, his hands unsteady for the first time. We walk in, my legs shaky. The elevator ride up is silent, the air thick with the coppery tang of adrenaline. I'm trembling, a deep, uncontrollable shudder. He's standing beside me, not touching me, but I can feel the coiled, furious energy coming off him in waves. The moment the elevator doors open into the apartment, the dam breaks. A strangled sob escapes my throat. "Hey." His voice is soft. His hands are on my shoulders, turning me to face him. "You're safe. You're okay." I look up at him, at his tired, worried face, at the small scrape on his cheekbone. He saved my life. This stranger, this man I'm bound to by a contract, just threw himself in front of a vehicle for me. The thought is so overwhelming it short-circuits my brain. All the tension of the last several weeks, the wedding, the feds, the constant simmering awareness of him, it all converges into a single unbearable point. I don't know who moves first. My hands fist in the front of his shirt, and his head dips down, his mouth crashing into mine. It's not a kiss. It's a collision. Brutal and desperate. A raw primal confirmation of life. A furious damn you to the death that just brushed past me. His mouth is hungry, demanding. A clash of teeth and tongue and need. And I meet his energy with my own, my fingers tangling in his hair. Pulling him closer. Anchoring myself to him. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vic Savon audiobook is available at VicSavonRomance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. He finally shifts his weight off me, pulling me to his side. He doesn't speak. He just lies there, his arm thrown over me, his fingers tracing idle, meaningless patterns on my skin. As I lie in the dark, my body humming with a life I almost lost, I look at the stranger beside me, the man who is my husband, and a single terrifying thought echoes in the sudden silence. What in God's name have we just done?
Chapter 18. Isaac. I wake up before the sun, my body coming online with the ingrained instinct of 1,000 pre-dawn calls to the hospital. but the first thing I'm aware of isn't the familiar emptiness of my bed. It's a scent. Not the sterile, clean scent of my apartment, but something warm, floral, and uniquely female. It's the scent of her shampoo on my pillow. It's the scent of sex on my sheets. It's the scent of Courtney. My arm is slung over her waist, my hand resting possessively on the curve of her hip. She's turned away from me, her dark, curly hair a wild halo against the white of the pillowcase, her bare skin smooth and warm under my palm. Her breathing is deep and even. She's asleep. She's safe. And for a single, unguarded second, a primitive, proprietary thought flashes through my mind. Mine. Suddenly, the full, catastrophic weight of what we did last night crashes down on me. I pull my hand back like I've been burned and slide out of bed. My movements silent and practiced. I stand in the dim, pre-dawn light, looking at her. At the elegant line of her spine, the vulnerable curve of her neck, at the beautiful, magnificent mess we just made of our carefully constructed arrangement. This was not a transaction. This was not part of the contract. This was a complete and total loss of control. A surgeon's entire life is built on control. In the chaos of the ER, in the sterile, high-stakes theater of the OR, I am the calm center. I compartmentalize. I diagnose. I cut. I repair. I control the variables. Emotion is a liability, a dangerous complication that can cloud judgment and kill a patient. And last night I drowned in it. I run a hand through my hair. The movement sharp, frustrated. The adrenaline, the fear for her life. The raw, undeniable chemistry that's been simmering between us since day one. It all boiled over. We weren't two business partners. We were two people clinging to each other in a storm, and the result was a Category 5 hurricane in my bedroom. A memory, sharp and unwelcome, surfaces from my past. Anna. The last woman I let myself get close to. She was brilliant, passionate, and she wanted all of me. My time, my attention, my heart. But my job, my family, the constant grinding pressure. I couldn't give her what she needed. Our relationship became another crisis to manage, another bleeder I couldn't clamp. It ended badly. A messy, emotional car crash that I walked away from vowing to never repeat the mistake. This is a million times worse. Courtney isn't just a girlfriend. She's my wife. Last night proves I'm failing. I let emotion into the operating theater, and that is a mistake that could get her killed. I need to fix this. I need to reestablish the boundaries. I need to put the wall back up, thicker and higher than before, for her own damn good. I pull on a pair of sweats and head into the living room, leaving her asleep in my bed. The first rays of sunlight are starting to pierce the darkness, painting the city skyline in shades of gray and bruised purple. I go through the motions of making coffee, the simple, mechanical process a welcome anchor in the turmoil of my thoughts. Grind the beans, fill the reservoir, press the button, control the variables. I'm on my second cup, staring out at the city, when I hear the soft sound of my bedroom door opening. I don't turn around. I watch her reflection in the glass of the window. She's wrapped in my sheet, her bare shoulders a smooth, dark contrast to the white cotton. She looks soft, rumpled from sleep, and so beautiful it makes my chest ache. She stops in the doorway, her expression uncertain. The silence stretches, thick with the unspoken questions hanging between us. "Isaac," she says, voice a little rough. I finally turn to face her. I force my expression into a mask of cool, clinical detachment. I will not let her see the war raging inside me. "Morning," I say, my voice clipped. "There's coffee." I see the flicker of confusion, of hurt in her eyes before she can hide it. She pulls the sheet a little tighter around herself. "About last night," she begins. I have to cut her off. I have to perform the amputation, clean and fast. It will hurt, but it's the only way to stop the infection from spreading. "It's fine," I say, taking a sip of my coffee, using the mug as a shield. "Don't worry about it." "Don't worry about it," she repeats, a note of disbelief in her voice. "It was a reaction," I say, the words tasting like acid in my mouth. To a high-stress situation. You almost died. Adrenaline is a powerful thing. It was just stress relief. There. The scalpel finds its mark. I see it in the way she flinches, the way the soft vulnerability in her eyes hardens instantly into the familiar, polished armor of the politician. The hurt is still there, a shadow in their depths. But the mask is back in place, and I hate myself for it. I hate myself with a ferocity that is a physical, burning thing in my gut. She gives a small, sharp nod, her chin lifting in that defiant way she has. Of course. You're right. That's all it was. She turns without another word and walks, not to the kitchen for coffee, but to her own bedroom at the other end of the apartment. A silent, clear declaration that the line has been redrawn. The door clicks shut behind her, the sound as final as a flat line. I stand there, alone in my silent, empty living room, the coffee turning to poison in my stomach. I just saved us. I just put the variables back in their boxes and re-established control. I did the right, logical, necessary thing. So why does it feel like I just cut out my own goddamn heart? The fake marriage, the one that was supposed to be a simple, sterile contract, just became terrifyingly real. Because the only thing we're faking now is that last night didn't mean a thing. And that is the biggest, most dangerous lie of all.
Chapter 19. Courtney. The new normal is an exercise in strategic avoidance. For the past week, Isaac has been gone before I wake up. A ghost who leaves behind only the faint scent of coffee and the lingering warmth of his body in the vast empty penthouse. He's back at the hospital. Back in his world of controlled chaos and saving lives. He took his leave. He saved me. And now he has retreated behind the sterile, unbreachable walls of his profession. The awkward, brittle conversation we had the morning after we slept together set the new terms of our arrangement. We are roommates, business partners. We text, but only about logistics. Lena is dropping off the polling data. Amelia needs you to sign the revised affidavit. There are no wasted words, no hint of the raw, desperate intimacy we shared in his bed. He called it stress relief, a reaction. And every time I think of those clinical, dismissive words, a hot, bitter shame washes over me. He regrets it, and I, the master strategist, the woman who never makes an uncalculated move, am left to deal with the messy, inconvenient fallout of my own catastrophic lapse in judgment. So I do what I've always done. I work. I throw myself back into my job at City Hall with a vengeance. My office, with its familiar view of the municipal plaza, becomes my sanctuary. The endless meetings, the budget proposals, the constituent calls. It's all a welcome, structured reality that pushes the memory of his hands on my skin, his mouth on mine, into a locked box in my subconscious. The federal investigation is officially closed. My name is cleared. The narrative in the press is one of a triumphant comeback. I am Councilwoman Barkley back in control. It's a complete lie. A low-grade fear I refuse to acknowledge is a constant companion. Jonathan is still out there, a ghost in the machine, and my security detail, paid for by the Dawson family coffers, is a constant, suffocating presence. Every night I go home to a silent, cavernous apartment and a man I'm legally bound to who looks at me like I'm a complication he's trying to solve. It's late. I'm the last one on my floor, a fact that brings me a grim sort of satisfaction. The city lights are glittering outside my window as I pack my briefcase, the day's work a small, hollow victory. I walk down the deserted, marble-floored hallway to the elevator bank, my heels clicking in the silence. I press the button, and the doors to an empty elevator slide open. I step inside, the familiar chime a comforting, mundane sound. As the doors close, sealing me in the small wood-paneled box, I lean my head back against the cool metal wall and let out a long, weary sigh. The elevator begins its smooth descent. 25, 24, 23. Suddenly, it happens. There's a sound like a gunshot from above, a deafening metallic crack that echoes through the shaft. The floor doesn't just lurch, it drops out from under me. I'm in freefall for a terrifying, stomach-plummeting second before the emergency brakes engage with a violent, bone-jarring slam. I'm thrown against the wall, my briefcase skittering across the floor. The main lights flicker and die, plunging me into a terrifying, near-total darkness, broken only by the dim, eerie glow of the emergency strip light near the floor. The elevator is dead, trapped somewhere between the 19th and 20th floors. My heart is a wild bird beating against the cage of my ribs. "Okay," I whisper to myself, my voice a thin, reedy sound in the sudden, tomb-like silence. "Okay, Courtney, breathe." I press the emergency call button. Nothing. I press it again, harder this time. Still nothing. The line is dead. This is not a mechanical failure. The first accident, the car that almost hit me, was deniable. But this is a message. The emergency communication line has been cut. Ice floods my veins. The air in the small space is suddenly thick, heavy, and impossible to breathe. My lungs seize, locking the air in my throat. I am trapped, alone, a target in a box. My thumb finds my tooth, a frantic, jagged drumming that I can't stop. The walls are closing in, the darkness pressing down on me. I sink to the floor, my back against the wall, and pull my knees to my chest, trying to make myself a smaller target, a ridiculous instinctual gesture against a threat I can't even see. I don't know how long I'm in there. Minutes stretch into an eternity. I hear something from outside, shouted, muffled voices, the sound of tools against metal. Help! They're coming. A wave of relief so potent, it makes me want to weep washes over me. It takes them another 20 minutes to pry the doors open. When they finally manage to create a gap, a fireman's face smudged with grease appears in the opening. "Ma'am, are you okay?" "I'm fine," I manage to say, voice a croak. They help me climb out into the hallway of the 19th floor. It's a scene of controlled chaos. Building security, firefighters, a few concerned faces from other offices. And then I see him. He's standing at the back of the crowd, leaning against the far wall. Isaac. He's still in his scrubs, his dark hair a mess, his face pale and grim under the harsh fluorescent lights. He must have come straight from the hospital. He's not looking at the elevator. He's looking at me, and his expression is a raw, unguarded storm of fury and terror. Our eyes lock across the crowded hallway, and the world seems to fall away. The noise, the people, it all fades to a dull, distant roar. In that moment, the awkwardness, the stilted text messages, the polite, empty silence of our apartment. It's all burned away by the raw, undeniable truth in his eyes. He was terrified he was going to lose me. A firefighter is asking me questions, but I can't hear him. I push past him, my legs unsteady, and walk toward Isaac. The crowd parts for me. He pushes himself off the wall and meets me halfway. He doesn't say anything. He just opens his arms, and I walk into them without a single thought. I bury my face in the rough, familiar fabric of his scrubs, my hands fisting in the material at his back. He smells like antiseptic and coffee and home. His arms wrap around me, pulling me tight against his chest, one hand coming up to cradle the back of my head. It's the fierce, possessive hold of a man who is terrified of letting me go. We just stand there, a silent, unmoving island in the midst of the chaos. Later, back in the suffocating silence of the penthouse, the adrenaline has faded, leaving behind a cold, terrifying clarity. We sit on the sofa, a respectable distance between us, the ghosts of our passion, a tangible presence in the room. Who would do this? I whisper, the question hanging in the air. Was it Jonathan? Is he back? Is this his revenge? Isaac stares out at the city lights, his jaw tight. Or it's one of the men he implicated in his testimony, a warning. Or it could even be Miller, a political rival who plays dirtier than we thought. He finally looks at me, his eyes dark with a grim certainty. It could be anyone, Courtney. We knew kicking that hornet's nest would have consequences. The unspoken truth hangs. My name has been legally cleared, but the real war has just begun. The legal battle had rules, a framework. This is different. This is chaos, a threat with no name and no face, a predator circling in the dark. I look at him, at the grim set of his mouth, at the fierce protective fire that is still burning in his eyes. The wall he so carefully rebuilt between us has been shattered. The awkward intimacy, the stilted silence, it's all gone. In its place is this, a shared, terrifying reality. We are no longer business partners. We are not roommates. We are two people trapped in a cage together, and the only person I can trust is the stranger who is my husband.
Chapter 20. Isaac. The familiar, controlled chaos of the ER should be a comfort. For years, this place, with its antiseptic smell, its symphony of beeps and urgent calls, its clear, definable problems I can solve with my hands, has been my only real home. But for the past 3 days, ever since I came back to work, it's felt like a cage keeping me from where I'm supposed to be. With her. I strip off my bloody gloves and toss them in the biohazard bin. The image of Courtney's pale, terrified face in that stalled elevator replaying in my mind for the 100th time. The patient on the table, a kid who got into a fight with a moving bus, is stable. My work here is done. But the gnawing, unfamiliar beast of anxiety in my gut is far from settled. My hand automatically goes to the phone in the pocket of my scrubs. I pull it out, my thumb hovering over her contact. Just a quick text. Are you home yet? Did Frank check the garage? I stop myself, shoving the phone back in my pocket. This is the 5th time I've almost texted her in the last hour. I'm becoming a cloying, obsessive mother hen. She's a grown woman, a goddamn force of nature, surrounded by a security detail that could protect a small country. She doesn't need me hovering, but the logical part of my brain is being drowned out by a primal savage instinct that screams one thing: protect her. The wall I tried to build between us after we slept together is a pile of rubble. The elevator incident didn't just shatter it, it atomized it. In the days she was recovering at the penthouse due to shock and anxiety, something shifted between us. The awkward silence was replaced by a quiet, shared reality. I'd cook. She'd work on her laptop from the sofa, occasionally reading a legal clause aloud to get my opinion. We didn't talk about what happened in my bed. We didn't talk about the fear. We just coexisted. And in that quiet coexistence, a fragile, terrifying intimacy began to take root. Leaving her this morning to come back to work felt like leaving a part of myself behind. Hell of a case, Dr. Dawson. I turn. Nurse Evelyn Reed is beside me, her movements efficient as she cleans and organizes the instrument tray. Her presence is usually a welcome one. She's competent, calm under pressure, one of the few people in this ER I can implicitly trust. He'll live, I say, my voice deep with exhaustion. They always do when you're on the table, she says, giving me a small, admiring smile. Speaking of which, I saw your wife on the news this morning. She's incredible, so poised, especially after that horrible elevator accident. How is she holding up? The stress must be immense. On the surface, it's a perfectly normal, even kind question. But something about the intensity of her focus, the way her eyes are a little too bright, a little too interested, makes the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. She's resilient, I say, my tone clipped, a subtle "do not enter" sign. Of course she is, Evelyn says, her smile never faltering. A politician has to be. She picks up a scalpel, her movements precise. It must be a relief to have her safe at home. The comment is innocuous, but the way she says safe at home feels weighted, like she knows I'm worried, like she's a part of our private conversation. You're being paranoid, Dawson. I dismiss the thought as a symptom of my own heightened anxiety. I'm seeing threats in every shadow. I give her a curt nod and head to my office to finish my charts. The small, windowless room is a mess of files and medical journals. I sink into my chair, the exhaustion of the last few weeks settling deep into my bones. I pull out my phone again. This time I give in. Me. You home? The three little dots appear almost instantly. Courtney. Just walked in. Frank cleared the apartment. All clear. A breath I didn't know I was holding leaves my lungs. Me. Good. Eat something that isn't coffee. Courtney. I make no promises, Doctor. A faint smile touches my lips. This is our new language. This stilted, caring, not quite flirting dance. It's a minefield, and I'm walking through it blindfolded. I'm about to reply when a soft knock sounds at my open door. I look up. Evelyn is standing there, holding a patient file. Sorry to interrupt, Doctor, she says, voice a soft murmur. Just needed you to sign off on Mr. Henderson's discharge papers. No problem, I say, taking the file from her. As I sign my name, a cold, unsettling thought crystallizes in my mind. The door to my office has a notoriously loud hinge. I didn't hear it open. How long was she standing there? Did she see the messages on my screen? Did she see the stupid, soft smile on my face? I look up at her, my eyes narrowing slightly. Her expression is a perfect mask of professional deference. There's nothing there. Nothing to suggest she was eavesdropping. Nothing but a calm, competent nurse doing her job. Thank you, Doctor, she says, taking the file back. She hesitates for a second at the door. I'm glad you're back. The ER isn't the same when you're not here. She gives me another one of her warm, admiring smiles, and then she's gone, her soft-soled shoes making no sound on the linoleum floor. I sit there for a long moment, the pen still in my hand. The interaction was completely normal. A good nurse making polite conversation and showing respect for a senior surgeon. It's nothing. So why can't I shake the feeling that I just got sized up by a predator? I scrub a hand through my hair, the gesture sharp with frustration. I'm losing my mind. That's the only explanation. The stress is getting to me. I'm projecting my fear, my anxiety about some unknown enemy onto a familiar face. Evelyn has been a rock in this hospital for years. She's a colleague, a friend. I'm being ridiculous. But as I stand up to leave for the night, the image of her standing silently in my doorway, her eyes a little too bright, a little too knowing, flashes in my mind. The seed of unease, once planted, is a stubborn, invasive thing. And as I walk out into the dark, dangerous city, heading for the one person I feel compelled to protect, I have the distinct, terrifying feeling that I've been looking for the enemy in all the wrong places.
Chapter 21. Courtney. The last few days have been a masterclass in controlled distance. Since Isaac returned to the hospital, we've settled into a tense, unspoken rhythm. We are two satellites locked in a careful, opposing orbit around the gravitational pull of the danger that surrounds us. We brief each other on the investigation into the accidents, which has yielded exactly nothing. But the fragile, charged intimacy that flared in the wake of the elevator incident has been carefully packed away. He's the stoic protector, and I'm the resilient politician. We are back to playing our parts. It's a lie, of course. Every time our eyes meet across the vast expanse of the living room, the memory of his arms around me, the raw terror in his face, arcs between us, but we don't talk about it. We can't. It's a complication our fragile alliance can't afford. Today, our two worlds are set to collide, It's the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the new Dawson Trauma Wing at City General, a project I championed on the council, and a place Isaac now essentially runs. It's a mandatory public appearance for both of us, a perfect photo op to reinforce our image as the city's dedicated power couple. Standing at the podium under the warm afternoon sun, the hospital looming behind me, I am in my element. This is what I do. I deliver a crisp, inspiring speech about civic duty and public health, my voice ringing with a confidence I absolutely do not feel. Isaac stands a few feet away, looking handsome and uncomfortable in a dark suit, his arms crossed, a silent, supportive presence. After the speech, we work the crowd. It's a dance I know by heart. I shake hands with the donors, laugh with board members, and listen with practiced empathy to a constituent's long story about her knee replacement. Isaac is a surprisingly effective wingman. He's a legend in this world, and his quiet, no-nonsense presence lends me a new kind of credibility. We are a formidable team. We're talking to the hospital's chief of staff when I see him, Councilman Miller, slithering through the crowd with a reporter I recognize, a hungry up-and-comer named Jenna who is known for asking the questions no one else will. A cold knot of dread forms in my stomach. This isn't a social call. This is an ambush. "Councilwoman," Jenna says, her voice bright and sharp, a microphone already materialized in her hand. A fantastic speech. But I have to ask, some are saying your recent run of bad luck is a distraction. They're questioning your stability. How can you promise to keep the city safe when you can't even keep yourself safe? The question is a stiletto, slid neatly between my ribs. It's Miller's work. I can feel it. He's standing just behind her, his face a mask of faux concern. I give her the polished, unbothered smile I reserve for my most hated opponents. I think my constituents are more concerned with policy than with a few unfortunate, isolated incidents, I say, my voice smooth as glass. A faulty elevator and a case of reckless driving are hardly a reflection on my ability to lead. But that's just it, Jenna presses, taking a step closer. The police have reported no evidence of foul play in either incident. Some are whispering that the stress of the federal investigation, which you were cleared of, has taken a greater toll than you're letting on. Are you cracking under the pressure, Councilwoman? The accusation hangs in the air, venomous and vile. She's not just questioning my judgment, she's questioning my sanity. The blood roars in my ears. The urge to rip her professionally condescending face off is a hot, violent thing. My thumbnail finds my tooth. A frantic, barely conscious drumming. Control the narrative, Courtney. My resolve to serve this city has never been stronger. I begin, my voice dangerously tight. And any insinuation to the contrary is not only sexist and insulting, but a desperate attempt by my political opponents to. What my wife is trying to say, a low voice cuts in, is that you have your facts wrong. Isaac moves, stepping forward from his position slightly behind me to stand directly at my side. He doesn't look at Jenna. He looks at me, and his expression is a raw, unguarded blaze of fury. He takes my hand, his fingers lacing through mine, a gesture of such sudden, fierce possession, it sends a jolt straight through me. He turns his gaze on Jenna, and the full, formidable force of Dr. Isaac Dawson is unleashed. The air crackles. The crowd around us goes silent. "Let me be perfectly clear," he says, his voice not loud but carrying with a cold, absolute authority that makes the air feel 10 degrees colder. My wife was not the victim of bad luck. She was the victim of 2 separate, deliberate attacks on her life. The car that tried to run her down was not a reckless driver. It was a targeted assault. The elevator she was trapped in did not malfunction. The emergency brake cables were intentionally frayed, and the communication line was cut. These are not my opinions. These are the preliminary findings of the independent security team I hired when it became clear the police were not taking these threats seriously. A collective gasp ripples through the crowd. My own breath is lodged in my throat. I stare at him, my heart hammering. He never told me he hired his own team. He never told me what they found. "You're not a journalist asking a tough question," he continues, his eyes boring into Jenna, who now looks pale and terrified. "You're a mouthpiece, a puppet for men like Councilman Miller, who lack the courage or the integrity to face my wife on a level playing field. So they resort to whispers, to innuendo, to gaslighting." He takes a step closer to her, and she flinches. "You want to talk about stability? You want to talk about pressure? My wife is the strongest person I have ever met. She has endured a public humiliation that would have broken anyone else. She has faced down a federal investigation based on lies and forgery, and she has done it all with a grace and a courage that you and the cowards you work for will never understand." He turns his head, his furious protective gaze sweeping over the stunned, silent crowd of reporters and donors. "So let me make this statement on the record," he says, his voice ringing with a conviction that is utterly, terrifyingly real. "If anyone, and I mean anyone, comes after my wife again, if you question her sanity, if you threaten her safety, if you so much as breathe a word of slander in her direction, you will not be dealing with Councilwoman Barkley's campaign manager. You will be dealing with me, personally." He lets the threat hang in the air for a long, charged moment. Then, without another word, he turns, his hand still holding mine in a vice grip, and leads me through the stunned, silent crowd. The only sound is the frantic, blinding flash of a dozen cameras. Capturing the exact moment, Dr. Isaac Dawson, the detached, cynical surgeon, declared war on the entire city to protect his wife. We don't stop walking until we are in the blessedly quiet, sterile hallway of the new trauma wing. He finally lets go of my hand, and the loss of contact leaves my skin feeling cold. He leans back against the wall, scrubbing a hand over his face, his breathing harsh. I just stare at him, my carefully constructed world tilting on its axis. The politician in me is screaming. That was reckless. That was an unforced error. You just gave them 1,000 new headlines. But the woman whose life he has just so fiercely, so publicly, so unconditionally defended, is looking at him with a terrifying, dawning realization. The deal we made, the 3-year contract, the entire fake strategic marriage, it's all a lie. Because what I feel for him in this moment, a tidal wave of awe and gratitude and a deep, soul-shaking attraction, is the most real thing that has ever happened to me, and I have absolutely no idea what to do about it. You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, you get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 22. Isaac. The silence in the sterile, brightly lit hallway is a living thing. It's thick with the aftershock of my public declaration, with the raw, unspoken thing that just passed between us. Courtney is staring at me, her dark eyes wide and full of a turbulent, unreadable emotion. Her mouth opens. She's about to say something. My name, maybe, or a question, or a curse, and my entire nervous system braces for the impact. And then my phone buzzes. The sound is a harsh, unwelcome intrusion, a blade slicing through the charged moment. I ignore it, but it buzzes again, insistent. A text, followed immediately by a call. It's a number I don't recognize. Instinct, honed by years of unexpected calls from the ER, takes over. I pull the phone from my pocket, my apology already forming on my lips. I have to take this, I say, my voice gruff. She just nods, the spell between us broken, the moment lost. She wraps her arms around herself, a familiar, defensive gesture, and the wall between us is back, shimmering and invisible, but there, all the same. I turn my back to her, a small, necessary cruelty to give us both space, and answer the call. "This is Dr. Dawson." "Dr. Dawson," a woman's voice says, frail and trembling with an emotion I can't quite place. Grief? Fear? "My name is Margaret Hayes. My husband David and we were hoping we could speak with you. It's about our daughter, Annetta Hayes. You were her surgeon last year." The name clicks into place. Annette Hayes, a 24-year-old car crash victim. Multiple fractures, internal bleeding, a tough case, but she pulled through. I remember her, bright, a little starstruck. She developed a classic case of transference, a crush on the man who saved her life. It's common. I was gentle but firm in shutting it down. A few weeks after she was discharged, I'd heard the news. She jumped from the roof of her apartment building. A tragedy. Ruled a suicide. "Of course, Mrs. Hayes," I say, my voice softening into the familiar, professional cadence I use with grieving families. "How can I help you?" "We think someone killed our daughter," she says, the words a raw, painful whisper. "And we think it was someone from the hospital." The meeting takes place in a sad, little coffee shop near City General an hour later. The Hayeses are a ghost of a couple, worn down and hollowed out by a grief that has settled deep into their bones. They look at me with the desperate, flickering hope that makes my gut clench. I've seen this look 1,000 times. The desperate need to find a reason, any reason other than the unbearable truth, for a loved one's death. My brain immediately categorizes their story. Stage 3 of grief. Bargaining, mixed with a healthy dose of denial. "The police didn't believe us," David Hayes says, his voice a low rumble of impotent fury. "They saw the note. They saw her history of depression post-accident. They closed the case in 48 hours. But our Anne wouldn't have done that," Margaret insists, her hands trembling as she pushes a worn, leather-bound journal across the table. She was getting better. She was making plans, but she was scared of someone, a nurse at the hospital. I open my mouth to offer a gentle, clinical explanation about the psychological toll of trauma, but the name she says next freezes the words in my throat. Her name was Evelyn Reed. The seed of unease that was planted in my mind weeks ago, the one I dismissed as paranoia, suddenly sprouts a cold, thorny vine. Evelyn. Her strange, lingering presence. Her pointed questions about Courtney. She told Anne that she was obsessed with you, Margaret continues, her voice dropping. That you were hers. Anne wrote about it. She said Evelyn threatened her. "Mrs. Hayes," I begin, my voice gentle but firm. "It's not uncommon for patients to misinterpret." "Read it," her husband interrupts, his gaze intense. "Page 74. I open the journal. The page is filled with a young woman's looping, feminine script. But the words are anything but gentle. My eyes scan the page, and then they lock on a single, terrifying paragraph. October 12th. Evelyn cornered me in the stairwell today after my physical therapy. She was smiling, but her eyes were wrong. She said she saw the way I looked at Dr. Dawson. She said he was a great man who deserved to be protected from distractions. She told me Dr. Dawson would be hers. She said if I didn't stay away from the hospital, if I ever tried to contact him again, she would make me disappear. She said she knows how to make things appear like accidents, or even like someone just couldn't handle the pain anymore. I'm so scared. She's always watching me. The words on the page blur. The cheerful chatter of the coffee shop fades to a dull, distant roar. A cold, slick dread slides down my spine. So potent, it's a physical thing. She knows how to make things seem like accidents. The car that nearly hit Courtney, a reckless driver. The elevator, a mechanical failure. My mind flashes to Evelyn in the ER, her cool competence, her warm, deferential smiles. And then to the image of her standing silently outside my office door. Her bright, knowing eyes. This isn't grief. This isn't a conspiracy theory. This is a confession from beyond the grave. Annette Hayes didn't jump. She was pushed. And the woman who pushed her is the same woman who held the IV needle to my wife's arm. The same woman who knows my schedule, who knows where I live, who asked with such professional concern how Courtney was holding up under the stress. Blood turns to ice water in my veins. The pieces of the puzzle, the ones I've been refusing to look at, slam into place with a horrifying, undeniable clarity. It was never Jonathan. It was never his criminal associates. It was never Miller. It's always been her. Evelyn has been systematically eliminating anyone she perceives as a rival. A quiet, invisible predator hiding in plain sight, using the chaos of a hospital to cover her tracks. And I, in a desperate, foolish attempt to save Courtney's career, went on national television and painted a giant, unmissable target on my wife's back. I didn't just tell the world she was my wife. I told Evelyn that Courtney was the new, permanent, and most significant distraction of all. I stand up so abruptly my chair scrapes loudly against the floor. The Hayses look up at me, startled. "Thank you," I say in a strangled voice that I don't recognize. "You have no idea what you've just done. I'll make sure this gets to the right people, and I will let you know. Can I get this copy?" Mrs. Hayes bobs her head up and down. I nod once and throw a handful of bills on the table and walk out of the coffee shop, my phone already in my hand. I'm not walking. I'm running. The immediate danger isn't a ghost like Jonathan or a political rival. It's a woman with a keycard to my hospital, a syringe in her pocket, and a murderous obsession that has just found its new focus.
Chapter 23. Courtney. The silence in the sterile, brightly lit hallway is a living thing. It's thick with the aftershock of Isaac's public declaration, with the raw, unspoken thing that just passed between us. I'm staring at him, my mind a chaotic whirlwind. The politician in me is screaming, a frantic, high-pitched siren of pure panic. This is a disaster. He just lost control. He handed Miller 1,000 new attack ads, but the woman, the one who has been living in a state of quiet, managed terror for weeks, is staring at him with a feeling so potent and overwhelming, it threatens to bring me to my knees. It feels like gratitude. It feels like awe. It feels dangerously like love. Before I can process the thought, before I can say a single word, his phone buzzes. A harsh, unwelcome intrusion. The spell is broken. He takes the call, his face hardening into a grim mask I don't recognize. He turns and walks away, leaving me standing alone in the hallway. The words, "I have to go," echoing in the empty space. Lena finds me moments later and steers me back toward the reception. I go through the motions, smiling until my face hurts, my mind not on the donors or the hospital board, but on the haunted look in Isaac's eyes before he left. I'm nursing a glass of sparkling water, trying to project an aura of calm I am nowhere near feeling when a woman in crisp, white scrubs approaches me. She's pretty, with warm, kind eyes and a welcoming smile. "Councilwoman Barclay Dawson," she says, her voice bright and enthusiastic. "I'm so sorry to interrupt. I'm Evelyn Reed. I'm one of the senior trauma nurses here. I just had to say what your husband did for you out there. That's a real man." "Thank you," I say, my professional smile clicking into place. He's very protective. As he should be, she says, her smile widening. She takes a step closer, her body invading my personal space, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. After everything you've been through, the stress must be immense. Are you holding up okay? Really? There's a strange proprietary intensity in her eyes that is at odds with her warm demeanor. Her concern feels invasive, performative. I get a sudden, inexplicable chill, a primal warning bell going off in the back of my mind. She reaches out and places a hand on my arm. Her touch is cool, her grip surprisingly firm. You just have to be so careful. A woman in your position with so many enemies, you never know where the next threat might come from. A man like Dr. Dawson needs a wife who can stay safe. He has enough to worry about. Her words are a perfect echo of my own deepest fears, and hearing them from this stranger, laced with that strange, possessive undertone about Isaac, is deeply unsettling. It gives me the heebie-jeebies. Courtney! Lena's voice cuts in, a welcome interruption. The hospital director wants a word before you go. I pull my arm from Evelyn's grip, offering her a tight, polite smile. It was lovely to meet you, Nurse Reed. If you'll excuse me. I walk away with Lena, but I can feel the nurse's eyes on my back, a strange, prickling sensation that I can't quite shake. Later, back in the suffocating silence of the penthouse, the unease lingers. The encounter with the nurse replays in my mind, a weird, off-key note in an already chaotic symphony. I'm pacing the living room, staring out at the indifferent city lights, when Isaac walks in. He looks like he's been to hell and back. His face is pale, his eyes are haunted, and he's moving with a frantic, desperate energy that sets every one of my nerves on edge. He doesn't even seem to see the files spread across the table. His eyes find mine, and the look in them is one of raw, undiluted terror. We need to talk, he says, his voice a raw, strangled thing. Now! He walks straight past me into his bedroom. I follow him, my heart starting a low, anxious thrum. The moment I close the door, he turns to me. I was wrong, he says. The words a harsh, ragged whisper. We've been looking in the wrong direction. He throws a thin, leather-bound journal onto his unmade bed. It's someone else. Someone I know. He tells me about the Hayes family, about their daughter, Annette, who supposedly died by suicide a year ago, about her journal, about her parents' desperate, dismissed plea, about their fear of a nurse at the hospital, a nurse who was obsessed with him, a nurse named Evelyn Reed. My mind flashes to the woman from the reception, the one with the two bright eyes and the lingering touch, the one who gave me the chills. A nurse? I whisper. Isaac, that's... Read it, he says, his voice breaking. He opens the journal, his surgeon's hands trembling slightly, and points to a page. I take the book. The words on the page are a young woman's cry for help from beyond the grave. She said she knows how to make things look like accidents, or even like someone just couldn't handle the pain anymore. The words blur. The car, the elevator. My blood turns cold as ice. But can she manage all that? Did she have help? Her parents went to the police. Isaac continues, pacing the room like a caged animal. They showed them the diary. The police dismissed it, said it wasn't a credible threat, said their daughter was unstable, depressed. The case is cold. Margaret Hayes is so frail she's losing all hope. He stops, scrubbing a hand over his face, his expression a mask of raw agony. This is my fault, Courtney. All of it. I was her doctor. I should have seen something. And then, I put you on a national stage. I told the entire world you were my wife. He looks at me, and the raw, soul-deep guilt in his eyes is a physical blow. The cool, detached surgeon is gone. In his place is just a man, terrified and blaming himself for putting the woman he for putting me in the crosshairs of a killer. All the walls between us, the ones we've so carefully tried to maintain, crumble into dust. This isn't about the contract. This isn't about the deal. This is about a real, immediate, and deadly threat. My own suspicions, the ones that have been circling Jonathan like a vulture, feel both confirmed and completely upended. He's still out there, a ghost in the machine, and my gut tells me he's not done with me. But this Evelyn, the encounter at the hospital was too strange. Her words too pointed to be a coincidence. It's a variable I hadn't accounted for, a threat from a direction I never thought to watch. Isaac, I say, my voice quiet but firm. I close the journal and place it on the bed. The politician in me, the strategist, is taking over. A cold, clear wave of logic cutting through the terror. The police didn't listen to a grieving, powerless family, I say, my voice gaining strength. I walk toward him, closing the space between us. But they will listen to me. He looks at me, his eyes full of a desperate, flickering hope. I am Councilwoman Courtney Barkley Dawson, I say, and finally, the name feels like a weapon, not a cage. I am a public official who has been the victim of 2 credible attempts on her life, and I am about to walk into the nearest police station with my husband, a renowned surgeon, and the diary of a dead girl. And I am going to make them listen. At least, we have to try. I reach out and take his hand. His fingers are cold, but they wrap around mine in a tight, desperate grip. We're going to do this together, I say. He just nods, his throat working. The fear is still there in his eyes, but now it's tempered by a flicker of the same hope I feel. We are no longer just business partners. We are a team, and we are about to go to war.
Chapter 24. Isaac. The police precinct smells of burnt coffee, stale paperwork, and a cheap pine-scented disinfectant that fails to cover the underlying aroma of human misery. It's a special kind of institutional despair, a smell I know all too well from the county-funded wings of the hospital. We sit on hard plastic chairs under the merciless hum of fluorescent lights, a bizarre trinity of the powerful, the grieving, and the damned. Courtney sits beside me, a study in controlled composure. She's in her charcoal gray power suit, the one she wore to the press conference. She's Councilwoman Barkley Dawson, projecting an aura of unassailable authority. It's a brilliant performance, but I can see the fine tremor in her hands, the rigid set of her jaw. Margaret Hayes is on her other side, a small, fragile woman clutching her daughter's diary to her chest like a holy relic while her husband is at home because he fell ill. She looks like a ghost, all but invisible, in the chaotic waiting room. My own insides are a knot of guilt, rage, and a helplessness that feels like a physical illness. I am a man of action, a man who cuts, clamps, and fixes. But here, in this bureaucratic purgatory, my skills are useless. I'm just another body in a waiting room, completely at the mercy of a system I have no control over. A man in a rumpled suit calls my name. Dr. Dawson? Councilwoman? Detective Walsh will see you now. Detective Walsh is exactly what you'd expect. Mid-50s, tired eyes, a gut that strains against the buttons of his cheap dress shirt. His desk is a chaotic landscape of cold coffee cups and messy files. He gives Courtney a respectful, almost weary nod. Councilwoman. Thank you for coming in. His gaze slides to me, then to Mrs. Hayes, and his expression becomes distinctly less welcoming. We sit. Courtney, in her element, takes the lead. She lays out the case with the cool, logical precision of a prosecutor. She details the accidents, the car, the elevator, and the independent security team's findings that prove they were deliberate. Her voice is calm, reasonable, the voice of a public official reporting a credible threat. Then it's my turn. I walk Walsh through the medical impossibilities of Annette Hayes' death, the psychological profile that didn't fit a suicide. I explain the concept of transference, the professional boundaries, the pattern of a predator who preys on the vulnerable. Margaret Hayes, her voice a reedy whisper, tells the story of her daughter's fear. She pushes the diary across the desk. "She wrote it all down," she says, her voice thick with a grief that is a raw, open wound. "She was terrified of that nurse." Walsh listens to it all with a practiced, perfunctory patience. He skims the diary, his expression unreadable. He looks at the security report. He makes a few notes on a legal pad. The entire time, a cold, sinking feeling is growing in my gut. He's not buying it. "I understand your concern," he says finally, directing his words to Courtney, pointedly ignoring Mrs. Hayes and me. "And, of course, we take any threat against a public official seriously. We'll look into the incidents at City Hall. We'll have our forensics team examine the elevator cables." "And the nurse?" I press, my voice tight. "Evelyn Reed." Walsh leans back in his chair, the leather groaning in protest. He gives me a long, considering look. It's not the look of a cop taking a statement. It's the look of a man assessing a suspect. "Doctor," he says, his voice taking on a patronizing, man-to-man tone. "Let's be frank. What you have here is a diary from a young woman with a documented history of post-traumatic depression. You have a grieving mother, which is a terrible tragedy, but not evidence of a crime." He gestures vaguely at the files on his desk. "We get a dozen calls a week from families looking for someone to blame after a suicide. It's a sad reality." He then lowers his voice, leaning forward conspiratorially. "And frankly, Mrs. Hayes here, she's visited the precinct half a dozen times in the last year. There's a fine line between a concerned mother and someone looking for a deep pockets lawsuit against a hospital. You and the councilwoman need to be careful who you associate with. Scammers are everywhere." A hot, violent rage floods my veins. I'm about to launch myself across the desk, but Courtney's hand on my arm, a silent warning squeeze, stops me. Walsh turns his attention back to me, his eyes narrowing slightly. "What I also have, Dr. Dawson, is a series of unfortunate patient outcomes, all of which seem to have you as the common denominator. A young woman who was your patient dies of suicide. 2 accidents happened to your new wife, another one of your patients. We get reports like this from the aggrieved family of the patients. From where I'm sitting, this looks less like a vast conspiracy and more like a complicated internal problem at City General." "Are you accusing me of something?" I ask, my voice dangerously quiet. "Just making an observation," Walsh says, a smug little smile playing on his lips. "It sounds a lot like a malpractice suit waiting to happen. Maybe a very messy one you're trying to get ahead of by creating a phantom killer nurse." That's it. The checkmate. He's not just dismissing our claims. He's turning the weapon back on me. He has taken our evidence and twisted it into a motive for me to be lying. Courtney stands up, her face a twisted mask of cold, regal fury. "I believe we are done here, Detective. We have made our report. We expect you to investigate it thoroughly. We will be following up with the police commissioner's office directly." She lays her card on his desk, a final defiant gesture of power in a powerless situation. Then she turns and walks out, her posture perfect, every line of her body radiating righteous indignation. I help a trembling, utterly defeated Margaret Hayes to her feet and follow. As we walk through the bustling main room of the precinct, I overhear 2 uniformed cops talking by a water cooler. "That the surgeon from the news?" "Yeah, the one who married the councilwoman. Smells like a lawsuit and a half." The words are a swift punch to the gut. It's not just Walsh. It's the entire goddamn department. We step out of the precinct and into the harsh, unforgiving light of day. We didn't find an ally. We found a new enemy. We didn't just fail to bring the monster into the light. We managed to cast the shadow of suspicion directly onto me. Courtney's composure finally cracks. She leans against the side of the Bentley, a single shuddering breath escaping her lips. Margaret Hayes is weeping silently beside her. We are 3 broken people on a dirty city sidewalk, completely and utterly on our own. The predator is still out there, hiding in plain sight, protected by a system that refuses to see her. And I, the man who is supposed to be Courtney's protector, have just made myself a liability. I've become a distraction, a target, and the real killer is free to finish the hunt.
Chapter 25. Courtney. The world outside has become a distant, theoretical concept. For the past 2 days, since the disastrous meeting at the precinct, the penthouse has transformed from a home into a fortress. A gilded cage. Isaac brought in a new security team, hard-looking men with military backgrounds who speak in clipped, quiet voices. They are a constant silent presence in the lobby, in the garage, a human wall between me and a world that has become a hunting ground. The investigation into Evelyn Reed is a dead end. Without a warrant, the police won't touch her. The PI Isaac hired is digging into her past, but she's a ghost. A spotless record, glowing performance reviews, no digital footprint to speak of. The manhunt for Jonathan is equally fruitless. He has vanished, a phantom leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. We are trapped. 2 prisoners of circumstance, rattling around in a multi-million-dollar cell. The war room has been dismantled, the whiteboard erased. There are no more strategies to map out, no more legal loopholes to dissect. There is only the waiting and the silence. A heavy, charged silence filled with the unspoken things that happened in his bed and the undeniable truth of what we now face together. Tonight, the silence is a physical presence, a third person in the room. Isaac is staring out at the glittering, indifferent city skyline, a glass of bourbon in his hand, his shoulders a tight, rigid line of tension. I'm on the sofa, a legal brief open on my lap, though I've been reading the same sentence for the last 20 minutes. I can't do this anymore, the pretending, the polite, sterile distance. Isaac, I say, my voice quiet, but it cuts through the silence like a blade. He turns, his expression guarded. Yeah? I'm tired of waiting for the other shoe to drop, I say, closing my laptop with a soft click. And I'm tired of drinking your excellent but very depressing bourbon. I stand up and walk to the wine fridge he never uses. Tonight, we are going to open a bottle of wine, and you are going to tell me a story about a time you weren't a cynical, world-weary surgeon. He looks surprised, a flicker of something other than grim resolve in his tired blue eyes. A faint, almost smile touches his lips. That was a long time ago. I've got time, I say, pulling out a bottle of red wine I recognize from one of the city's best vineyards. We sit on the floor, our backs against the sofa, the bottle of wine and 2 glasses between us on the low coffee table. The city lights are a glittering backdrop to our strange, suspended reality. And finally, we just talk. He tells me about growing up as the spare Dawson, the quiet, rebellious kid who found solace in books, not boardrooms. He tells me about his first real trauma case as a resident, a little girl caught in a house fire, and how holding her small, steady hand after a 12-hour surgery was the first time he felt like he was exactly where he was supposed to be. I tell him about my mother, about her quiet, brilliant legal mind, and the way her ambition was slowly, systematically suffocated by the demands of being a politician's wife. I tell him how I swore I would never make her mistake, how I built my life on a foundation of control so that no one could ever put me in a gilded cage. The irony is a bitter, metallic taste in my mouth. The wine loosens our tongues, erodes the carefully constructed walls between us. We are no longer a politician and a surgeon. We are just Courtney and Isaac, 2 broken people finding a strange, unexpected solace in each other's company. He's immersed in a funny, self-deprecating story about a disastrous medical school date when I reach out and trace the faint, thin scar along his jawline with my finger. You're a good man, Isaac Dawson, I whisper, the words feeling truer than anything I've ever said. He stops talking. The air in the room shifts, the comfortable intimacy thickening into something else. Something hot, electric, and undeniable. He turns his head, his lips brushing against my fingertips. The contact is a jolt, a silent, explosive detonation in the silence of the room. His eyes are dark, a turbulent, stormy sea of an emotion I'm too scared to name. Courtney, he rasps, his voice a low, rough thing that makes my whole body ache. That's all it takes. I lean in, and he meets me halfway. The kiss is nothing like the first time. There is no desperation, no frantic, adrenalized survival. This is slow. This is deliberate. This is a profound, soul-deep recognition. His mouth is warm and soft, and he tastes of expensive wine and a loneliness that perfectly mirrors my own. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM, This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. We are no longer business partners. We are not just roommates. The lie we have been living has just been burned to the ground by a truth so powerful, so undeniable. It leaves us both breathless. He presses a soft, lingering kiss to my shoulder, and in that simple, silent gesture, a new contract is signed. One that has nothing to do with politics or power, and everything to do with the two broken people who just found a home in each other's arms. Courtney, he murmurs my name over and over as his hands around me tightens. I'm right here, Isaac, I reply softly, letting him take me into his arms. Right now, tomorrow is too far away. To hell with it.
Chapter 26. Isaac. I wake up without a sense of impending doom. The morning light is soft, filtering through the blinds, casting stripes across the tangled white sheets of my bed. Courtney is still asleep, her back pressed against my chest, one of my arms slung possessively over her waist. She smells of my soap and her own unique, warm scent, a combination that has already become dangerously familiar. The memory of last night, the wine, the confessions, the slow, soul-shattering way we came together, is a warm, steady hum beneath my skin. I lie there, watching the slow, even rise and fall of her shoulders, and allow myself a single, unguarded thought. This could be real. Her eyes flutter open, and she turns in my arms to face me. A slow, sleepy smile touches her lips, the first I've ever seen. It's not the dazzling public smile of the politician or the tired, cynical smile of my partner in crisis. This one is just for me, and it hits me with the force of a physical blow. "Morning, Doctor," she murmurs, her voice a husky whisper. "Councilwoman," I reply, my own voice rough with sleep. I lean in and kiss her, a slow, deep kiss that tastes of the morning and the lingering intimacy of the night before. "I'm starving," she says against my lips. "Is my personal chef on duty today?" A laugh rumbles in my chest. Don't get used to it, Barkley. My culinary genius is a fleeting, mystical thing. I get up and pull on a pair of sweats, feeling her eyes on my back. The easy domesticity of the moment is a fragile, beautiful thing, a bubble of peace in the midst of a war zone. I'm in the kitchen, pulling eggs from the fridge, the sound of her showering a comforting, normal sound in my too-quiet apartment when the intercom buzzes. The sound is a gunshot in the quiet. The bubble shatters. We both freeze. I see her appear in the doorway of the bedroom, a towel wrapped around her body, her expression a mirror of my own sudden, cold dread. I press the button, my voice a low growl. "Yes." "Dr. Dawson, my apologies," the doorman says. "Your uncle, Mr. Charles Dawson, and Mr. Marcus Barkley are here to see you." The two horsemen of the apocalypse. They don't wait for an invitation. By the time I open the door, they are already stepping out of the elevator, a united front of bespoke suits and cold paternal disapproval. "We need to talk," Charles says, his gaze sweeping over my sweatpants and bare chest with disdain before landing on Courtney as she emerges from the bedroom, now dressed in jeans and a simple black sweater. They march into the living room, their presence a cold front that instantly chills the warm, comfortable air of the apartment. "This stunt with the police," her father Marcus begins, his voice tight with a fury he's barely containing. "What in God's name were you thinking, Courtney?" I watch her spine stiffen, the soft, unguarded woman from my bed replaced instantly by the formidable politician. "I was thinking that my life has been threatened twice, and it might be a good idea to inform the authorities," she says, her voice dripping with ice. "They were coincidences," Marcus snaps. "A fender bender and a power outage." "And for that, you dragged the Dawson family name, our name, and the reputation of a major city hospital through the mud over the ravings of some dead girl in a diary." "Her name was Annette Hayes," I cut in, my voice dangerously quiet, "and she was my patient." Charles turns his cold, reptilian gaze on me. "A patient who, by all accounts, was mentally unstable. Your little visit didn't just fail to solve anything. It created a new crisis. The morning news is having a field day." My hand instinctively finds the remote on the coffee table. I turn on the large screen mounted on the wall, switching it to a local news channel. A breaking news banner is splashed across the bottom of the screen. The headline reads, "Multiple mysterious deaths probed at City General. Prominent surgeon's patients in question." My blood turns to ice. They're running my photo, and beside it, a photo of Annette Hayes. And another one, a man I vaguely recognize, another former patient who died of a supposed overdose a few months back. They're connecting the dots. They're building a narrative. And I'm at the center of it. "My God!" Charles breathes, his face pale with fury. Marcus turns on his daughter, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. "You see what you've done? You're overreacting, you're paranoia. You've created a scandal that is 1,000 times worse than the wedding. You've implicated this entire family. You've implicated me." I watch Courtney's face. I see the carefully constructed mask of the politician crack. I see the raw, devastating pain of a daughter being flayed alive by her own father, not out of concern for her safety, but for his own goddamn image. And a rage so pure and cold it feels like ice solidifying in my veins takes its place. "Get out!" I growl menacingly. Marcus sputters. "What did you say to me?" "I said get out," I repeat, taking a step toward him. "Both of you." I look at him, at this man who is supposed to love and protect the woman the woman standing behind me. "You are more concerned with your legacy than the fact that your daughter is the target of a killer. You are a pathetic excuse for a father." I turn to my uncle, the real architect of this entire nightmare. "And you. This is all on you. Every last bit of it. Jonathan, the lies, the danger Courtney is in. It all started with your obsession with image, with your precious goddamn alliance." Charles just looks at me, his expression one of cold, detached superiority. "You are emotional, Isaac. You're not thinking clearly." "Am I not?" I challenge, taking a step closer. "Let me ask you something, Charles. Jonathan, his proclivities, his financial instability, how much did you know before you pushed him on Courtney?" The question hangs in the air, a live grenade. Marcus looks from me to Charles, a flicker of uncertainty on his face. Charles doesn't flinch. He adjusts his tie, his movements calm, deliberate. "I knew everything," he says, his voice as cool and empty as a morgue. "I knew about the boy, Marco. I knew Jonathan was a reckless spendthrift with a gambling problem. It was all manageable." The air leaves my lungs in a single painful hiss. He knew. He knew all of it. "You knew?" I whisper, words a raw, disbelieving scrape in my throat. You knew he was a liar and a con artist, and you served her up to him on a silver platter? Don't be so dramatic, Charles says, his voice laced with bored condescension. It was a calculated risk. Jonathan's issue could be managed with the family's resources. The Barclay Alliance, a future mayor in the family pocket, that was always the prize. A prize, he adds, his eyes flicking to Courtney with a look of pure transactional assessment. That was worth any risk. I look at Courtney. I see the final devastating blow land. I see the last of her illusions about her place in this world, about the father who raised her, about the alliance she was sacrificed for, shatter into a million pieces. The pain in her eyes is a raw, open wound. And in that moment, I know with a terrifying absolute certainty that I would kill for this woman. I would burn down the entire goddamn world to keep her safe. My contract with her, my deal with my uncle, my cynical, detached view of the world. It's all gone. There's only her. The ground beneath our feet hasn't just cracked. It has ceased to exist.
Chapter 27. Courtney. The silence in the aftermath of my father and Charles's departure is a physical wound. The brutal, transactional nature of their words still hangs in the air, a toxic, suffocating fog. The fragile, beautiful peace of the morning is a distant, impossible memory. I'm standing in the living room, my arms wrapped around myself, trying to hold together the shattered pieces of my own identity. I'm not a daughter. I'm not a political prodigy. I am a commodity, a calculated risk that didn't pay off. Isaac is a silent, furious presence by the window. I can feel the rage radiating off him, a palpable heat in the cold, sterile room. He hasn't said a word since they left. He doesn't have to. I saw the look on his face. The moment his uncle confessed to the full, depraved scope of his manipulation, Isaac's war ceased to be about his family name or a bad deal. It became about me. The sound of the elevator dinged softly, and a moment later, Lena and Amelia stride in, their faces grim. They've already seen the news. Okay, Lena says, her voice all business as she sets her briefcase down. Talk to me. What's the play? There is no play, I say. My voice is a hollow echo of itself. They're painting him as a serial killer. It's circumstantial, Amelia says, her tone sharp, analytical. A pattern of unfortunate outcomes. We can fight that. We just need to... Her words are cut off by a breaking news alert that flashes across the television screen Isaac left on. The headline is a fresh, bloody slash of violence. Breaking, anonymous tip expands probe into city general deaths. 10 patients now identified. 10? The number is a punch to the ribs. Not 2, not a strange coincidence. 10, a pattern, a kill count. My God, Lena breathes, her eyes wide with horror. She must be the one that provided the tip, Isaac growls from the window. Evelyn. She's accelerating. She's feeding them a narrative. Before anyone can respond, the intercom buzzes. A harsh, declarative sound that makes us all flinch. My heart seizes in my chest. I already know who it is. Isaac crosses the room and presses the button, his voice flat and dead. Yes? Dr. Dawson, the doorman says, his professional tone unable to mask the tension. Detectives from the homicide division are here for you. The air leaves my lungs in a single painful rush. Homicide, not a quiet inquiry. Homicide. Send them up, Isaac says. The wait is an eternity. I am a statue of ice, my blood frozen in my veins. Lena is pale, her hands trembling slightly as she furiously texts on her phone. Amelia's face is a mask of cold, professional fury. Isaac just stands by the door, his posture impossibly straight, his expression one of grim, weary resignation. He looks like a man walking to his own execution. Detective Walsh is one of the 2 men who step out of the elevator. The smug, dismissive look from our last meeting is gone. replaced by a cold, hard certainty. "Dr. Dawson," Walsh says, his voice devoid of any warmth, "we have a warrant. We need you to come with us for questioning regarding the deaths of 10 of your former patients." "My lawyer is present," Isaac says, his voice calm, steady. "Am I under arrest?" "You are being detained for questioning," Walsh replies, the words a careful legal dance. "For now." "I'm coming with you," I say, my own voice a sharp, commanding crack in the tension. Walsh looks at me. "Councilwoman, this is a police matter. It's not a—" "I am his wife," I cut in, my voice dropping, laced with the steel of a woman who is used to getting her way. "And I am his legal counsel of record, alongside Miss Vance. I have a right to be present. Make the call, detective, or my next call will be to the mayor and the police commissioner." Walsh's jaw tightens, but he gives a curt, angry nod. The precinct is a blur. I move through it on autopilot, the politician in me taking over, my mind a cold, calculating machine. I pull the strings. I make the calls. I get what I want. A seat in the observation room, behind a two-way mirror where I can watch the interrogation. I sit in the dark, the faint scent of stale coffee in the air, and watch. The reflection of my own terrified face is a ghostly superimposition over the scene in the other room. Isaac sits at a bare metal table, his hands resting calmly in front of him. He looks like a surgeon about to begin a delicate operation. Walsh and another detective circle him like sharks. The interrogation is a brutal, methodical vivisection. They don't have a smoking gun. They have a pattern. And they weave that pattern into a terrifying, plausible narrative. They paint him as a brilliant, arrogant surgeon with a get complex. A man who saves lives, yes, but who also holds the power of life and death in his hands. They bring up Annette Hayes, a young, vulnerable woman who developed an obsession with you, doctor. An obsession you rejected, and then she's dead. They bring up the other 9. An elderly man who died of a heart attack post-op. A young father who had a fatal allergic reaction to a common antibiotic. Each one a tragedy. Each one with a plausible medical explanation. But when laid out one after another, the pattern is damning. 10 patients, 10 unfortunate outcomes. And one common denominator, Dr. Isaac Dawson. I listen, my legal mind analyzing their strategy. It's all circumstantial. It's a house of cards, but it's a beautifully constructed one. They play their ace. "We got an anonymous tip, doctor," Walsh says, leaning in close. "From someone inside the hospital. Someone who said they were scared. Someone who said they'd seen you with a syringe of potassium chloride near a patient's IV line. Someone who said they saw you arguing with Annette Hayes the day before she died." My breath catches in my throat. "Evelyn." I watch Isaac's face. He doesn't flinch. His expression is a mask of cold, controlled fury. "That's a lie." "Is it?" Walsh counters. "Or is it the truth you've been hiding? The truth about a doctor who likes to play God, who cleans up his own complications, who silences the women who get too close. The words are poison, a carefully crafted narrative designed to twist his integrity into arrogance, his dedication into a motive. The cold, logical part of my brain, the prosecutor I used to be, sees the case they are building, the pattern, the opportunity, the tip from a credible eyewitness. And for one horrifying, gut-wrenching, soul-shattering second, a sliver of ice slides into my heart, a whisper of pure, unadulterated doubt. Could he? The thought is a betrayal, a violation. I shove it down, my stomach churning with self-loathing, but the shadow of it lingers. The seed once planted has taken root. The interrogation ends. The door to my small dark room opens. I stand up, my legs unsteady, and walk out into the hallway, just as they are leading Isaac out of the interrogation room. He stops when he sees me. The other cops keep walking. leaving a small charged space between us. His face is pale, exhausted, but his eyes are clear, and they are searching mine for one thing: belief, an anchor in the storm. And in that moment, under the harsh, unforgiving fluorescent lights of the police precinct, I know he sees it, the flicker, the shadow of the doubt I just entertained, the horrifying split-second question that just crossed my mind. It's all there, on my face for him to see. The change in his expression is the most devastating thing I have ever witnessed. The flicker of hope, the defiant strength, it all just dies. His face goes slack with a grief so profound it takes me for a spin. The light in his eyes goes out, replaced by a hollow, shattered emptiness. He opens his mouth and his voice is a raw, broken whisper, a sound that will haunt me for the rest of my life. I thought you believed in me. He doesn't wait for an answer. He just turns, a man already broken, and lets them lead him away down the long, empty hallway. And I am left standing there alone, in the wreckage of the one good thing I had in my life. I didn't just lose the battle. I just executed my own king. I'm less than pathetic. Chapter 28. Courtney. He's gone. The words are a flat, dead thing in the echoing silence of the precinct hallway. 1 minute he was there, a solid breathing wall of fury and fear and devastating hope. The next, he was just a diminishing figure at the end of a long linoleum corridor, taking the last of the light with him. I thought you believed me. His voice, raw and broken, replays in my head on a continuous, torturous loop. It's the sound of a man being vivisected without anesthetic, and I was the one holding the scalpel. Amelia is saying something, her voice sharp and professional, something about arraignments and bail hearings. Lena is at my elbow, her hand a firm, grounding pressure, trying to steer me toward the exit. I let them move me, a hollowed-out automaton in a power suit. My body is functioning, but my mind, my soul, is still back in that hallway, watching the light in his eyes go out. The ride back to the apartment is a blur of city lights and the low murmur of Amelia on the phone. I stare unseeing at my own ghostly reflection in the tinted window. I see the doubt on my face, the flicker of betrayal that he saw so clearly. The politician in me, the part that has always prided itself on logic and evidence, had entertained the possibility. For one single, unforgivable second, I had weighed the man who catapulted himself right in front of a car for me against a detective's well-crafted narrative, and I had hesitated. That hesitation cost me everything. Back in the apartment, the silence is a physical presence. It's no longer the comfortable, charged silence of two people in orbit around each other. It's the dead, empty silence of a tomb. His scent lingers in the air, soap and coffee, and that indefinable masculine scent that is just him. A half-empty glass of bourbon sits on the counter where he left it this morning, a relic from a life that no longer exists. Courtney, Lena's voice is soft, gentle. You need to sit down. You need to eat something. I'm not hungry, I say. Amelia snaps her briefcase shut. I'll handle the bail. With his reputation and lack of flight risk, I should have him out by morning. But this is bad, Courtney. The anonymous tip gives them probable cause, and the media is going to crucify him. I just nod, the words a distant, meaningless buzz. They are talking about legal strategy. My brain can't process it. All it can process is the look on his face. Amelia and Lena eventually leave, casting worried glances over their shoulders. The door clicks shut, and I am finally completely alone in the wreckage. I sink onto the sofa, the plush cushions offering no comfort. I don't turn on the lights. I just sit there in the dark as the city glitters outside the massive windows, a silent, indifferent witness to my self-destruction. This is my fault. All of it. The wedding, the deal with Charles, the insatiable ambition that drove me to accept a lie. I did this. I put him in that room. I put that look of shattered betrayal in his eyes. My thumbnail finds my tooth, but the familiar strategic rhythm is gone. It's just a frantic, jagged, useless tapping, the twitch of a cornered animal. I am Councilwoman Courtney Barkley, the fighter, the strategist, the woman who is always in control. And I have never felt so utterly, completely powerless. My life has been a series of calculated moves to avoid this exact feeling, to avoid being the woman my mother was, trapped, helpless, a victim of circumstance. And here I am. I have become her. Sometime later, the door opens again. It's Lena. She's holding a bottle of tequila and 2 shot glasses. She doesn't say a word. She just walks to the coffee table, pours 2 shots, and pushes one toward me. I just stare at it. "For Christ's sake, Courtney," she finally says, her voice devoid of its usual patience. She sits down opposite me. "Are you just going to sit there? Are you done?" I don't answer. "Because if you're done, you need to tell me," she continues, her voice gaining a hard, sharp edge. "So I can go find another once-in-a-generation political talent to dedicate my life to. But what I am not going to do is sit here and watch you drown in your own goddamn guilt." "You didn't see his face, Lena," I whisper, the words scraping against the back of my throat. "No, I didn't," she says, her eyes flashing. "But I saw his face every day for weeks on end. I saw him take a leave of absence from the one thing he loves to sit in a room with a bunch of lawyers to protect you. I saw him learn how to cook because he was worried you were living on caffeine and adrenaline. I saw him stand up to his family and to your father for you. And I saw him throw himself into traffic for you. So yeah, I have a pretty good idea of what was on his face. It was love, you idiot. The real stupid, messy, unconditional kind. And you just threw it back in his face. So the question is, what are you going to do about it?" Her words are a slap, a brutal, necessary shock to my system. The self-pity, the guilt, the despair, it all recedes, burned away by the white-hot shame of her truth. She's right. I can sit here and wallow in the mess I've made, or I can fix it. I am not my mother. I will not be a victim. And I will not let the one good, real thing in my life be destroyed because of my own weakness. A new feeling, cold and hard and clear, begins to solidify in my chest. It's not hope. It's rage. A pure, righteous fury directed at the person who did this. At Evelyn Reed, my frantic, useless tapping against my tooth slows. It becomes a single, hard, deliberate click. A decision made. The strategist is back online. I stand up and pull out the whiteboard, the one that still holds the traces of my own legal battle. I pick up an eraser and wipe it clean, the movement a final declarative act. It's time to go to war. I turn to face Lena, my eyes hard. The grief is still there, a raw open wound in my chest, but now it has a purpose. It is fuel. "Get Amelia on the phone," I say, my voice steady now, infused with a cold, lethal calm I haven't felt in weeks. "Tell her to file an emergency injunction to exhume the body of Annette Hayes for a new, independent autopsy. I want a full tox screen, hair and tissue samples. Then let's contact the family of the other patients ASAP." Lena's eyes widen, a slow, predatory smile spreading across her face. Now we're talking. "Get me the lead detective on the Hayes case file, the one who closed it," I continue, my mind a whirlwind of angles and strategies. "And get me everything, and I mean everything, the private investigator has on Evelyn Reed, her financials, her work history, her social media, her high school yearbook. I want to know who she ate lunch with in the 10th grade." I pick up a black marker, the cap clicking off with a sound like a chambered round. I look at the vast empty white space in front of me. I am no longer defending my life. I am prosecuting a murderer. and I will burn her entire world to the ground to get him back. My love for Isaac, the love I was too scared to admit, is no longer a liability. It is a weapon, and I am finally ready to use it.
Chapter 29. Isaac. Bail. It's a word for rich people who can afford to buy their freedom for a few hours. A temporary pass back into a world that has already tried, convicted, and sentenced you. Amelia Vance secured my release with a series of quiet, lethal phone calls, and now I'm sitting in the back of her sterile black town car, watching the city lights smear across the window like wet paint. Freedom has never felt so much like a cage. Amelia is in the front, talking in low, clipped tones to someone on her legal team. She's discussing motions, filings, discovery. It's a language I don't speak, a battle being fought on a field I don't understand. I tune it out. The only sound in my head is the echo of a single devastating phrase. Thought you believed me? The memory of the look on Courtney's face in that precinct hallway is a shard of glass working its way through my gut. It wasn't an accusation. It wasn't malice. It was something far worse. It was doubt. A flicker of a possibility in her sharp, strategic mind that the man who had shared her bed, who had held her in the aftermath of a nightmare, could be the monster they described. The politician in her had weighed the evidence, and for a single, soul-crushing second, I had come up short. The knowledge has hollowed me out, leaving a cold, dead space where a fragile, unfamiliar hope had started to grow. The elevator ride up to the penthouse is a silent, grim ascent. When the doors open, I'm expecting a quiet, mournful apartment. What I find is a command center. The whiteboard is back, wiped clean of Courtney's legal battle, and now covered in a sprawling, intricate map of mine. Timelines, patient names, a list of potential witnesses from the hospital, and at the center of it all is Courtney. She's standing in front of the board, a black marker in her hand, her back to me. Lena is beside her, tapping furiously on a laptop. They are generals, waging a war on my behalf. Courtney turns as I step inside. The relief on her face is a palpable thing, so raw and potent it almost knocks me off my feet. It's followed by a wave of guilt, of shame. Isaac, she breathes, taking a step toward me. You're back. We're already working on it. Amelia thinks we can get the charges dropped if we can prove the anonymous tip was malicious. Your other patients are ready to testify for you, proving your capability and character. I put up a hand, stopping her. I can't do this. I can't stand here and let her fight for me when she couldn't even fully believe in me. The wound is too fresh, too deep. Good, I say in a flat tone I don't recognize. Let the lawyers handle the law. The hurt that flashes across her face is a fresh twist of the knife in my gut. Isaac, this is our fight, she says, her voice a low, pleading whisper. No, I say, the word a wall of ice between us. This is my mess now. You've done enough. Stay out of it. I walk past her, past the war room she's built for me, and head for my bedroom. I need space. I need to think. What does that mean? She calls after me, her voice trembling with a mixture of confusion and anger. Stay out of what? We're a team. I stop in the doorway, my back still to her. The legal side, yes, but the other thing, the real threat, that's on me. The less you know, the safer you'll be. It's the only thing I can offer her now. Distance. Protection through exclusion. I can't trust her to believe in me, but I can still keep her from getting caught in the shrapnel when I finally confront the real enemy. I close the door, the click of the latch a sound of finality. My room is a sanctuary of silence. On my dresser, stark against the dark wood, is a thick, cream-colored invitation. The embossed lettering glitters in the dim light. The City General Hospital Annual Charity Gala. I pick it up. It's in 2 days, a public stage, an event celebrating the very institution she has turned into her hunting ground. The arrogance of it is breathtaking. Evelyn's entire life is that hospital. Her power, her identity, it's all tied up in her image as a dedicated, compassionate nurse. Her ego would never let her miss the biggest night of the year, and her obsession would never let her stay away from me. A cold, lethal calm settles over me. The grief, the sense of betrayal, it all recedes, replaced by a surgeon's focus. I have a diagnosis. Now I need a plan of treatment, and the treatment is surgical. I need to cut the cancer out. The police won't help. The system has failed, so I'll do it myself. I'll set a trap, and the gala is the perfect bait. I pull out my phone, my fingers moving with a steady, deliberate purpose. I don't call Amelia. I don't call the police. I call Milo, the private investigator. I need two things, I say when he answers, my voice low and devoid of emotion. First, I need a high-fidelity, concealable wire. The best you have. Second, I need you and your best people at the hospital gala in 2 days. I want eyes on a senior trauma nurse named Evelyn Reed. I want to know every person she talks to, every drink she gets, every move she makes. But you do not engage. You just watch. This sounds off-book, Doctor, Milo says, his voice wary. It is, I reply, my gaze fixed on the glittering, indifferent city outside my window. Consider it a private consultation. I hang up the phone. A plan, dangerous and reckless and absolutely necessary, solidifies in my mind. Courtney is out there in the living room, fighting a legal battle with motions and precedents. That's her world. This is mine. A world of scalpels and bleeders and life or death decisions made in a split second. She thinks I'm broken. And maybe I am. But a broken man has nothing left to lose. And that makes him the most dangerous man in the room. I will protect her. I will end this. I will do it alone.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 30. Courtney. The penthouse has become a frozen tundra. For 2 days since Isaac's release, a wall of glacial, impenetrable ice has existed between us. He's here, a ghost haunting the edges of my vision. But he's not with me. He spends his hours in his room, the door closed, on quiet, furtive phone calls. He calls it working with his legal team. But I know it's a lie. The man who once cooked for me, who wrestled a car for me, now looks through me, his eyes hollowed out by the doubt he saw in mine. Thought you believed me? The words are a constant self-inflicted wound. The guilt is a physical weight, a sickness in my gut. But guilt is an indulgence. I've put it in a box, locked it away. The only thing that matters now is the mission. Exonerate Isaac and destroy Evelyn Reed. Our war room is back online, but it's a fractured, broken thing. Lena and I work on one side of the vast living room, coordinating with the PI, digging for any scrap of evidence. Isaac works on the other, a solitary, silent island of grim resolve. We are 2 armies fighting the same war, but from separate, fortified camps. It's an untenable, unsustainable truce, and it's about to break. I see the invitation first. I'm in his room, grabbing a legal file he'd left on his desk, when I spot it on his dresser. A thick, cream-colored invitation to the City General Hospital annual charity gala. Tonight. Why did he not tell me about this? Is he going? Then I see a box with a small microphone image on the outside, looking like the ones they use in movies. Then it dawns on me like a lightning strike. He's going alone. Isaac is going to use this mic to spy on Evelyn. A cold, furious rage washes over me, so potent it makes my hands shake. The arrogance, the sheer, noble stupidity of the man. I walk out of his room, the invitation clutched in my hand, and find him staring out the window, a phone pressed to his ear. He's talking in a low, quiet voice. I only catch a few words. Eyes on her at all times. Do not engage. He hangs up and turns, and the look on his face when he sees me standing there holding the invitation is one of pure, unadulterated fury. He knows that I know. You're going to the gala, aren't you? I say, my voice sounding dangerous. You're planning to use yourself as bait to draw her out. This doesn't concern you, he says, his voice flat and cold. Stay out of it, Courtney. It's the only way I can keep you safe. Keep me safe? I laugh, a harsh, humorless sound. By sidelining me, by treating me like some fragile thing you need to hide in a box while you go play the martyr? Don't you dare. I stalk toward him, my own anger a blazing inferno. After everything we have been through, after everything we have done together, you think you can just shut me out? A partner I can't protect is a liability. He shoots back, his voice rising, the cool facade cracking to reveal the raw, terrified man beneath. I saw your face at the precinct, Courtney. You doubted me. I can't operate with that variable in the field. The accusation is a kick to the gut, but I don't let it show. This isn't an operating room, and I am not your patient. I am your wife, and we are supposed to be partners. I won't lose you, he roars. The words, a raw, agonized confession that echoes in the silent penthouse. I can't. We're standing chest to chest now, the air between us crackling with a high-voltage current of fury and pain, and a love so profound it's a physical wound. The argument is a stalemate, a feedback loop of his guilt and my fury. And then, a sound cuts through the tension, the soft, unobtrusive ping of an incoming email on my laptop. The sound is so mundane, so out of place in the epic scope of our fight, that we both freeze. I walk over to the laptop to check. On the screen is a new email from the private investigator. The subject line reads, Evelyn Reed, positive ID, urgent. My heart stops. I click it open. Isaac is right behind me, his breath warm on the back of my neck as he reads over my shoulder. The email is short, to the point. We found her. Dashcam footage from a parked car 2 blocks from City Hall. The day of the elevator incident. She wasn't alone. See attached. My hand is trembling as I click the attachment. It's a grainy, time-stamped photo, a still from a video, but it's unmistakable. Evelyn Reed, her face becoming a mask of calm, professional concern, is handing a thick manila envelope to a man, and that man happens to be a maintenance man from the City Hall. Damn, Isaac breathes. But it's the text at the bottom of the email that makes the blood freeze in my veins. The maintenance tech has been identified as a Mr. George Bellwether. He was the on-call tech for the City Hall elevator system. He was reported missing by his family 3 days ago. You see? I whisper, the words a raw, triumphant scrape in my throat. I turn to face him, the laptop in my hands a holy relic, a smoking gun. This isn't just a theory anymore, Isaac. This isn't just a dead girl's diary. This is proof. This is a conspiracy. This is a homicide. The fight is gone from his eyes, replaced by a dawning, horrified understanding. The game has changed. But this won't prove anything, I add, taking a deep breath before I continue. The strategist in me, the prosecutor I used to be, takes complete control. My voice is steady now. Cold. Lethal. Your plan is a non-starter, I say, my gaze unwavering. You go in there alone, you're a rogue element. At best, you get a restraining order. At worst, you get yourself killed and she walks away clean. I take a step closer, my eyes boring into his. But my plan will work. What plan? He asks, his voice a hoarse whisper. She doesn't want you, I say, the truth of it a cold, hard stone in my gut. Not really. You're the prize, the object. I'm the obstacle, the one she needs to remove. I let a slow, predatory smile touch my lips. So let's give the people what they want. His eyes widen as he understands. Courtney, no, absolutely not. Yes, I command. You think you're the only one who gets to be the protector. My name is on that invitation too. I will be the bait. I will get her to talk. I will be the one to put the noose around her neck. And what am I supposed to do? He demands. His voice raw with the fear I know is for me. Just stand by and watch. No, I say, reaching out and placing my hand flat on his chest, over the frantic, steady beat of his heart. You'll be my backup. You'll be listening to every word. You will be my goddamn sniper. The argument is over. The Cold War has ended. I can see the surrender in his eyes. We are no longer two broken people fighting separate battles. We are a single, unified weapon, aimed at the heart of the monster who has tried to tear us apart. I turn back to the laptop, to the grainy image of the predator hiding in plain sight. Now, I say, my voice all business. Let's talk strategy.
Chapter 31. Isaac. The ballroom at the city's most expensive hotel is a glittering, polished circle of hell. The air is thick with the scent of wilting floral arrangements and 1,000 different cloying perfumes. The sound is a low, meaningless roar, the clink of champagne glasses, the murmur of false pleasantries, the schmaltzy strains of a live jazz quartet. I hate every single thing about it, but I play my part. I am Dr. Isaac Dawson, the devoted husband, the supportive spouse. My hand is a permanent fixture on the small of Courtney's back. My smile is a carefully constructed mask of polite interest. We are a perfect picture of solidarity, a fabricated lie. Courtney, on the other hand, is a supernova in a sea of dying stars. She's wearing a floor-length blood-red gown that leaves one of her shoulders bare. The sapphire ring I gave her glitters on her hand, a deep midnight blue against her warm skin. She is breathtaking. She is a target. And every smile she gives, every hand she shakes, is a move in the most dangerous chess game of our lives. My own insides are a tangled, screaming knot of nerves. Every smiling donor could be an enemy. Every waiter could be a threat. My eyes are constantly scanning, my body a coiled spring of readiness. This is so much worse than the ER. In the ER, I know the enemy, a ruptured spleen, a collapsed lung. I can see it, I can cut it, I can fix it. Here, the enemy wears a tuxedo and a philanthropic smile, or a nurse's uniform. After an hour of this purgatory, I catch the eye of Milo, my PI, who is dressed as a waiter and standing near the bar. He gives a single, almost imperceptible nod. It's time. I lean in close to Courtney, my mouth near her ear, the scent of her perfume a dizzying, distracting thing. I'm going, I murmur, my voice low enough that only she can hear. Are you ready? She turns her head slightly, her gaze meeting mine. Her eyes are a perfect mask of social grace, but I can see the flicker of fear, the steel of her resolve. I was born ready, Doctor. I give her hand a single, hard squeeze under the cover of the crowd. Be safe. The words are a desperate, silent prayer. Then I turn and make my way through the throng, pulling out my phone as if taking an important call. The security office Milo has procured is a small windowless supply closet on the floor above the ballroom. It smells of dust and industrial cleaning supplies. Inside, it's a nest of technology. 2 laptops are open, displaying a mosaic of security camera feeds from the hotel system. Milo, headset on, is sitting in front of them. One of his guys, a burly ex-Marine, stands by the door. She's a rock, Milo says without turning around as I step inside. Hasn't shown a flicker of nerves. I look at the main screen, which is focused on a high-angle shot of the ballroom. I can see her, a slash of brilliant red in a sea of black and gold. She's laughing with some city councilman looking completely at ease. My admiration for her is a sharp, painful ache in my chest. "Where's our target?" I ask, my voice rough. Milo taps a key and one of the smaller windows on the screen maximizes. It's a feed from a camera near the main bar. Evelyn Reed. She's in a simple, elegant black dress, a glass of champagne in her hand, looking for all the world like just another guest. But her eyes aren't on the stage or the people she's talking to. They are fixed, with a chilling, predatory intensity, on the woman in the red dress. "She hasn't taken her eyes off her all night," Milo murmurs. I put in the earpiece he hands me. It crackles to life, and suddenly, the sounds of the ballroom are a clear, sharp feed in my ear. I can hear the jazz quartet, the clink of glasses, and underneath it all, the low, steady sound of Courtney's breathing. The tiny, high-fidelity wire I had her hide in the bodice of her dress is working perfectly. It's my only connection to her, my only lifeline. For the next 20 minutes, I watch and listen. It's the purest form of torture I have ever experienced. I'm a surgeon forced to watch an operation from behind a glass wall, completely powerless to intervene. I have to trust her. I have to trust our plan. Suddenly, it happens. I watch on the monitor as Courtney turns to Lena, who is standing beside her. Her voice comes through my earpiece, clear and slightly louder than necessary, a perfect piece of stagecraft. "Lena, I'm just going to run to the powder room," she says. "The one by the main entrance is an absolute zoo. I'll take the back corridor and use the one by the service elevators. It's always deserted." Milo's voice is a low murmur in the closet. The bait is on the hook. I watch the monitor as Evelyn, who is standing 20 feet away, subtly sets her champagne glass down and begins to move, a predator who has just seen her prey separate from the herd. My heart is a frenzied, hammering drum against my ribs. I'm watching 2 screens now, one on Courtney, as she gracefully excuses herself and begins to walk toward the back corridor. The other on Evelyn, who is following at a discreet, calculated distance. "She's on the move," I say into the small mic on my wrist, my voice a strained whisper. "Stay with her. Eyes on at all times." "Copy that," Milo's man says in my other ear from his position in the ballroom. Courtney disappears from the main camera feed, entering the long, deserted service corridor. My eyes flick to the next monitor, picking her up as she walks down the empty, marble-floored hallway. She is completely, utterly alone. A single, perfect target. My hand clenches into a fist, my nails digging into my palm. My every instinct is screaming at me to run, to get to her, to pull her back from the precipice. But I'm chained to this room, to this screen. I have to trust her. Her footsteps are a steady rhythmic click in my ear. Click, click, click. The sound is a torturous, slow-motion countdown. "Where is she?" I demand, my voice a harsh rasp. 10 seconds behind, Milo murmurs, his eyes glued to his own screen. "She's entering the corridor now." I can't see Evelyn on my screen yet. I can only see Courtney, walking with a calm, deliberate purpose that I know is a complete and utter lie. Then I hear it in my earpiece, a new sound overlaid on the steady click of Courtney's heels, the soft, stealthy squeak of rubber-soled shoes. Evelyn. The sound is a spike of pure cold adrenaline in my veins. My world narrows to the glowing screen and the sounds in my ear. Courtney's breathing, steady, the click of her heels, and the soft, predatory footsteps of the monster who is closing in on her in the dark. This is it. The trap is set. The bait is taken. And I'm 100 yards away, listening, completely helpless, as my wife walks into the arms of a serial killer.
Chapter 32. Courtney. The click of my heels on the marble floor is a deafening, solitary countdown in the deserted hallway. The opulent decor, the gilded mirrors, and the plush velvet runners do nothing to warm the space. It's cold. A silent, beautifully decorated tomb. The sounds of the gala are a distant, muffled roar, a world away. My heart is a frantic, wild bird against my ribs. Every nerve in my body is screaming at me to turn back, to run back to the safety of the crowd, back to Isaac. But the strategist in my head, the cold, calculating woman who has dragged me through hell and back, keeps my feet moving forward. One step at a time. This is the chessboard. I am the bait. Click, click, click. A new sound. The soft, stealthy squeak of rubber-soled shoes. My breath catches. I stop, feigning confusion, and turn around. Evelyn Reed is standing 10 feet away, a shadow that has detached itself from the wall. Her smile is bright, friendly, the same one she gave me at the hospital reception. But her eyes are not smiling. They are dark, possessive, and burning with a chilling reptilian intensity. "Nurse Reed," I say, my voice sounding like a perfect imitation of surprised recognition. "You startled me. I was just heading to the powder room." "I know," she purrs. She takes a step closer, and my entire body tenses. "I saw you leave. I was worried about you. All alone back here." "That's very thoughtful of you," I say, keeping my tone light. The tiny microphone hidden in the bodice of my dress feels like a hot, live coal against my skin. Isaac is listening. He is my lifeline. I have to trust that. "A woman in your position can't be too careful," she continues, her gaze sweeping over my dress, my hair, the sapphire ring on my hand. There's a flicker of something in her eyes when she sees the ring, a hot, ugly flash of pure hatred. "There are so many threats, so many people who want what you have." She takes another step. We are only a few feet apart now. I can smell the faint, cloying scent of her perfume, something floral and sweet that makes my stomach churn. "I don't understand," I say, playing my part. I let a note of confusion, of fear seep into my voice. "The police are handling it. We're safe now." She laughs, a soft, breathy sound that has no humor in it. "The police," she says, the word dripping with condescension. "The police are fools. They're looking for a ghost. For some man who is probably halfway to Brazil by now." She shakes her head, a gesture of pity. "They're not looking for the real threat, the one who is so much closer." This is it, the opening. I lean into her delusion, her ego. "Who?" Her smile widens, becoming something sharp and predatory. "The person who is willing to do what is necessary to protect the people she cares about. The person who is willing to eliminate a problem." My blood runs cold. "You," I whisper, the word a perfect imitation of dawning horror. "The car? The elevator? That was you?" "They were warnings," she says, her voice matter-of-fact, as if discussing a patient's chart. "Opportunities for you to realize that you were out of your depth, that you couldn't protect him, that you didn't deserve him." "Isaac," my voice is a choke thing. "This is about Isaac?" "It has always been about Isaac," she hisses, the friendly nurse mask finally dissolving to reveal the unhinged obsession beneath. "He is a great man, a brilliant, dedicated man who is bogged down by distractions, by unworthy attachments. He needs someone who understands him, someone who can take care of him, someone who is his equal, not some political liability who almost got him sent to prison. The pieces are clicking into place, a horrifying mosaic of twisted logic. Now for the checkmate. But you're the one who almost got him sent to prison, I say, my voice laced with a genuine disbelieving confusion. It's you. You're the one who called in the anonymous tip, right? Why? Why would you do that to the man you claim to care about? Her eyes glitter with a triumphant, insane light. She thinks she's explaining her genius to a simpleton. You politicians, she scoffs. You have no vision. Don't you see? It was the perfect plan. She takes the final step, closing the distance between us. As long as he was out here, in the world, he was vulnerable. To you, to his family, to the pressures of his job. But in prison, her voice drops to a reverent whisper. In prison, he would have been safe. He would have been isolated, and he would have been mine. My stomach churns with a revulsion so profound I can barely breathe. What on earth are you talking about? I have seniority, councilwoman, she says, a proud, smug smile on her face. A spotless record. I can get a transfer to any facility I want. The medical wing of a federal prison. It would be easy. I would have been his only lifeline, his only friend. He would have had no one else to turn to. He would have been completely, totally dependent on me. It would have been our own private world, our happily ever after. She's not just a killer. She's a monster living in a fantasy world built on a foundation of obsession and death. I want to vomit. I want to scream. But I hold her gaze, my own expression a mask of horrified fascination. I need to keep her talking. And Annette Hayes? I ask, the name a cold stone in my mouth. And the others, were they all distractions? They were liabilities, she corrects, her voice devoid of any emotion. Inconsequential. They didn't understand what he needed. They didn't understand him like you. Her hand moves, a sudden, swift motion. It's not a gun. It's not a knife. It's something small, clinical, and so much more terrifying. A syringe filled with a clear liquid. The needle glints in the dim, recessed lighting of the hallway. But now, she says, voice a soft, soothing lullaby that is the most terrifying sound I have ever heard. I can finally correct the last complication. My heart stops. The wire in my dress feels 1,000,000 miles away. Isaac is listening, but he's on another floor. The security team is out of sight. I am alone in this hallway with a monster. You see, she continues, her eyes shining with a crazed beatific light. I realize that even if he went to prison, you would still be out here. A memory. A problem. It's so much cleaner this way. She takes the final step, the needle held in her surgeon's steady hand. Don't worry, councilwoman, she whispers, her voice the gentle, reassuring tone of a nurse about to administer a sedative. This will be quick, and I'm very, very good at making things look like an accident. Let's make you have a heart attack. After all, you were under so much stress.
Chapter 33. Isaac. My entire world narrows to the sound in my ear and the image on a glowing screen. I hear Courtney's calm, steady breathing. I see the glint of a needle in a monster's hand, a syringe full of potassium chloride, enough to stop a heart in seconds and almost untraceable after the fact. It's a ghost, a perfect clinical murder weapon. She's going to kill her, right now, right in front of me. My hand is on the door of the supply closet, my every instinct screaming at me to run, to smash through the walls, to get to her. But I am chained to the plan. My only weapon is my voice. Courtney, I say into my wrist mic, my voice a low, urgent command. The code word! Now! On the screen, I see Evelyn take the final predatory step, the syringe raised. For a horrifying, eternal second, Courtney doesn't move. Then I see her knees buckle slightly, her body swaying. Her hand, the one not holding her small, beaded clutch, goes to her forehead as if fighting off a wave of dizziness. Her voice comes through my earpiece, a weak, trembling thing meant only for me, but a perfect performance of terror for the woman in front of her. "Oh, God," she whispers. "I think I'm feeling a little faint. I need to sit down." That's it. The signal, the tripwire. "Go! Go! Go!" I roar into the mic. I burst out of the supply closet, shoving past Milo's guy, sprinting for the service stairs. I don't wait for the elevator. It's too slow. In my ear, I hear the chaos erupt. The sound of running feet, of men shouting, "Hotel security! Drop it! Now!" I see it on the monitor in Milo's abandoned station as I run past. Two of his men, big, solid, professional, emerge from a hidden alcove behind Evelyn. They grab her, pinning her arms behind her back. The syringe clatters to the marble floor. I see Courtney stumble backward, her face looking both shocked and relieved. We did it. A wave of profound, gut-deep relief washes over me, so potent it almost makes my knees buckle on the stairs. It's over. She's safe. But Evelyn isn't done. With a vicious, inhuman snarl, she convulses in the guard's grip. She drives her heel backward, a sharp, brutal kick into one guard's shin. He grunts in pain, his grip loosening for a fraction of a second. It's all the time she needs. Her free hand darts under the slit of her elegant black dress, reaching for something strapped to her thigh. When her hand comes back out, it's not empty. She's holding a small black device with a single blinking red light. A dead man's switch. Her thumb is pressed firmly down on the button. "No," I whisper, my blood turning to ice. "You think this is over?" Her voice is a triumphant, insane shriek that crackles through my earpiece. "You think you can just take him from me?" "It was never about just killing you!" Evelyn screams, her eyes wild, fixed on Courtney. "It was about making sure that if I can't have him, no one can!" Her thumb lifts off the button. The world explodes. The camera feed goes to static. The sound in my ear is a deafening, high-pitched squeal. A deep gut punch of overpressure slams into me even on the stairwell, followed by a sound like the world tearing in half. I'm thrown against the wall, my head smacking against the concrete. For a second, there is only the ringing in my ears and the smell of smoke and burnt chemicals. Then, the fire alarms begin to shriek, a frantic, ceaseless wail. My training takes over. My single driving thought is a mantra, a prayer, a command. "Courtney. Get to Courtney." I scramble down the last flight of stairs and burst out into the hallway. It's a war zone. Smoke, thick and acrid, billows from the service corridor. The lights are flickering. People are screaming, a wave of panicked, well-dressed bodies fleeing the ballroom. I fight my way against the tide, shoving past panicked guests, my eyes burning, my lungs screaming for air. Smoke inhalation is the first killer. Burns are the second. Trampling is the third. I have to get to her. I find her at the edge of the chaos, near the shattered entrance to the corridor. She's on her feet, her beautiful red dress smudged with soot, a cut on her forehead. But she's alive. She's alive. Our eyes meet across the screaming, stampeding chaos, and for a second, the world stops. Then I'm moving, pushing through the last of the crowd, and I have her in my arms, my hands gripping her, assuring myself that she is real, that she is solid, that she is safe. "Are you hurt?" I demand, my voice a raw, ragged thing. "I'm fine," she says, her voice choked with smoke. But she's not looking at me. She's looking past me, at the two security guards who are helping a dazed, injured donor. "Frank! Get in there!" There are people trapped at the back of the ballroom. Even now, even in the middle of this hell, she is a leader. She is Councilwoman Barkley taking charge. The fierce, desperate pride I feel for her is a hot, burning thing in my chest. Then I see it. A flicker of movement in the smoke-filled chaos. A figure in a torn black dress slipping through the panicked crowd, heading for an emergency exit. "Evelyn! She's getting away!" I shout, pulling Courtney with me. We plunge back into the river of fleeing people, fighting our way toward the exit. We burst out into the cool, clean night air of a back alley, just in time to see Evelyn clambering over a chain-link fence at the other end. She's agile, a desperate animal trying to escape the trap. We're about to give chase when the alley is flooded with the blinding, flashing red and blue lights of a dozen police cars. They swarm the exit, cutting off her escape. Amelia Vance steps out of the first car, her face a hard mask of cold, triumphant fury. She looks at Evelyn, trapped and cornered, then at us. "We got her," Amelia says, her voice ringing with a final, absolute authority. "The PI found her side hustle. She's been harvesting organs from unclaimed bodies in the morgue for years, selling them on the black market." She lets a slow, predatory smile touch her lips. Annette Hayes wasn't just a rival. She was a witness. We don't just have a confession for attempted murder anymore, Councilwoman. The police has also found CCTV of her procuring materials for homemade bomb. Sorry we're late. She looks at Evelyn, who is now being slammed against the hood of a police car, her face a mask of defeated rage. "We have her for murder." The words hang in the air, the final, declarative end to the nightmare. It's over. It's really, truly over. The full, crushing weight of the last few months, the last few hours, the last few minutes comes crashing down on me. The adrenaline, the fear, the rage, it all evaporates, leaving a hollow, trembling emptiness in its place. I look at Courtney. Her face is smudged with soot. Her eyes are wide with shock. And she is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. The relief that washes over me is so profound, so absolute. It takes my legs out from under me. My knees buckle. I'm not even aware of it happening. One minute I'm standing, the next I'm on the dirty, unforgiving pavement of the alley. Courtney is right there with me, her own strength giving way. She sinks to her knees in front of me, her arms wrapping around my neck, her face buried in my shoulder. I wrap my arms around her, holding on, anchoring myself to the only thing that matters in this burning, chaotic world. We are two survivors in the wreckage, brought to our knees not by the explosion, not by the fear, but by the stunning, brutal, and overwhelming weight of being alive. And together.
Chapter 34. Courtney. The penthouse is silent. It's a new kind of silence, not the awkward, brittle silence of two strangers forced to coexist, not the charged, heavy silence of unspoken desire. This is a quiet born from sheer, soul-deep exhaustion and the stunning, terrifying peace that comes after a war has been won. We've given our statements. The police, now deferential and apologetic, have come and gone. Lena and Amelia left an hour ago, after ensuring we were physically okay and legally protected. The adrenaline has long since faded, leaving a strange, hollow ache in my bones. I'm still in my ruined, blood-red dress, a smear of soot on my cheek that I can't bring myself to wipe away. It feels like a battle scar, a testament to the fact that we survived. Isaac is standing by the window, his back to me, a glass of bourbon in his hand. He's been quiet since we got back, a silent, brooding presence. The wall between us is back, but it's different this time. It's not made of anger or cynicism. It's made of pain. The pain I put in his eyes in that precinct hallway, I have to be the one to tear it down. I walk toward him, my bare feet silent on the cold concrete floor. I stop a few feet behind him, the space between us, a chasm of unspoken words. "Isaac," I begin, my voice a quiet, unsteady thing. He doesn't turn. "You should get some sleep, Courtney." His voice is flat, empty. "Not yet," I say. "We need to talk." He finally turns to face me, The hollowed-out look in his eyes is a fresh twist of the knife in my gut. There's nothing left to say. It's over. You're safe. No, I say, taking a step closer. It's not over. Not for us. I take a deep, shuddering breath, the confession a raw, painful thing clawing its way up my throat. At the precinct, when I looked at you, I am so sorry, Isaac. He just looks at me, his expression unreadable. It was only for a second, I whisper, my voice breaking. A single, unforgivable second, but the prosecutor in me, the part that has been trained to see patterns, to believe in evidence. She saw the case they were building. And I let her doubt you. My eyes fill with tears, hot and shameful. My entire life, I have been manipulated by the men who were supposed to protect me. My father and Jonathan. They used me as a pawn in their own games. And for a second, a part of me, the part that is broken and expects the betrayal, it put you in the same box. And it was the single greatest mistake of my life. He just stands there watching me, his jaw tight. The silence stretches. A torturous, damning thing. I have laid myself bare, confessed my deepest, ugliest flaw, and he has every right to walk away. He sets his bourbon glass down with a soft click. He closes the distance between us in 2 long strides. His hands come up to cup my face, his thumbs gently wiping away the tears I didn't know had fallen. I know, he says, his voice a low, rough rasp. You think I don't know what it's like to be a pawn? My entire life has been a game of my family moving me around the board. He shakes his head, his eyes searching mine. I wasn't broken because you doubted me, Courtney. I was broken because I finally understood what I stood to lose. My parents never really cared. I'm the black sheep. I'm only useful when I have my uses. Since we got married, have you ever seen my parents? They don't care. My breath catches in my throat. When I was in that interrogation room, he continues, his voice dropping to a raw, vulnerable whisper, all I could think about was you. I pushed you away after we slept together. I tried to build that wall back up because I was a coward. You're not a coward, I breathe. Yes, I am, he insists. I was in a relationship once, before all this. All the others were just flings. I let my job, my family, the pressure, I let it all poison it. I hurt her, and I promised myself I would never do that to anyone again, so I kept my distance. I built a fortress of cynicism and one-night stands. He lets out a harsh, self-deprecating laugh. And then you walked into my life, and you blew the whole goddamn thing to pieces. His gaze is so intense, so full of a raw, unguarded emotion. It feels like I'm looking at his very soul. I tried to fight it, he whispers. I tried to tell myself this was a contract, a deal. But it was never a deal. Not for me. His hands slide from my face down to my arms, his grip warm and sure. I love you, Courtney, not the councilwoman, not my partner in this disaster. You, the brilliant, stubborn, terrifyingly competent woman who drinks martinis and calls me on my nonsense. The words are a quiet detonation in the silent room, shattering the last of my defenses. The love I have been so terrified to name, so desperate to keep locked away, rushes to the surface in a tidal wave of pure, unadulterated joy. I love you too, Isaac. I sob, the words a messy, beautiful, broken confession. I think I have from the very beginning. His mouth crashes down on mine, and the kiss is not the desperate, frantic collision of our first time, or the slow, sensual exploration of our second. This is a kiss of profound, soul-deep relief. It's a promise. A homecoming. The next day, I'm in the kitchen, making coffee, a sense of peace settling over me for the first time in what feels like a lifetime. Isaac is in the shower, the sound a comforting domestic backdrop to our new reality. My phone rings, and the sound doesn't fill me with dread. It's Amelia. "It's over, Courtney," she says, her voice crisp with a professional satisfaction. "They caught him, Jonathan. The PI Isaac hired tracked a wire transfer to a ticket agent in Lisbon. They picked him up at the airport, trying to board a flight to a non-extradition country." I close my eyes, a final shuddering breath of relief leaving my body. The last ghost has been exorcised. The final chain has been broken. Isaac walks into the kitchen, a towel slung low on his hips, his hair wet, his chest bare. He sees the look on my face, the tears of relief tracking down my cheeks, and his expression is one of immediate loving concern. "What is it? What's wrong?" I shake my head, a slow, watery smile spreading across my face. I hang up the phone and walk toward him. The man who is not my business partner, not my co-conspirator, but my husband, my love, my home. "They caught Jonathan. Nothing's wrong," I say, my voice clear and steady and full of a hope I thought I had lost forever. For the first time in a very long time, Isaac, everything is finally, absolutely right.
Chapter 35. Isaac. The silence in the penthouse is no longer a weapon. It's a comfort. It's been a week since the gala, a week since Jonathan was captured, a week since the world outside finally, blessedly, went quiet. The war is over. The threats are gone. And in the calm, quiet wreckage, Courtney and I are learning how to just be. It's an entirely new landscape, one we're navigating without a map. We have breakfast together. Real breakfast, not just a frantic exchange of coffee before running off to our respective battle stations. We talk about everything and nothing. About a zoning ordinance she's fighting. About a complex surgery I have scheduled. Last night we fell asleep on the sofa, watching a stupid action movie tangled up together under a cashmere blanket. It was the most normal, most profoundly peaceful night of my entire adult life. I watch her now, sitting curled in the armchair by the window, a cup of tea in her hands, her brow furrowed in concentration as she reads a legal brief. The morning light catches the rich, warm tones of her skin, the elegant line of her throat. She is a masterpiece of strength and grace, and she is, by some ridiculous, undeserved miracle, my wife. But that's the problem. She's my wife because of a contract. A desperate backroom deal made in the ashes of her public humiliation. Everything we've built since then, this fragile, beautiful, terrifyingly real thing between us, is built on that poison foundation. I can't live with that. She deserves more. She deserves a real beginning. "Hey," I say, my voice harsh. She looks up, her expression softening when she sees me. "Hey, yourself. You've been quiet over there. Solving the mysteries of the human heart?" "Something like that," I say. I scrub a hand over my jaw, the nervous energy a live wire under my skin. "I need you to cancel your afternoon. All of it." Her brow furrows again, this time in confusion. "Isaac, I have a budget meeting with the city controller. I can't just—" "Yes, you can," I interrupt, my voice firm but gentle. "Tell Lena to handle it. Tell them it's a personal emergency." "Is it?" she asks, a flicker of her old, familiar fear in her eyes. "Is something wrong?" "No," I say, walking over to her. I crouch down in front of her chair, taking her hands in mine. For the first time in a long time, something is finally, absolutely right. I bring her hand to my lips, pressing a kiss to her knuckles. I'm taking my wife on a date. A real one. No press, no bodyguards, just us. The surprise, followed by a slow, luminous smile that transforms her entire face, is a punch to the gut in the best possible way. And where is my husband taking me? "It's a surprise," I say, "but dress for a warm evening. And for the love of God, leave the legal briefs at home." The planning was a logistical nightmare that made prepping for a multi-organ transplant look like a walk in the park for this date. My first call was to a ridiculously expensive PR firm, The conversation was absurd. Yes, I need to find a private garden. No, not for a party. For a date? Yes, just 2 people. The key is that it has to be filled with pink roses, specifically. No, I don't know what kind, the pink kind. They'd found it, of course. A historic, privately owned rooftop garden on a pre-war building downtown, a hidden Eden in the midst of the concrete jungle. The owner, a notoriously reclusive heiress, had initially refused. It took a personal call from me, a carefully worded story about a surgeon trying to give his wife the one beautiful, perfect moment she deserved after a hellish year, to finally convince her. I've never been more nervous on a phone call in my life. It took days to prepare this. When I lead Courtney out onto that rooftop as the sun begins to set, casting the city in a warm, golden glow, the look on her face makes every second of the insane planning worth it. Her breath catches, a soft, audible sound. We're surrounded. Hundreds, maybe thousands of pink roses, in every shade from the palest blush to a deep, vibrant magenta, climb the old brick walls and spill over terracotta pots. The air is thick with their sweet, intoxicating perfume. "Isaac," she whispers, her voice full of a raw, wondering awe. "How?" "You mentioned it once," I say, my throat suddenly tight. "Shh. A few weeks ago, when we were buried in takeout and legal files. You said you missed having a garden. You said your mother used to grow pink roses." I watch her as she processes this. The fact that I heard her, that I remembered a small, offhand comment made in the middle of a war. I see the tears well in her eyes, and this time they are not tears of pain or fear. They are tears of pure, unadulterated joy. We eat dinner at a small table set for 2 in the center of the garden, a simple, perfect meal I had catered from her favorite restaurant. We talk. We laugh. The easy, comfortable intimacy we found in the quiet of the penthouse blossoms here, in this magical, impossible place. When the skies deepen to a bruised twilight purple, I know it's time. My heart is hammering against my ribs with a force that makes a code blue in the ER feel like a walk in the park. I take her hand and lead her to a small stone bench at the edge of the garden, overlooking the glittering tapestry of the city lights. "Courtney," I begin, my voice a low, rough thing. I turn to face her, taking both of her hands in mine. The way we started, it was a disaster, a transaction, a business deal signed in a dusty back room to save our asses. There was no romance, no choice. It was the furthest thing from what you deserved. She opens her mouth to protest, but I shake my head, needing to get this out. But somewhere in the middle of the chaos, somewhere between the press conferences and the federal agents and the attempts on your life, that fake, contractual marriage became the most real thing in my entire goddamn life. I take a deep, shuddering breath. I love you. I love your strength and your intelligence and your terrifying, brilliant mind. I love the way you fight for what you believe in. I love the woman who knows the janitor's daughter's name. Tears are tracking silently down her cheeks now, glittering in the soft light from the lanterns strung above us. That contract we signed, I want to tear it up, I say, my voice thick with an emotion I no longer try to hide. I want to start over, right here, right now. I let go of her hands, my own trembling slightly as I reach into my pocket. I pull out the small velvet box. I don't kneel. This isn't about tradition. This is about us. I open the box. Inside, nestled on the black velvet, is not the vintage sapphire. It's a simple, elegant platinum band with a single, stunning, flawless diamond. A new ring. A new beginning. It's our new wedding ring. I am not proposing an alliance, Courtney Barkley, I say, my voice a raw, vulnerable whisper. I am promising you a partnership of equals. I'm promising you a life of passion, not just in the bedroom, but in everything we do. And I am promising you my unwavering, unconditional support for the rest of our lives. I will be your rock, your shield, your biggest goddamn fan every single day. I look into her beautiful, tear-filled eyes. Will you tear up the contract? She doesn't hesitate. She doesn't need to think. Her answer is a sob, a laugh, and a single perfect word. Yes, she breathes. Yes, of course, yes. I take the sapphire from her finger, a beautiful relic of the war we survived, and I slide the new ring into its place. A perfect fit, a new promise. Then I pull her into my arms and kiss her, a deep, soul-shattering kiss that is not about survival or desperation or a contract. It's the first kiss of the rest of our lives. Chapter 36. Isaac. 1 month. It's been 1 month since the world exploded. 1 month since the ghosts of our past were finally put to rest. 1 month into our real overdue honeymoon. The only sounds are the gentle lapping of the Aegean Sea against the hull of the yacht and the soft, contented sigh that leaves Courtney's lips. We're anchored in a secluded cove off some tiny, unnamed Greek island, 1,000,000 miles from the noise and the concrete and the chaos we survived. The moon is a silver slash in a black velvet sky, and the stars are a brilliant scattered dust of diamonds. We had dinner on the deck, a simple meal of grilled fish and a crisp, cold white wine. Now, we're lying on a pile of cushions, the day's sun still a pleasant warmth on our skin. Courtney is in a simple black bikini, and I'm in a pair of swim trunks. The new diamond on her finger catches the moonlight with every small movement, a constant, beautiful reminder that this is real. This is our life now. She's tracing idle patterns on my chest, her touch a soft, familiar fire. I watch her, the way the moonlight sculpts the elegant curve of her cheekbone, the way her eyes are soft and unguarded in a way I never thought I'd get to see. The formidable councilwoman has been replaced by my wife. Just Courtney. And she is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. "You're staring, Doctor," she murmurs, her lips curving into a slow, lazy smile. "I'm admiring the view," I reply, my voice a low rumble in my chest. I catch her hand and bring her fingers to my lips, kissing each one. I've been thinking about something all day. Her eyes glitter with a new, delicious curiosity. "Oh, yeah? And what's that?" "I've been thinking," I say, my voice dropping to a rough, intimate whisper. "About screwing you on this deck, under the stars, with the entire ocean as our witness." A shiver runs through her, a visible reaction to my words. A slow, hot blush creeps up her neck. "And what exactly did you want to do to me out here?" she asks, her voice a breathy challenge. I lean in, my mouth close to her ear, and I tell her everything. Well, things are heating up here. You know what to do? Go to BWWM to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story. "I want to," she says, voice a soft, sleepy murmur against my chest. "To what?" I ask, my fingers tracing lazy circles on her bare back. "Kids," she says. "A boy and a girl. And a dog. A big, stupid, fluffy one." A laugh rumbles in my chest, a sound of pure, unadulterated joy. "Okay, 2 kids and a fluffy dog it is. Any name suggestions?" "For the dog, definitely Marcus," she says, a wicked little smile in her voice. "For the boy, maybe something classic, like Nathaniel. Nathaniel Dawson." I try the name out. "I like it." She tilts her head back to look at me, her eyes shining in the starlight. "I love you, Isaac Dawson." "I love you, Courtney Barkley Dawson," I say, and I lean down and kiss her, a slow, tender kiss that is not a beginning or an end, but simply a continuation of the forever we have just started to build. And as I hold my wife in my arms, under the vast, silent, and watchful eyes of 1,000,000 stars, I know, with a certainty that settles deep into the marrow of my bones, that I am finally, completely, and irrevocably home.